Chapter 001. After 10 years, it will be exposed by the video inventory. The warm spring sun, sprinkled on the lawn, shone the water droplets that had just been sprinkled early. And a slightly spicy fragrance wafted along the breeze. Smell good. Looks like I'm not late yet. And Yi, who looked as ordinary as the white ancient one, suddenly appeared on the lawn next door. You're late again. John Wick, who was taking things in front of the refrigerator, was also polite and directly vented his dissatisfaction, but in the end he shouted and asked, "Do you want beer? Or red wine? The barbecue definitely comes with beer." And Yi answered with certainty, and at the same time took the meat skewer handed over by John's wife and took a bite. The spicy taste of the meat and spices mixed in his mouth made him sigh. "Helen, the craftsmanship is already 80% of my level. And Yi and John have been brothers and neighbors for many years. This kind of small gathering is simply everyday. Only 80%. Then you have to bake it for us later." Helen replied with a smile and continued to brush the sauce. But then she remembered something and asked quickly, "Where's little Sky? Is it the weekend?" Sky, a little girl adopted by Yi. The lovely and quirky Sky is very fond of John and Helen, and is almost regarded as a daughter by their husband and wife. In order to skip classes, she hacked the school's network and was punished by her teacher to be a volunteer. And Yi answered with tears in his eyes. But from his smile, there seems to be a little bit of pride. "Give." John, who happened to come over, stuffed the beer into Yi's open palm, and took a sip himself. "Hey. I'll prepare some more meat for you." Helen sighed and turned back into the house. John asked, "Don't you think little Sky's ability is a little exaggerated?" "Don't say anything." "No way." And Yi directly spread his hands and said helplessly, "Even if she stays at home, she can still make things happen. Looks like you're in a good mood. If it was before, you have to teach at least 2 lessons." Having been a life and death brother for 7 years, John is all too familiar with Yi's character. And Yi smiled without saying a word. He is definitely happy today, because he finally got his dream martial arts. Name, Yi. Race, human. Internal strength, innate strength, replaceable. Qinggong, 7 illusions of immortality, non-replaceable. Hard work, none, replaceable. Fist, 7 wounds fist, replaceable. Palm method, Vajra palm, replaceable. Fingering, finger magic, replaceable. Legs, none, replaceable. Swordsmanship, none, replaceable. Blade technique, Purple Thunder 7 strikes, non-replaceable. Stick method, none, replaceable. Whip, none, replaceable. The Purple Thunder 7 strikes, also known as the Purple Thunder Saber technique, is one of the top skills in the Legend of the Son of Heaven series. The top-notch martial arts in Jingyu Huangli can only be regarded as the mean when it comes to the Legend of the Son of Heaven series. As the top of the Son of Heaven's Legend series, and possibly the most domineering peculiar skill, the Purple Thunder sword art can definitely sweep through any low martial world. You must know that since Yi crossed into this world dominated by Marvel 10 years ago, all of his physical attributes can be changed every other week, just like gambling. A change is equivalent to a lottery. Once Yi is satisfied with the result of the change, he can bind directly. However, if you regret it after binding, you will have to wait 3 years before you can unlock it and redraw the lottery. So all along, Yi has always been as much as possible. It took him a full 10 years to draw such a top grade. Can you be happy? Stop talking about case, how about you? John sincerely suggested, the new recruits are very strong now, and you haven't taken the task for a long time. Why don't you just retire like me? Then he continued, you helped me with that impossible retirement task before, now it's my turn to help you. The 2 of us can handle the Continental Hotel, so we can't leave all of them, or the old man will. And Yi didn't finish his words, and noticed the shock in John's expression. Following John's line of sight, he too was stunned. The incomparably brilliant colorful streamer swept the entire sky like a tidal wave. From east to west, across thousands of miles in an instant. This moment. All the creatures of Blue Star are looking up at the sky, and they are all shocked by this unprecedented shocking scene. Paranormal phenomenon. Oh, God. Row is that John has experienced life and death countless times, and he is still at a loss by the scene that refreshes his cognition. And Helen, who had a strong religious belief from the beginning, even got across and began to read the Bible. Inventory of the world's top 10 killers. The colorful streamers gradually condensed into these words. The strangest thing is that no matter what country it is, whether it is literate or not, all living beings can understand the meaning of these fonts immediately after seeing these fonts. And, do you know what's going on? John looked at Yi. Then he thought of someone and asked, is it the Iron Man's prank? After all, in the world, only his tech empire can do this. Not long ago, Iron Man Tony Stark just publicly admitted his identity. Recently, the headlines all over the world have been basically swept by Iron Man. No matter how much Yi is salted, no matter how leisurely John is, he can still know many wonderful things about Iron Man. Definitely not him. Yi turned on the phone and showed the live broadcast from the other side of the earth. Even the other side of the earth has the same result. Such power is by no means within the grasp of Blue Star technology at the current stage. It's not him, who else could it be? Is it really a miracle? John couldn't think of anyone who could do such a thing. What technology can't do, other fields may not be able to. But it's hard to explain now, just watch it patiently. Yi is really not in the mood to explain too much, because his heart is filled with an indescribable emotion. Because he had a hunch. Your identity is about to be revealed. Asterisk. Chapter 002 Inventory of the world's top 10 killers. Reviews live in front of the world. Top 10 killers. Winston, the general manager of the Continental Hotel, took a sip of red wine with a sly smile on his lips. We are the world's largest killer organization, and the quota is almost going to be swept up by us, right? That's not right, there are a few freaks over there in the Assassin League. In addition, those secret organizations must have top killers. At the end, Winston couldn't help but sighed, he will definitely take a spot, if John doesn't retire, we will definitely have one more spot. At that time, our hotel business will definitely be more exciting, and our influence will rise. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to join the council in the future. Winston smiled lightly and took another sip of red wine. SHIELD. The aerospace carrier is busy. Report, can't find any frequency signal. Report, all contacts did not feel abnormal. Sitting in the main control room, Fury, with a hint of hesitation in one eye, asked, go ask Tony. I beat him just now, he didn't do it? Phil Coulson replied, Tony is also using all his strength to trace the root of this strange phenomenon. Even he doesn't know, so there's only one possibility left. Assuming this is all an alien conspiracy. Fury remembered those long-lost figures. Chief. Level 9, Agent Maria Hill reported, this is the top killer information of the major organizations we just compiled. Put it aside for now. I want to see what game this is going to play. Fury is in no mood to look up the information now, staring at the sky light curtain that is about to change. Camartage. Ancient One and her students looked up at the light curtain, seemingly exploring the mysteries behind this power. A masterpiece by Asgard? Or did Dormammu's power seep through? The whole world is synchronized, and all living beings can read. This is not only the power of the space system, but also the strange soul system. What a mighty power this is. Ancient One cannot be determined. For the first time in so many years, she has experienced such an ethereal fear of the unknown. Teacher, what should we do? Even Ancient One was at a loss, let alone her students. Regardless of its purpose, it is bound to change the established time curve. Although we can't change this mighty force, we can make the most adequate preparations to respond to any eventual changes in fate that may break out. Facing the unknown inventory, Ancient One chose the safest strategy. Just as the world's major organizations are responding, the video inventory begins. Killer, one of the two oldest occupations. His existence represents history and the limit of human beings. However, in this profession, a small group of monsters beyond common sense and beyond the limit appeared. In this video, the inventory is this kind of existence. Why is it a killer? If it was those philanthropists, I think it would be more popular. After Helen was astonished, in order to cover up her confusion, she casually said what was in her heart. Be quiet, Helen. John reassured his wife. And Yi explained, killer is a special profession that walks on the brink of death. In order to complete the task, it often performs many feats beyond understanding. Therefore, the inventory of killers may be to inventory the extreme human beings. John agreed. Although he has retired, he is extremely curious about this video, especially to see how much better the top killer in the world can be than him. At this time, the colorful streamer of the sky evolved again, and gradually turned into a down and out, a homeless man holding a carrot. 10th in the world's top 10 killers. Carrot Killer. When the name of Carrot Killer appeared in the eyes of people all over the world, the whole world fell into a moment of dead silence, followed by earth-shattering laughter. The colorful streamer is all over the world, and all living beings can read without barriers. After doing so many wonders that are more magical than magic, the result is a tramp. Forget the homeless man, he's still a carrot-biting killer. Is there anything funnier in the world than this? Ha ha. Iron Man Tony Stark laughed miserably. He patted little Chili on the shoulder and laughed recklessly, this guy can play better than me, and he has played the whole world. No. It's so interesting, I'll do a wave in the future. Tony was so intrigued that he almost started to study the subject. Come on, Tony. Now the whole world is in uproar and chaos. Pepper reminds, if you don't want to be haunted by those endless politicians all day, then you do it. Tony shrugged. He is not afraid of scientific problems, nor is he afraid of any temptation, but is afraid of the nuisance of those politicians. He would rather face 10 Nobel-level problems than get involved with a politician. Asterisk. Chapter 003 Eat Carrots to Burst Seeds. Tony took Carrot Killer as a joke, and the other side didn't see it that way. League of Assassins. The Assassin League, also known as the Mutual Aid Society, abides by the creed of assassinate one person, save 1,000 people. At the moment, the boss of the Assassin League, Sloan, was standing beside the loom of fate with a group of so-called killer brothers, staring at a piece of code paper he had just copied down. Everyone carefully looked at the decryption results above. Smith. It should be him. Sloan looked at the others and said, this guy's name appeared on the loom just after being judged by that strange point of view. There must be a reason for his death. I'll go. Since he is on the list, he must die. The butcher rubbed the pig-killing knife in his hand, his expression extremely cold. This guy is very strong, let me go. Insecticide silently hides the pistol of its own making. Let me go. Gunsmith sneered, I will let people outside see that the so-called top 10 killers are just jokes in our mutual aid club. Be careful. To be held in such a grand manner, there must be something special about him. Sloan has always been the most cunning fox, never underestimating any threatening enemy. The gunsmith nodded. And on an aerospace carrier. Fury said grimly, I have an impression of this guy. Phil Coulson also echoed, "Yes, his name is in the file." Smith. Unorganized top killer. Proficient in firearms, fighting, stealth and other killing techniques, likes to eat carrots. S.H.I.E.L.D. once planned to recruit him, but for some reason he was paralyzed by himself, drinking and violent, and was finally excluded from the recruiting list. Hill, who made the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent level, read out the details of Carrot Killer Smith one by one at the first time. Wrong. After doing such a big move, and commenting on such a person, it shows that this guy is not simple. Fury is an old fox after all, so he quickly caught the anomaly. The facts also quickly confirmed the conjectures of old foxes such as Sloane and Fury. Just after the brief introduction to the current situation of Carrot Killer was completed, the streamers in the sky once again evolved into extremely vivid pictures. He even supported a pregnant woman, while a large group of armed gangsters were chasing and killing him. In the face of such a chasing lineup, let alone a top killer, even the top mercenary team has to avoid its edge. Not to mention a pregnant woman with limited mobility. However, this down-and-out Carrot Killer is like a beast wandering in the city. His speed is as erratic as a shadow, and his attacks are like a hungry beast. No one can catch his trail, and no one can resist his attack. Even the dense rain of bullets, even the strange ricochet, could not cause fatal damage to him. The only thing that can limit him is his teammates or his physical strength. Sure enough. He is human after all, and his physical strength is limited. Exhausted, he looked at the pregnant woman who was about to give birth because of fetal gas, slowly pulled out his treasured carrot, and took a big bite. Then he exploded. Exhausted to the extreme, he relied on a mouthful of carrots, and directly transformed from a beast metamorphosis into a death god. All parts of his body, all weapons around him, and even a carrot that he ate in his hand could be turned into deadly weapons. He exploded, like a death god, reaping the lives of all his pursuers. In the end, miraculously, all the pursuers were cleared. He is a killer who can explode seeds by eating carrots. Faced with this conclusion, everyone suddenly came over. Why does the video call Roar Smith the Carrot Killer? Install. John turned to Anyi and asked, "Can a carrot make a person so powerful? Does it have the same effect on me?" Anyi shook his head and replied, "I know what you mean, but I'm pretty sure it's just an ordinary carrot." Smith, the main character of The Killing. Anyi, who loved action movies in his previous life, naturally saw this wonderful killer movie. Just an ordinary carrot. The world is indeed full of wonders. John was full of sighs. Don't be envious. Anyi reminded, you don't have the ability that others don't have. That's true. John came over relieved. 7 years ago, when Anyi and John were only newcomers at the beginning, there was friction because they took on the same task. As a result, no one could do anything about the other. Instead, they met under the sympathy of each other. In the end, Anyi learned John's spear fighting skills, and Anyi taught John the first locked internal skill Tanafa. Then, Anyi had just crossed into this world, and in order to protect himself, he bound the tuna law early on. It is precisely because of this that he just knew that once he is bound, he must cool down for 3 years before he can draw the lottery again. Although the breathing method is a bad thing in the martial arts world, it can greatly improve physical fitness after practicing for a long time, and it can even prolong life if it is practiced to the great perfection. Whether John has extended his life, Anyi doesn't know. But the John in front of him is definitely much stronger than the original. Right at the moment, the light curtain in the sky changed again. Because this is not just a video review. Award. This is the purpose of the video inventory, and it is also the most moving part. Rewards begin. Please choose one of the following for the 10th place. 1 Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. 2 carrots that can never be eaten. 3 10 million general currency. Everyone in the world saw this reward and was happy. What kind of person, with what kind of reward? Hit a stick, and then give me a sweet date. Smith smiled wryly. The exposure of video inventory will bring countless troubles and even disasters to his life, causing him to be extremely resistant to video inventory. But now, he was curious again. So ever. He clicked on the first reward, asterisk. Chapter 004 Paranoia. First reward. Desert Eagle, Infinite Bullet Series, Absolute Law System, ignoring physical laws such as heat, wear, bullets, etc. After reading the explanation behind, Carrot Killer Smith couldn't close his mouth for a long time. But being obsessed with carrots, he was still curious and clicked on the second reward. Magical carrots, no matter how much is left over, as long as there is a little bit left, the rest will automatically grow back within 10 seconds. Side note, this carrot is far more nutritious than the Blue Star species. Seeing this, Smith didn't even think about it, and directly chose the second reward. As for the third reward that he hadn't finished yet, he completely ignored it. When the combat power reaches his level, the temptation of money is already low enough to be dispensable, and it is strange that he will care. I'd like to see how you actually deliver the carrots too. Before Smith could finish speaking, a group of colorful brilliance appeared in front of him. The colorful brilliance gradually receded, revealing the body inside. A carrot. Smith foolishly grabbed the carrot suspended in mid-air and took a habit of taking a bite. Familiar taste. Wonderful taste. But the next moment, a sense of power that almost exploded in an instant, filled almost every corner of Smith's body. And the piece that was just gnawed off also grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is powerful. Smith's eyes glowed. Suddenly, he felt that with this carrot, he might be able to compete for the top spots. Congratulations to the world's 10th killer for choosing the never-ending carrot. As soon as the reward comes out, the chain reaction comes out. Haha, Carrot Killer, you really deserve to be a carrot maniac. Is this guy a fool? The other two options can all make him retire directly. Desert Eagle, which can shoot infinite bullets, does such a strange thing really exist? If it is a normal person, it will basically choose the first or third one, but unfortunately this killer is not normal. Amid the tumultuous noise, the forces of all parties began to act. League of Assassins. Gunsmith, butchers, pesticides, etc., who were still boasting before, all shrunk. Facing this very rational top killer, they feel ridiculous. But they still have nothing to refute. So paranoid, it's no wonder that he will become the top 10 killers. After Sloan finally stabilized his emotions, he said, "You guys, let's shoot together." Such an opponent must never give him any chance to escape. Yes. As ordered. The butcher, the pesticide, the gunsmith, and others suppressed the irritability in their hearts and clenched their teeth. Fox, codenamed Firefox, leaned against a stone pillar on one side and said casually, "I only hope that the next 9 will not appear on the loom of fate." The atmosphere in the audience solidified again. A villa in the mountains. Alexander Pears, former director of SHIELD, put the file down gently. "We seem to have recruited him, but it seems to have failed." Pierce didn't look back, as if asking, but gave the answer himself. "Yes. Our special operations team once invited him and was turned down." Crossbones replied quickly, "We hunted him down in order to keep secrets, but all of them were easily resolved by him. And after escaping from our hunt, he disappeared without a trace, unexpectedly using the identity of a wanderer. As a cover. Let's recruit again. If he refuses, do it clean." Pierce said quietly, "Remember, bring back that weird carrot. For him, it's just a killer, and S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra are many. Although this killer is very strong, Hydra's goal is always world hegemony and transcendental realm. Naturally, he doesn't care much about killers like Smith who are still in the realm of mortals. Perhaps in his eyes, it is an appreciation for Smith to join Hydra. Yes. If they still fail, then I'll do it myself. Crossbones began posting missions, picking members of the operation. In view of the lessons of the previous failure, the team he selected this time can be called the elite of the elite, and even in Hydra, he has a terrible prestige. Because they have a name. Expendables. His fate has really changed. Ancient One looked at the long period of time when the number of branches suddenly increased, and there was an indescribable depression in his heart. Each time branch represents a possibility. The intersection and collision of time branches will lead to new variables. Such a deduction will produce many unpredictable horrors. So Ancient One knows that many disasters will happen, but selectively forgets it. Mordo frowned and asked, "Teacher, shall we turn everything back on track?" Twist. Ancient One asked, "By force?" Mordo asked back, "Appropriate force can correct some mistakes that shouldn't have occurred. You leave this truth to us." "That's not what I meant." Ancient One pointed to the still existing sky and asked, "You, or we, have the ability to stop it? Do you have the ability to change what already exists?" Mordo fell silent. The existence of the sky makes even Ancient One feel powerless, let alone him. Perhaps. The changes that are happening now are good changes. Ancient One suddenly laughed. Mordo wanted to speak, but suddenly remembered Smith desperately protecting the pregnant woman he didn't know, and all of Smith's insistence. Existence is the truth. We can't blindly deny new changes, maybe this one in the sky is the same as us. The words of Ancient One gradually relieved everyone's heartache. At this time, the light curtain in the sky changed drastically again, and the 9th-ranked killer was about to appear. Asterisk. Chapter 005 Ghost in the Killer. The sky changed dramatically again, and the colorful streamers regrouped. The 9th of the world's top 10 killers. Ghost. Some people make people laugh when their names come out. But for some people, the name alone can shock countless people. A bald head with a handsome but not very burly figure appeared in the light curtain. Ghost, as its name suggests, kills invisible, and all decked ents are judged to be accidental deaths. Except for the top member of his organization, no one knows his existence. He is the ghost of the killer world, the Yellow Springs guide in the dark. With the introduction of the light curtain, the super villa of the big drug lord appeared in everyone's eyes. The first thing that catches everyone's eyes is a luxurious indoor swimming pool. Luxurious. Strict. This is the first feeling of all viewers. Because of this big drug lord who is afraid of death, he used his sinful money to cultivate a super strong bodyguard team with a size of more than 30 people and equipped with heavy weapons. The top bodyguards, war-level weapons and equipment, and the latest high-tech surveillance methods control almost every corner of the entire mansion. Even the swimming pool used for relaxation is patrolled by elite bodyguards every 3 minutes. Even the presidential palace does not have such a strict defense system. At this time, the drug lord started enjoying his private swimming pool in front of more than 6 billion people around the world. The big drug lord jumped into the water in a pose he thought was beautiful and started his swim. Tisk tisk, these drug dealers will really enjoy it. If I had the money, I would build such a big swimming pool at home. Although those maids are well trained, there are no bikini beauties. Bad review. With such a strict defense system, it's a strange thing to be able to assassinate people. I suspect that if you can't even get in the door, the killer will be beaten into a hornet's nest. In the midst of the noise and doubts all over the world, the big drug lord suddenly found that his favorite limited edition diamond watch fell at the bottom of the swimming pool. That location happens to be the blind spot of the light, which is relatively dark. As a result, the diamond watch is even more shining. My things, I definitely have to get them back. The big drug lord hesitated for a moment, and reached out his hand to pick it up. But at the moment, a pair of dark hands suddenly stretched out in the darkness, directly locking him. This sudden scene terrified countless viewers. But no one cares. Because the locked drug lord struggled desperately, trying to get back to the surface. It's a pity how terrifying the power of these big hands is, and how tricky the locked position is. It is precisely the weak point where he can't exert force. Gradually, the big drug lord drowned. It was also at the moment that the elite bodyguards who were patrolling saw the big drug lord, who had stopped, showing hesitation. But the drug lord, who had lost consciousness, waved his arms again and continued to swim. As if nothing had happened just now. Such a bizarre scene sent chills down the backs of countless people, especially those who have swimming pools at home. When the elite bodyguards on patrol left, the big drug lord just happened to swim to the other side of the pool. Out of the water, Ghost in a black diving suit emerged from the water in front of countless people. He quickly left the swimming pool, took off his black diving suit at great speed, and threw it into the cleaner's trash can, while also changing into the chef's outfit that had been prepared earlier. What? Screaming. The servant finds the drowning drug lord. Next moment, the siren blared. Ghost had already come to the kitchen, walked towards the garbage cleaning area in a panic, and left the villa in a grand manner. In the end, he was on the way to evacuate, and even the time of the passing ships was accurate, so he jumped over the bridge to get away and erased all traces of himself. From the beginning to the end, those top drug lord bodyguards didn't even know there was someone like him, and they all thought that the big drug lord's drowning was just an accident. Such means. Immediately, the whole world erupted. Hell's Kitchen. As the underground emperor, Jinbing watched Ghost's perfect performance with admiration. In the end, Jinbing said, "This guy is a natural killer and the talent we need most." The bullseye behind Jinbing echoed, "His strength is indeed very strong, and he can help us deal with a lot of invisible enemies. Find him, then, invite him. With the greatest sincerity. Gold and make a promise." Yes. Bullseye knew it had a competitor. But he did not attack on the spot, but carefully suppressed the jealousy in his heart. After all, in his eyes, no matter how strong Ghost is, it can't compare to himself who has stepped into the supernatural realm. After all, in his eyes, no matter how strong Ghost was, it couldn't compare to that terrifying woman, who was his real competitor. In a military base. As the commander of the base, General Ross, who was the commander of the base, carefully read the information just sent by the intelligence personnel. So Arthur is Ghost. This child was once my hope. General Thunderbolt said regretfully, "He was one of the Super Soldier Reserve members in my heart back then, but now he has degenerated into a killer who violated the law. General, do you need to arrest him? I think it's time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to act. We can't be left behind." General Thunderbolt's left and right arms showed a positive attitude. "Arthur is the talent we try to cultivate. How can S.H.I.E.L.D. be poached? Go, get this lost child back." General Thunderbolt nodded. "What if he resists?" This question was very serious, and immediately stopped all the busy figures around. "If he resists, use force." General Thunderbolt reminded, "Remember, don't be like Hulk again. Those failed arrests are not only a lesson, but also a shame for us. It made us the laughing stock of other organizations. I hope you don't make mistakes again." Yes. The left and right arms knew that this was the last chance and dared not take it lightly. Asterisk. Chapter 006, the 9th place on the killer list, well deserved. This guy is awesome. And ye couldn't help but praise after watching Ghost's smooth movements. Although he knows the plot of The Mechanic, he still finds it shocking to watch it in a more vivid way in another environment. I'm not as good as him in terms of concealment. 9th on the killer list, well deserved. Even if he is as strong as John, he has to admit the horror of Ghost. And Yi actually suggested, this guy's name seems to be Arthur. If you have a chance, you can work with him. Do you know his whereabouts? In John's doubts, he brought a little more anticipation. And Yi didn't hide it, and said bluntly, although this guy is elusive, the general routine can still be grasped to some extent. Then I'll have to look forward to it. John knew that Yi never bragged, and if he dared to say it, he must have some confidence. But don't expect it. Arthur is good at calculating, and anyone can use it. And Yi reminded, if you don't want to be sold and help him count the money, it's best not to be friends with him. No way. John was surprised. Just wait and see. And Yi pointed to the sky. At the moment, the light curtain in the sky changed again. This time it was Ghost Arthur who received a secret order from the highest level of the organization, asking him to eliminate the traitors in the organization. The most difficult thing for Ghost to accept is that this traitor is his old friend who has been his partner for many years. Assassination of an old man with disabled legs is not difficult, right? I don't know what to show. It's very simple on the surface, but it's actually very difficult. After all, the old man is an internal staff member of the killer organization, and he is surrounded by killers. The difficulty of assassination is not lower than that of the big drug lord. I want to see how Ghost quietly completes the assassination in the killer organization this time. This is the opinion of many insiders. Many viewers who are also killers are either watching a good show or taking a learning attitude, waiting for further evolution. But Ghost once again refreshed everyone's cognition. Because he didn't have to do it himself this time, he just used the close relationship between the two to let the old man think that he was about to be cleaned up by leaking part of the assassination information. Then the old man followed Ghost's instructions, through a series of mysterious operations, perfectly avoiding all surveillance, and came to the underground parking lot. An old man in a wheelchair. It can even disappear under the eyes of many killers. This wave of magical operations made everyone stunned. However, here comes a 180-degree turn in the plot. Just when everyone thought that Ghost would not perform the mission and rescue the old man for the sake of friendship, Ghost appeared directly in the parking lot. The old man who came to the parking lot after a lot of hard work was not waiting for the expected response, but the ruthless bullet of an old friend. Then, after Ghost disguised the scene as a robbery and murder, he quietly escaped again. Uproar. The world is in an uproar. After watching this cruel scene, John couldn't help but sigh, "You're right, this person can't be a friend." Then he added, "After so many years of cooperation, I can more or less understand the character of the old partner." But he killed the killer without investigating it clearly. It shows how cold this person's nature is. Go ahead and watch. And Yi smiled, "You'll be more shocked later." Besides, John was already wary of calculating peers like Ghost. And in Yi's words, doesn't it mean that there are more cold people behind? The story is as Yi said. A third story about Ghost appeared. Ghost finds out that the old guy isn't a mole at all, just an internal purge of the organization. Meanwhile, the old man's gangster son, Steve, is back. Steve wanted to avenge his father, so begged Ghost to train him. As a result, Ghost trained Steve into a terrifying killer in just 3 months. But at the same time, their actions were also discovered by the organization, and they were encircled and suppressed. After completing the counterkill, Steve coincidentally found his father's personal pistol in Ghost's workshop, and only then did he know that the one who killed his father was Ghost. Steve cooperated with Ghost, sweeping the entire killer organization with the attitude of sweeping leaves in the autumn wind. Then, While evacuating, Steve creates a car explosion that kills Ghost. Ha ha ha, is this the so-called top 10 killers? Killed by the apprentice I taught myself, this wave of operations is very good. Teaching the apprentice to die the master, the ancients will not deceive me. Countless spectators watched with joy. It's a collective joy. Obviously, Ghost's previous operation to kill his old buddy lost a lot of popularity. But the story isn't over yet. Steve, who killed his master Ghost, happily went back to receive Ghost's legacy. Especially Ghost's retro sports car. Result: Steve found the warning note Ghost had left in advance while evacuating. But Steve didn't care. Boom. The moment he started the car, this extremely valuable retro sports car exploded. The sky-high flames devoured Steve directly. And Ghost, who was in control of everything from beginning to end, also showed a cold smile behind the scenes. The slap came so fast. The person who was still yelling and mocking Ghost before now had a burning pain in his face. After calculating the father, let's calculate the son. Make the best use of all available resources. His skills, his calculations, and his ruthlessness are all examples of the killer world. The final summary of the video inventory gave Ghost great praise. Kim was silent. No more invitations. General Thunderbolt also flinched. He didn't want members like Ghost to spoil the atmosphere inside, and finally stopped the pursuit. Other organizations have also interrupted various tracking activities. However, the most exciting reward session begins, asterisk. Chapter 007 Ghost wearing a magic mask. Rewards begin. Please choose one of the following for the 9th in the killer list. 1 invisibility cloak. 2 magic mask. 3 50 million general currency. Ghost, who is isolated from the world on the island, has long been waiting for the reward link to appear. When he saw his image being criticized, he knew that his exposure was inevitable. So the magical prize is his last expectation. He quickly clicked on the first reward. Invisibility cloak, magic prop, can isolate weak factors such as sight, body temperature, body odor, heartbeat, etc., and integrate with the surrounding environment. Notes: immovable while disguised. Seeing this, Ghost's heart was beating rapidly. With this thing, Ghost will live up to its name. But he still held back his desire and looked at the second reward. Magic masks, magic props made of human skin, can be disguised as the body and appearance of a contact person, regardless of gender. They are exactly the same. Note: only one person can be disguised every 24 hours, the weight of the disguised object cannot be too different from the wearer. The two choices were artifacts for Ghost, making it difficult for him to choose for a while. But thinking of his current situation, he still struggled to choose the second reward. Congratulations to the 9th killer, Ghost, for choosing a magic mask. Seeing Ghost's choice, the previously retreating organization started to get restless again. Although Ghost is paired with a magic mask, it is even more powerful, and the difficulty of tracking has skyrocketed exponentially. Although the repeated turns and continuous slaps in the face put a lot of pressure on their faces and hearts at the same time. But the temptation of extraordinary objects makes them very motivated. Smart choice. After seeing Ghost's choice of a magic mask, and ye applauded again, it seems that I really need to pay more attention to Arthur. For ordinary people, the effect of the invisibility cloak is even more terrifying. But for those who have experience, especially the special sensibility, the effect of the invisibility cloak is useless. And the magic mask can even disguise the body, so Ghost is like a weakened version of Mystique. When the two are superimposed, the threat level is more than doubled. We may not have the chance to meet. John smiled and didn't take up the subject. Then don't talk about Arthur. And Yi spreads his hands. I'm more curious about the killer behind. After all, the first two are so powerful, and I don't know how sturdy the 8th will be. John said, taking another sip of beer. Retired life, he no longer needs to control his diet, much more casual than before. And Yi suggested, let's guess who the eighth is. Sure. Without thinking, John said, I think number 8 is the viper-like woman. You mean Black Widow? As a result, and Yi all shook his head. John questioned, this woman is about the same age as me, but her figure and appearance seem to have stayed around 20 years old, coupled with the powerful ability to resist being beaten, and the self-healing speed far exceeding ordinary people, this is not a normal human being. Category. I know. And her strongest is not what you said, but the power she can use. And Yi said without hesitation, she is backed by a huge S.H.I.E.L.D, which can make her technology and ability infinitely magnified, to the point where one person can subvert a country. Then you. John stopped because he thought of a reason. She's the agent. S.H.I.E.L.D's ace agent. And Yi shook his head and said, since she joined S.H.I.E.L.D, she is not a pure killer anymore since she has to declare and review even killing individuals. Black Widow's problem is of the same nature as Hawkeye. Hawkeye can obviously become the top and most terrifying killer, but unfortunately he is a veritable agent, and no one has ever regarded him as a killer. Pity. John smiled, but this situation is a bit like me. Both are top killers. But one is retiring and one is changing careers. The results are likely to be off the list. What? And Yi suddenly made a surprised voice. If it's just Black Widow, and Yi thinks she has a half chance of being excluded. But juxtaposed with John, that's where it gets interesting. After all, in the future, John may reappear, so how does this count? What's wrong? John was a little puzzled by An Yi's surprise. Nothing. An Yi laughed, I suddenly felt that both you and her could be on the list. It's impossible, I'm retired. Besides, Helen already has my angel, no matter what, I won't venture out. John knows his situation well. An Yi didn't say much. He had reminded John and Helen several times before to have regular checkups. And they did, and the results were all healthy. Even John, who had been injured in multiple places, became more and more healthy because of his spiritual practice. So An Yi chose to stop. After all, there are some things that should be reminded. Saying too much will provoke people's disgust. Tell me your guess. John continued on the previous topic. An Yi guessed, I think the 8th place is either the living old man in Damocles, or the traitor from the Mutual Aid Society. Damocles, the top killer group in the Killers of the Polar Line, also known as the Return of the Cold. It is also an organization served by Black Caesar. As for the traitor, he refers to Cross, the father of Wesley, the hero of the Assassin League. Then I'll wait and see. John still stands by his judgment. Exactly at the moment. The world's 8th killer appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 008 Black Caesar, a living legend. The familiar colorful streamer changed, and everyone immediately refocused. A one-eyed middle-aged man with silver light in his hair appeared in the eyes of everyone in the world. 8th of the world's top 10 killers. Black Caesar. Black Caesar's face instantly darkened when he saw that he was on the list. It's just that when he remembered that there was a reward at the end, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Even involuntarily touched the tortured left eye. No matter what. The killer world is a youth meal, and the requirements for physical fitness are almost harsh. How can an old killer who is nearly half 100 years old and physically exhausted can be respected? And Black Caesar's temperament is a little melancholy, and it doesn't seem to be hurtful. Not to mention he only has one eye. Is this old man so fierce? Is this video inventory made by the wrong person? I feel like I can beat this old man 3 times by myself. It's just that the homeless man before. After all, he looks quite strong, but this old man doesn't look like he can kill anyone. Although there have been a lot of slaps in the face, there are still many people who doubt the strength of Black Caesar. At this time, the light curtain starts rendering. He is the Caesar of the killer world. He is a living legend in the killer world. All idiots who think his glory is over will surely pay a painful price. The appearance of the subtitles is accompanied by the process of Black Caesar's last single mission. Under the guise of noise, the target person is drawn out and then brutally nailed to the wall. In particular, the nail in the crotch instantly made the undersides of countless watching men feel cold. Nothing fancy. Everything is calculated. And Black Caesar, who noticed that the organization was abnormal, not only used this mission to determine the truth, but also took the opportunity to organize a wave. The whole process is smooth, and it is very refreshing to watch. But it's not over yet. The second wave of face slaps continued. The angered Damocles organization dispatched a top team specializing in assassinating various retired old killers. After the team peeled off Black Caesar's nesting dolls one by one, they finally determined the hiding place of Black Caesar. Seduction, sniping, tactical siege, etc., a set of serial poisoning schemes. The result brought out the horror of Black Caesar. In particular, Black Caesar used psychological tactics to make the hostile female bandit leader let out a sigh of heat because of his nervousness, and finally determined the position of the female bandit leader. This classic scene makes people see that roar can't suck. Assassination technology has reached such a state, it is unsurpassed. Try not to be afraid. Being afraid of making mistakes. Did you hear that? Try not to be afraid. Obviously it is a very ordinary word, but in the mouth of Black Caesar, it has become a declaration of death god. And Black Caesar's impeccable figure also penetrated deeply into the vision of many large organizations. Damocles is stupid to offend such a horrible person for a little money. How brilliant Damocles was back then, but now it's almost gone. It turned out to be because of Black Caesar. I can't even manage my own money. I'm so incompetent that I can be the leader of the organization. It's a strange thing that Damocles can't be destroyed. Among the countless cynics, all of them are looking forward to the next performance. Even if they already know the result, the expectations are already full. As for Enyi and them, John admits defeat. You guessed it right, I lost. Hey. Enyi is a little smug. John asked, I'm willing to admit defeat, tell me, what do you want? Bet, of course there are bets. The bet they made just now was the loser, to meet a small request from the other party. They are all people who know each other well, and they all know that the other party will not make excessive demands, or even force others to be difficult, so they are very relieved to play. Be Sky's spear instructor. Enyi was also polite, and directly told his daughter Sky's little wishes. No problem. John also likes little Sky, and naturally he won't refuse. But John still reminded, Sky is only 11 years old now, which makes her learn guns, isn't it a little early? It's late. Enyi replied, it is better to control some technologies that can save lives in advance. That's up to you. You, a father, don't care, so I don't worry. John would love to have more time with little Sky. What? Helen's startled roar and almost made John go wild. It turned out that Helen was horrified when she saw the bloody scene of Black Caesar being tortured. At the moment, the story in the Skylight Curtain has reached its cruelest stage. In order to save his little girlfriend, Black Caesar found an old friend who had worked with him for many years, but the old friend poisoned him in the wine and sold him to the organization. The Damocles organization, which was devastated by Black Caesar, naturally vented its full force to Black Caesar. An inhumane torture was carried out in front of the whole world. Starvation, beatings, cuts, poisonous corrosion, this is the regular rhythm. There are different tricks every day for nailing nails, iron tongs for meat, knives piercing the nostrils, gouging eyes, etc. 4 days. Black Caesar was tortured for 4 days. Not to mention that Black Caesar is nearly half 100 years old, even the strongest warrior can't stand it for 2 days. Even hard-hearted people couldn't bear to continue watching. If it were me, I would have killed myself long ago. This old guy is simply a monster, and he hasn't died on the 4th day. This vitality alone is eligible to enter the top 10 killers list. That fat man is really disgusting. He was the one who screwed up, but he passed all the faults on to Black Caesar. Anger is the only point of global resonance at the moment. Fortunately, this anger was quickly vented. Asterisk. Chapter 009 Single-handed, One-Man Army. 4th day. It was also the last day that Black Caesar was about to be executed. Black Caesar, who had already fallen in a pool of blood, had not given up. He actually dug out a piece of metal from a bloody wound near his rib. This is his old injury. It has always been hidden in the body. Every time that part is touched, it will produce a pain like cutting flesh, but he abruptly turned this pain into a daily rhythm, almost numb. In this desperate situation, this piece of debris has become his life-saving straw. Black Caesar pried the shackles with shards. Immediately after. In this way, he dragged his blood-covered, almost dying body, and forcibly cut a bloody path through the dungeon full of killers. How is this possible? Is he a man or a monster? After being tortured by that disgusting fat man for 3 days and 3 nights, he was able to kill so many enemies. Is he really human? Is this Black Caesar, like Captain America, a monster that has undergone experiments and metamorphosis? Otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. There are still people who don't believe that Black Caesar can do all this. Even Smith and Ghost, who are also the top 10 killers, find it unbelievable. Fortunately, he's old. After suffering such a serious injury, I'm afraid he will have to recuperate for a long time. At that time, his little girlfriend may have grown grass on the grave. Black Caesar is fierce, but unfortunately he is only one person and can't save his own people. Manpower has a limit after all. In the midst of countless regrets, Black Caesar, who insisted on revenge, was exposed. Black Caesar, who had only rested for a day, didn't care about his injuries, ignored the persuasion of his partner, and insisted on bringing a weapon to the rescue. Liang. His call time was too long, and the other party grabbed his tail. This wave has no solution. An old remnant soldier is surrounded and suppressed by a large group of elite killers, and the odds of winning are almost zero. Why is Black Caesar so stubborn? It's obvious that he can hide and take revenge after the injury is healed. Now it's just a death sentence. It's a pity that such a smart person made such a stupid choice, and it was in vain that I regarded him as an idol just now. Black Caesar's stubborn choice instantly lowered his rating in the public. But at the same time, it won the favor of more women. At this time, killers have surrounded him. When the sexy and beautiful contact Vivian came out of the crowd, what everyone saw was not amazement, but despair. Have I been on the phone too long? Saying this in the mouth of a killer legend who never makes mistakes gives a strong sense of heroic decline. 47 seconds. It seems that when people are old, they will indeed become dull. Yeah, it's pathetic. The response of Vivian and Black Caesar made this emotion to the extreme. The next moment, Black Caesar's words took a 180-degree turn. Vivian, I know they gave you a lot of money to betray me. But considering the friendship in the past, I will still give you a chance to leave here alive. Laugh. Crazy laugh. Not only the group of killers who had blocked Black Caesar's way out, but even the old partner Vivian showed a bitter smile. You're getting emotional. A simple sentence, full of deep regret inside and out. Negotiations failed. Vivian turned away. And the group of elite killers also began to target Black Caesar. For them, Black Caesar, who doesn't even have weapons, is already meat on the chopping block, and they can play whatever they want. However, Black Caesar put down his cigarette butts and slowly raised his hands towards the approaching killers. Make a fist. A strange sound rang out. Open. 8 green laser beams irradiated in the past, and the fully automatic anti-armor machine gun locked by the laser instantly shot ruthless bullets. The killers who hadn't reacted at all were instantly beaten into a hornet's nest. Just 10 seconds. A mere 10 seconds. The fully automatic anti-armor machine gun with 5,000 rounds per minute tilted out 500 rounds of bullets in just 10 minutes, and 2 were 1,000 rounds. Indiscriminate, all-round sweep. Let no one escape the scene. People all over the world were dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. But the magicians of Camartage are exceptions. Mordu looked at Black Caesar again, and couldn't help sighing, "Teacher, he looks like Caecilius." "Looks alike, but not the same person. Caecilius has betrayed the order and took refuge in Dormammu, pure darkness. But this Black Caesar still has a lot of human brilliance hidden in his ruthlessness." In the end, Ancient One ended with a heavy sigh. After all, Caecilius used to be her very promising student. He failed the teacher's expectations. Mordu said angrily. "I didn't teach him well. Or rather, I don't have an example of a good teacher." Ancient One actually took the miss on himself. It's none of the teacher's business, it's purely his ambition. Mordu vowed, "If there is a chance, I will make this traitor pay the price." Ancient One didn't answer. She was looking at the void light curtain on the surface, but her real mind didn't know where to go. The attitude on the magic side is relatively otherworldly. Hydra's response is relatively straightforward. Find him. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Pierce growled, "Black Caesar is a natural winter warrior, and if he can't even take the super soldier potion, then no one else in the world can." Crossbones replied embarrassedly, "But we have dispatched most of our elite forces to capture carrots and ghosts. Then use the reserve power. The Winter Soldier, and the rewards for these 3 killers, will take us a big step closer to our goal." Pierce said firmly, "If the strength is not enough, just go and borrow someone from those idiots, and we can share the research results afterward." "Okay." Crossbones then asked, "But such frequent dispatches may expose our existence." "Fine. I can cover this up for a while, you just let it go." Pierce first gave the Crossbones a deal to reassure him. Yes. Crossbones had no other concerns and let go. Asterisk. Chapter 010 Mode Switch, Start Quiz Game. In the aerospace carrier. Pity. Hill didn't know whether he was regretting Black Caesar's bad deeds, or whether he felt that Black Caesar was an enemy, and shook his head. Phil Coulson suggested, "Director, I suggest to take Black Caesar." Oh. Although Fury had the same thought in his heart, he would not reveal it easily. Although Black Caesar has a lot of criminal records, none of it is a problem for us. We can give him a whole new identity and become one of us. With his participation, our strength will become stronger, and it will be easier to deal with criminals with extraordinary abilities. Phil Coulson analyzes in good order. Fury shook his head and said, "People like him, after this lesson, will not easily join other organizations. Try it. There's nothing to lose if you fail anyway." Phil Coulson then added, "But once it's successful, not only will we have a top-notch combat power, but we can also take the opportunity to study the rewards he gets." Fury's eyes widened. Even Hill, who is very principled, has loosened up in this regard. At this time, Black Caesar has killed the fat leader of the Damocles organization and rescued his little girlfriend. The original story ends here. But after the little girlfriend woke up, she revealed the truth of her identity, which evolved into a follow-up episode. However, the video inventory did not play this episode, but directly entered the reward link. Although he is no longer at the peak, he is still a legend in the killer world. Although he is single-handedly, he is an army. Rewards begin. Please choose one of the following for the 8th place. 1. Healthy body. 2. Space weapon box. 3.100 million general currency. After Black Caesar watched the first reward, he directly ignored the last two. Because a healthy body, including his blind eye, includes countless dark diseases hidden in the body. Determine the reward. A group of colorful brilliance immediately appeared in front of Black Caesar. Black Caesar instinctively touched it with his fingertips, and as a result, the light group turned into a streamer, drilled into his body along his fingers, and integrated into his limbs. Comfortable. A feeling of detachment so comfortable that the soul almost made Black Caesar cry out. Then he felt itchy left eye. He immediately took off the blindfold, and the familiar light reappeared in his left eye. At the same time, he felt extremely relaxed in his body. The sluggish roar breathing, the body that was easily tired, and the unexplainable pain all disappeared, replaced by a sense of strength returning to the prime of life. This feeling. Black Caesar moved his bones and made a crackling sound. He laughed. He suddenly felt that the worry just now was pure nonsense. This opportunity to restore the body to the prime of life is definitely the dream of countless rich people. Congratulations to Black Caesar, the world's 8th killer, for choosing a healthy body. Sound body, tisk tisk, this horror is the most wanted reward for all terminally ill patients and disabled people. Undoubtedly the first choice, only fools will choose other. That space weapon box is at best to increase combat power, but a healthy body can be healthy and longevity. Black Caesar's eyes have returned to light. What a miraculous power this is. Why isn't this opportunity given to me? I'm willing to exchange all my net worth. This is a no suspense answer. It's just that Black Caesar's recovery, especially the recovery of his left eye, and his body back to his prime, made countless people look at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. As a result, even those consortiums and aristocratic families began to think about rewards. But the video inventory played a trick. This video inventory has come to an end for the time being, and the next is the time for question and answer with prizes. Start selecting contestants. The first contestant came first. Tony Stark. Just now, not only Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. and other super organizations were attracted to Black Caesar, but also the famous Tony. This guy is very handsome. If these 3 guys are hired as bodyguards, I don't have to wear mecha all day. Tony lay lazily on the beach chair, while enjoying the beauty's massage service. He suggested, "Little Pepper, do you think we have a chance?" "No. Every one of them is a rebellious criminal, don't think about it." The Little Pepper ruthlessly denied it. Black Widow, who was disguised as a secretary, just came over and handed a document to Pepper to sign. After Chili Pepper readily signed, he found that Tony was looking straight at Black Widow. "Don't beat her mind," the Little Pepper warned in dissatisfaction. "Wrong. I think there's something wrong with her." Tony frowned, as if recalling something. These kinds of excuses are outdated. Chili Pepper was familiar with Tony's way of picking up girls, and thought his old ailments were starting to strike again. Tony wanted to speak. But he found that the light curtain in the sky didn't seem to stop, and he couldn't help but concentrate. Available at the moment. His body suddenly disappeared. Tony. Tony. Pepper was gone in the blink of an eye, and Tony immediately shouted in shock. Happy came quickly, and Black Widow threw away the documents and ran over. Too bad no one could find Tony. The scene was chaotic. In front of the Wix barbecue. Pop quiz. Seeing the transformation of the void light curtain, and ye couldn't help but think, Could it be that the next question and answer will be related to the world's top 10 killers? I think it's possible. John agreed. Although I'm looking forward to it. Install. When John turned his head, Enyi was gone. Enyi, who was supposed to be sitting beside him drinking and eating meat, disappeared from the world as if he had never been there. John immediately put his hands on the chair that Enyi had just sat on. The temperature is still there. The temperature almost did not disappear, indicating that N disappeared instantly. Could he? John looked up to the sky involuntarily. Really? The figures of Enyi and Tony both appeared in the void light curtain. Asterisk. Chapter 011 Heaven and Earth are big, Father is the biggest. First contestant, Tony Stark. Second contestant, Enyi. Third contestant, Phil Coulson. The fourth contestant, Sloane. Most people in the world cast envious eyes on the 4 people in the light curtain. Because this is a quiz. Even if you can't draw extraordinary items, you can get tens of millions of general coins, that's a big luck. So many people begin to analyze why they were chosen, not themselves. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. S.H.I.E.L.D also panicked inside. No warning, no resistance. All the surveillance and defense systems of the aerospace carrier are like decorations, and Phil Coulson was directly teleported away in front of us. Fury worried, this also means that the surreal power that suddenly appeared can take away the people he designated at will. Director, I don't think now is the time to worry about this. Pointing to Phil Coulson in the light curtain, Hill reminded, I think now we should do everything possible to get in touch with Phil Coulson and help him win the quiz. You are right. But we still have to find out the information of the other 3. Fury then added, Tony doesn't have to, he has Natasha Romanoff over there watching, no matter what prize he gets, we all have a chance. Hill agrees. Also a woman, Hill is extremely trusting in Black Widow's ability. Community school. A group of students are pointing to the sky. It's Mr. Stark. He was chosen. The way the bald head looks like a good talker changed my image of the bald head. Yeah, the bald accomplice in Hell's Kitchen is going to die, but this bald head is more kind than the teacher. The rich man, the bald head, and the old man and the uncle, what a strange combination of competition, is it really randomly selected? Speaking of which, that uncle is quite handsome, don't you think? The emotions of the students are very high, even if the teachers and the principal are around, they go their own way. Dad. Little Sky, who was working as a volunteer, saw Enyi appearing in the light curtain, and roar opened in surprise. She didn't care about any punishment, she threw away the tools and ran home. Sky. What are you going to do? Seeing this, the sharp-eyed principal hurriedly called out loudly. Go home. Little Sky grabbed an unlocked bike and rushed back. Heaven and earth are big. Dad is the biggest. Don't look at the fact that Little Sky is often invited by his parents, and he makes Enyi wave from time to time. But once there is a problem, Little Sky has only Enyi, an unprofessional father in his heart. And at the moment, Enyi has adapted. The other 3 who were selected were still standing in the light curtain with a dazed expression. I was still in the company just now, and now I come to this ghost place. Is it space teleportation technology? Tony, a technophile, began to analyze everything in front of him. Sight, touch, smell, etc. are still clear. This is not a virtual world, but a real space. I suspect it's a separate space that's been carved out. Tony's last words moved the other 2. After Enyi was in a trance just now, he has already adapted. He originally had Goldfinger and was very adaptable to any incomprehensible force. This is simply a means of creation. Only gods can do it. Phil Coulson and Sloane used words to convey their shock. Tony, let's work together. Phil Coulson is an elite agent after all, and begins to enter the state. After winning the game, reward us for research together, how about? Long time no see, Phil Coulson. Your advice is really good. Tony was proud, but not a fool. In an unknown environment, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Especially with Tony's current physical condition, those magical rewards are desperately needed. The living example of Black Caesar made Tony's almost desperate heart rejuvenate. Young man over there. Sloane actually invited, the two of them join forces, why don't we work together? And Yi shook his head directly. Tony said happily, cooperation is about trust. This is tantamount to public satire that Sloane and Yi are not related, and it is difficult to cooperate. Little Stark. When I met your father, you were not born yet. Sloane still wasn't angry. Oh. Tony looked at Sloane suspiciously. For some reason, the breath on Sloane's body made him very uncomfortable. He is a person who likes and hates clearly and disdains to hide his emotions, so his attitude towards Sloane just now has not been friendly. Tony, you have to be careful. He is the top controller of the top killer organization, and he has seen and mastered a lot of big shot information. Phil Coulson said something. It's just a simple introduction on the surface, but it hides murderous intentions. At least Tony looked at Sloane's eyes, from rejection just now, to vigilance. You restrain yourself a little. And Yi reminded, although we are all in the light curtain, I doubt that people all over the world can look at us like monkeys. It's fortunate that the old man stepped back behind the scenes for many years, otherwise you would have been miserable this time. Others are afraid of us.h.i.e.l.d, but the old man is not. Sloane looked at Phil Coulson calmly. Seemingly calm, but Phil Coulson felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and he felt uncomfortable. After all, Phil Coulson's revelation just now made Sloane's decades of disguise in vain. This question and answer is in the quick answer mode. The first correct answer is awarded 3 points, the second correct answer is awarded 2 points, the third correct answer is awarded 1 point. If the answer is wrong, 1 point will be deducted. If the score is insufficient, the participant's lifespan will be deducted for 1 year. The two contestants with the highest scores will be rewarded by the system. The original process was normal. But when everyone heard the final punishment, the collective color changed. Especially Sloane, he is so old, let alone 1 year of life, even 1 day of life is very precious. Asterisk. Chapter 012 Life is not enough, the body pays. Tangled. Each of the 4 contestants hesitated. Among them, Sloane was the most troubled, as uncomfortable as constipation. Tony pondered for a while, and actually asked, what if the lifespan is not enough? It will permanently reduce a function of the body. This answer is even more disturbing. Sloane quickly asked, which bodily function is it? It may be height, it may be vision, or it may be the length of a certain aspect, the system will randomly select it, no need for contestants to worry about it. Ghosts won't worry about it? Tony shuddered, unable to imagine what it would be like to shrink his size a few times. The faces of Sloane and the others were also extremely ugly. The quiz with prizes begins. As soon as the voice fell, a huge amounts of button appeared in front of the 4 of them. Everyone knew how to do it, but the nervousness spread quickly. First question. According to the original trajectory of fate, among the 3 major killers that have appeared so far, who will be the first to return to the arena? A. Killer Smith, B. Ghost Arthur, C. Black Caesar Duncan, D. All will not come back. It really has something to do with the video inventory. The same thought popped into everyone's mind at the same time. Although I don't know the purpose of this wave of quizzes, such quiz games have a great advantage for those who have huge intelligence. At this point, Tony couldn't help looking at Phil Coulson and Sloane. Both of them have huge organizations behind them. They have first-hand intelligence and are my strong competitors. Fortunately, I asked J.A.R.V.I.S to collect it in advance, and I know a lot. Tony's attention was only on Phil Coulson and Sloane, not Anyi at all. Not just Tony, but the other two as well. Bright. A burst of red light came on. It was Anyi who snapped the huge amounts of button and was the first to answer. This guy is so impulsive. Even I don't have much confidence, let alone ordinary people. It's also a good thing to have him help us rule out a choice first. Tony, Phil Coulson, and Sloane all looked at Anyi with odd looks. If they knew the answer, or analyzed a relatively large possibility, they would have answered it long ago. Where would it be Anyi's turn to answer first? I choose B, Ghost Arthur. Anyi's hesitation just now was just reviewing the question. The so-called re-emergence refers to the task again? Or appear in the public eye? According to the current trend, the three major killers who were exposed by video inventory and obtained extraordinary items will definitely be tracked, invited, and even assassinated by countless organizations, consortia, and noble families. They will not even have a chance to rest or retire. Then there is no possibility of a replay. Therefore, the core of this question must be the limitation of original fate trajectory. The original destiny? Isn't that the original plot development? The original development of the plot was that there was no second part of the killing and the killer of the extreme line. Instead, the mechanic had a sequel, and the plot in it was that Arthur was forced to come out again. So ever. Anyi chose B. If the answer is correct, 3 points will be awarded. It's actually me. Ghost Arthur, who was on vacation, was slightly stunned. But he was also smart, and soon realized that was the original trajectory of fate. I'm different now than I used to be. With this mask, I can have a new identity, a new beginning every day. As long as I don't want to, no one in this world can find me, even my closest relatives. Ghost smiled coldly, no longer taking it to heart. The parties do. The three of Tony quickly recovered from their stunned stares. They originally wanted to watch a good show and witness the effect of punishment by the way. Unexpectedly, Anyi directly gave them a suffocation kill. This guy is no ordinary person. Tony quickly became vigilant. Sloane didn't speak, but his eyes changed when he looked at Anyi, full of vigilance. Whether it's Tony or Sloane, the people who came to participate in the quiz are not ordinary people, which indirectly means that he is also a person with a certain identity. But there is no information about him in our s.h.i.e.l.d files. That's very problematic. While Phil Coulson was vigilant, his interest in Anyi's exploration became stronger. Hey. Hyuxi, a handsome guy. Tony called out to Anyi and asked, why are you sure the correct answer is B? Sloane asked, which organization are you representing? Don't ask me, I don't know either. I just think Ghost is the one who's actively causing trouble compared to the other two. What's more, I'm still young, and my lifespan should not be short. Even a short lifespan of a year is nothing, so I took a gamble. And you randomly found two relatively reasonable excuses to fool. As for whether the three of them believe it, it doesn't matter. You are lucky. Phil Coulson smiled and turned back. He didn't want to miss it again. Game rewards, he is bound to win. Now that Anyi has scored 3 points, he has a huge advantage. If he is not active, he may not even be eligible to continue the game. At this time, Tony thought of a very important question and asked, how many questions are there in this competition? Everyone, including Anyi, waited eagerly. How many contestants? There are as many questions. Please see the second question. After the system finishes answering, it goes directly to the second question and answer session. According to the original trajectory of fate, who of the following 4 people will assassinate Iron Man Tony? A. Carrot Killer Smith, B. Ghost Arthur, See Black Caesar Duncan, D. Whipso Yvonne asterisk. Chapter 013 I am young, I can afford to lose. No way. As soon as the question came out, Tony called out. He's Iron Man Tony, the openly admitted superhero. Even if there is no battle suit, his status as a top rich man and his close relationship with the military can all make countless killers retreat. Did not expect. Somebody dared to kill him. And judging from the inertia of the trivial things not to mention in the video inventory, this wave of assassinations looks quite dangerous. Phil Coulson ignored the startled Tony, and his head started frantically. First, rule out that Whiplash Yvonne, an unknown killer. It is impossible to assassinate him. Smith can do that for a pregnant woman, which shows that he has a conscience. It's the same with Black Caesar, unless Tony robs his girlfriend. Then it could be Ghost Arthur again. Phil Coulson was about to tap the giant button when the red light on Sloane's side came on first. I choose B, Ghost Arthur. Sloane looked smugly at Phil Coulson, who was stunned, and Tony, who was suspicious. If you can imagine it, so can I. In terms of my knowledge of the killer world, I am the most professional. Sloane was overjoyed. He had never heard of Yvonne Whiplash, so he directly regarded this guy as a nameless killer who made up the numbers. Other thoughts are similar to Phil Coulson. Therefore, the same judgment was made. But don't want to. They are the first to exclude the correct answer. As expected of the old fox of the Mutual Aid Society. Phil Coulson saw Sloane's insidiousness. Wrong answer. Those simple 4 words made Sloane, who thought he had the chance to win, instantly freeze his smile. Hey. Tony gloated and waited. Because the remaining lifespan of contestant Sloane is less than 1 year, the system randomly reduces a certain physical function of Sloane. As soon as the words fell, Sloane let out a tragic wailing. Sloane's fairly healthy body couldn't support it quickly, and he couldn't help falling down softly. Boss. President. The butcher, the gunsmith, and the others didn't know Sloane's true face yet, so they got angry for a while. Damn, I still can't contact the president. We can't sit and watch the president be tortured. Others are in a hurry. The Firefox Fox scolded coldly, even if you are so anxious here, you can't help the president. Fox, don't just talk nonsense. It's your business that you're not nervous, leave us alone. The president is already so old, I'm afraid he can't bear the second time. Gunsmiths, insecticides, and others have been with Sloane for a long time. For them, Sloane is not only as simple as the boss, but more or less like a master. The mysterious power of the sky has surpassed our understanding. What we have to do now is to find the best doctor and treat him as soon as possible when the president returns. In addition, we have to rebuild the intelligence system to prevent the same type of things from happening. Although Fox is the sexiest young killer in the Mutual Aid Club, he has the style of a general. Many times, when Sloane is absent, Fox's right to speak will be implicitly improved. Such a reminder. The Mutual Aid Association is really stable inside? And on the spot. Tony looked at Sloane, who was lying on the ground and had stopped screaming, and couldn't help but worry, "Old man, are you all right?" Sloane didn't answer, but he was able to brace himself. "You still have physical strength." Phil Coulson frowned. Sloane's performance just now, it is easy to make people feel Sloane cool. But now, he actually has the strength to regain his strength. This is weird. Pain. Nothing but pain. Sloane stood up with difficulty. It's that simple. Tony thought something terrible had happened. Just now, it was as if someone dug out a piece of my bone, but my consciousness was very clear. Sloane urged, "Little Stark, that feels very profound, I suggest you experience it." "I have a heart, thank you." Tony took Sloane's words on his head. At this time, the red light on Anyi's side turned on again. He ignored the surprised eyes of the other three and replied directly, "The answer is D, Whip Ivan." In fact, Enyi wanted to answer for a long time. But doing so is too obvious. The first time can be said to be luck, what about the second time? I'm afraid it won't be so easy to fool past. This unreasonable performance of foresight may cause Enyi to suffer many unnecessary investigations and targets after he leaves. Now that Sloane is in front of Leia's cover, Enyi is no longer talking nonsense. Correct answer. The system quickly affirmed. Hateful. In Ivan's apartment, there was an angry sound of smashing glass. Ivan, who was working on the arc reactor, looked angrily at the light curtain in the sky. I made so many preparations, and I did some reluctant things for the material, just to avenge my father. Now that I have been exposed, how can I assassinate? Ivan's anger made him squeeze the blue veins out of his hands. But all this was in vain. The more angry you are, the more you want to resist, but the less you can resist. The sense of despair deepened. Since I decided to take revenge, I have never leaked my plan to anyone. What level of existence is this light curtain? No, I have to speed up the steps now. Tony is arrogant and will never take me seriously. I still have a chance. As long as I move fast enough. Self-AQ. Success. Ivan, who had just been discouraged, burst into 120% enthusiasm again and worked hard. Asterisk. Chapter 014 Little Pepper, be careful. What? Tony will be assassinated. Seeing this, the little pepper exploded instantly. Happy. He looked at Happy, who was beside him, and said decisively, "Quick, you must strengthen Tony's security in the shortest possible time." However, Happy replied in confusion, "This is no problem, but is an unknown killer worth such a big move? The people who can be listed by that magical light curtain are by no means simple things. Be careful." Xiao Chili said in an unquestionable tone, "If you feel that your ability is insufficient, I can give it to someone else." "Do not. I will find the most professional elites in the circle to fill the team." Happy knew that Little Pepper did what he said, and shrank decisively. Black Widow on the side reminded, "I suggest you find those retired agents, especially those top elites who have protected dignitaries." "That's a good suggestion. The elites of the elites, combined with J.A.R.V.I.S, I think even the top 10 killers are just asking for themselves when they come." After doing so much preparation, Xiao Chili just felt a little more at ease. Black Widow smiled slightly. "It is more than words. It's just that Tony in the light curtain can't be happy." The system's affirmation raised Enyi's total points to 5 points. In the case of only 4 questions in total, this advantage is extremely obvious. After all, even if someone can answer correctly in succession, they have to be the first to answer, and only then will they have a chance to surpass Enyi. Under the stimulation of unbalanced state of mind, some people start to make mistakes. Phil Carlson asked, "Mr. Enyi, did you guess it by luck again?" "That's not it. I thought it was one of the 3 killers at first." Enyi looked at Sloane and smiled, "But someone helped me clear mine." Sloane's face that had just recovered suddenly darkened again. Tony laughed outright. Phil Carlson was not so easily persuaded, and continued to ask, "Then why D?" "It's very simple. The first 3 have been reviewed by the video, and can be regarded as the same category. Since it's not Ghost Arthur, the possibility of Smith and Black Caesar is very low. In addition, the system will not use people to make up the number for no reason, and this killer with the sturdy title is obviously from the Ola Nation. With the grievances between the Stark family and the Ola Nation, it's hard for me not to think about it." Enyi speaks the truth and makes people involuntarily put together these pieces of intelligence. The more combined the results, the higher the likelihood. Definitely, there is one more key factor. That's because I'm young enough to lose. And Ye's final addition left Phil Coulson speechless. Wonderful. Rao was as proud as Tony and couldn't help but applaud. Sloane asked, "Young man, are you a detective or an agent?" "Neither." And Ye smiled and said, "Maybe you will find out soon." And Ye's analysis is basically an afterthought. The more talk, the more flaws. Looks like they've got a disagreement. It's better to play less of this post-mortem game. Although Anyi is not afraid, he is still very happy to have less trouble. Please see the third question. The system did not give the contestants too much time for nonsense, and quickly entered the third question and answer session. According to the original trajectory of fate, who of the following 4 people will have to use suspended animation to escape because of being assassinated? A. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury, B. Iron Man Tony Stark, C. Mutual Aid Society President Sloan, D. Thunder General Ross. Why do you have my share? No, didn't you say I would be assassinated before? Could this question be related to the previous one? Tony thinks of this and wants to slap the giant button. But he became suspicious again. It's too simple after all. Simple to unreasonable. Phil Coulson and Sloane share the same guess. Phil Coulson, in particular, thought more. The director spends most of his time in the major bases of SHIELD. There is no chance to assassinate him. Even if he is on vacation, with the director's security and combat effectiveness, the general killer is only to die. So option A is ruled out first. Phil Coulson habitually excludes the correct answer first. Immediately after B, Corson was also quickly eliminated. If the second and third questions are related, then the system is too incompetent. It's not in line with the horror the system has been doing all the time. So option B should also be ruled out. For the next 2 answers, Phil Coulson leans towards C. General Thunderbolt's situation is somewhat similar to that of the director. Compared to General Thunderbolt, Sloane's mutual aid will assassinate too many people and offend too many forces, and the possibility of revenge is extremely high. And Sloane looks pretty healthy. He shouldn't have even a year to live, but he doesn't even have a year to live. Is it possible? He was seriously injured because he was assassinated in the future. Although he faked his escape, his vitality was severely damaged. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson decisively pressed the huge button. Red lights up. Phil Coulson exclaimed, "I choose C." Wrong answer. Participant Phil Coulson's points are 0, so Phil Coulson's 1-year lifespan is deducted. The gray light enveloped him, and Phil Coulson didn't even have a chance to panic. It was as if his body had been drawn away, and his breath suddenly fell. Gray light comes and goes quickly. The scene returned to normal. Tony concerned, "Phil Coulson, are you all right?" Asterisk. Chapter 0-15 Fortunately, I am not very short-lived. Fine. It just feels like something is missing, but I don't know what is missing. Phil Coulson had a good look at Tony and didn't hide it. He is also a relatively optimistic person, and then comforted himself, "Fortunately, my life is not very short-lived, and I can still bear it." That's good. Tony's mind was back on track. At the moment Sloane wanted to shoot, but the outstretched hand shrank again. Because he really didn't want to experience the taste of being cut down on his body again. "If you don't dare, let me come." Tony snapped the giant button. When the red lighted up, he replied, "I choose A." Correct answer. Contestant Tony Stark scored 2 points in this round. Clatter. Seeing this question, Fury, who was in the aerospace carrier, stood up in shock. Hill also looked around with a dignified expression. "Looks like we'll have to do a good internal investigation." There was no one who could accurately grasp Fury's whereabouts and assassinate him except inside SHIELD. Several figures appeared in Fury's mind. Because there are not many people who can accurately grasp his whereabouts, There are only so many people who come and go. Fury asked unceremoniously, Hill, I need your help on a mission. Hill also knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded decisively. He then wrote down a list, but after thinking about it for a while, he crossed off 2 or 3 more names and said, when Phil Coulson comes back, you and him, take Hawkeye, and investigate these people. Fury has absolute trust in Hill, who has personally established an agent level, has made huge amounts of merit, and is the deputy director and commander of the aerospace carrier. Because if he hadn't had the strong support of his former director, Pierce, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. will fall on Hill in all likelihood. And Phil Coulson was the one who brought it out. Hawkeye has followed him for more than 20 years and has made great contributions, even if Black Widow is not so trustworthy. So these are the people he trusts the most. Can be entrusted with heavy responsibility. Except for these few people, the others are the objects of his suspicion. I will carry out this thorough investigation at the highest level. After finishing speaking, Hill reminded, Black Widow has a mission, and we are not here, your safety factor will drop to freezing point, so be careful. Fury knew what he said, nodded, and replied, I will step up the assessment of those potential seeds. Hill nodded and left. She also knew which ones were. But this list is also highly confidential, and she doesn't want to reveal it at will. Finally got points. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. A score means that he can answer boldly without worrying about being detained for life. He was also a little adventurous just now. Because he thinks the remaining 3 options are possible. But he is familiar with himself. If he is assassinated, it is definitely not to escape by fake death, but to look for every opportunity to just go back. The rest of Fury and General Thunderbolt are all people of the same nature. It's just that Fury's identity is more sensitive and more prone to retaliation. So Tony gambled on the possibility. I didn't expect it to really hit. Good luck, little Stark. Sloane looked at Tony enviously. What he just guessed was Fury. If he were a little bolder, he would be proud now. Unbalanced in his heart, he had a crooked idea, looked at Anyi, and asked, Young man, why are you so low-key this time? Because I can't guess. Anyi spreads his hands. Sloane reminded, then you have to be careful about Tony, your opponent. As long as he answers the last question correctly, your reward may be gone. At most, he will share the same with me and get the reward together. It's you. Anyi deliberately paused for a moment before saying, if you are not more active, you will lose your share of the 2 quotas, and the hardships you have suffered before will be nothing. Phil Coulson and Sloane's expressions froze. Please see the 3rd question. The system still did not give the contestants much buffer time, and entered the last question and answer session. According to the original fate trajectory, how many of the 4 contestants will die abnormally? A 3 people, B 2 people, C 1 people, D no people. Anyi couldn't help frowning. The other 3 were even more sluggish on the spot. Any assassination or suspended animation was fine before, at least there was still a chance to survive. It's okay now, and an abnormal death will come directly. The previous questions, how many do you are related to the video inventory? This time, it's better, just go beyond the outline. Anyi has a headache. In the original plot, Tony and Sloane died abnormally. But Phil Coulson was chilled once in Avengers 1 and then resurrected with only a small memory loss. In the system's judgment, I don't know if this kind of experience of coming back from the dead is considered an abnormal death. Even Anyi was so entangled, let alone others. The 4 questions seemed to be connected. Tony was assassinated, and the director was assassinated, vaguely related to this question. Now that I am included, could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a major change? I was assassinated together with the director, and as a result, I died, and the director was forced to fake death to escape. Phil Coulson's head was spinning like crazy. Many absurd assumptions are modeled in his mind. Same. Sloane is also frantically analyzing all possibilities, asterisk. Chapter 016, eliminate the correct answer first. Although I am old now, I am very confident in my ability to protect myself. Although Little Stark is a superhero, his face is very wrong. I'm afraid there are hidden dangers that cannot be solved. He should be counted as one. This Phil Coulson is an agent. The nature of his work is extremely dangerous, and he should be counted as one. As for that young man, he is obviously not an ordinary person. But the three of us have no impression of him at all, which shows how good his hidden ability is. Such a person is the most terrifying. Sloane was analyzing all possibilities. At the end of the analysis, there is a vague decision. Although the pain of reducing his physical function made him hesitate a little, but the reward of overtaking Tony and winning the second place made him reluctant. At this time, Sloane saw that Phil Coulson was about to move, and in desperation, he tapped the huge button decisively. I choose B. Sloane closed his eyes and waited for the sentencing. Wrong answer. Because the remaining lifespan of contestant Sloane is less than 1 year, the system randomly reduces a certain physical function of Sloane. No tragic pain, no empty powerlessness. Sloane, who thought he had heard it wrong, slowly opened his left eye and stared at the huge button that had been sealed. For each question, any contestant has only one chance to answer. Not only will you deduct points or be punished for answering incorrectly, but your eligibility for answering the question will also be temporarily blocked. Are you all right? Tony looked at Sloane curiously. The punishment last time was so terrifying, but this time it didn't respond like a joke. Such a huge amount of drop cannot help but make people curious. Fine. Wrong. As soon as Sloane finished, his face changed dramatically. Yi, Tony, and Phil Coulson noticed that Sloane's attention gradually shifted down to halfway, vaguely understanding. Tony suppressed a smile and asked, "Is it a little empty down there?" Sloane didn't answer. Phil Coulson actually replied, "I heard that when people get old, that place degenerates very fast, maybe the pain nerves there have been degenerated. It doesn't matter, you are so old anyway, that place is useless. Yi is not so bad," the words are full of comfort. But the lethality is 10 times that of Tony and Phil Coulson. Sloane's expression was stiff. "I like your expression." Tony was also in trouble. Sloane couldn't help it, and said coldly, "Your emotional intelligence is so low, I shouldn't have missed you just now, I should choose the most 3 people. Yes. Tony countered unceremoniously, "I just thought it might be just you who could be the problem." After speaking, Tony immediately snapped the huge button. "I choose C, only 1 person will die abnormally." Wrong answer, 1 point will be deducted. Yi tapped the button in the next second and replied, "I choose A, 3 people will die." Correct answer. Contestant Yi scored 1 point in this round. Sloane, thank you for your answer. Yi is not provocative, purely disrupting the rhythm of others. Tony was speechless, and Phil Coulson was even more depressed. After Tony answered wrong, he wanted to pick A, but he was a step behind. If he also gets 1 point, then he and Tony have the same 1 point, possibly tied for second, and rewarded. That is undoubtedly an excellent result. It's a pity that it was all ruined by Yi. Phil Coulson is a good man, but looking at Yi's eyes, he is somewhat complaining. This is the end of the quiz competition with prizes. The contestant Yi has a total score of 6 points and is the first in this competition. Tony Stark has a total score of 1 point and is the second in this competition. Contestant Tony, please choose one of the following awards. 1.10 kg Vibranium. 2 Origin Devouring Beast *1. 3 Clues of New Elements. Tony and Phil Coulson are all looking at roar-sucking stagnation. Sloane's awareness of these prizes is not deep enough, but not so strong. I thought there was no vibranium in this world. Tony looked at the first option and said with a smile, but 10 kilograms is too little, so it's just for research. Tony, who quickly eliminated the first one, clicked on the profile of the primordial beast. As a result, he was taken aback. No way. This kitten is so scary. It's a monster. Tony originally thought that the primordial beast was cute, and it would be good to use it as a pet, but he didn't expect its danger level to be so high. The last one seems to be about luck. Tony didn't know what new elements the system gave. So he was the most excited about this just now, but also the most hesitant. Now there is no choice but to decide on the third one. Almost at the moment when he was sure, a group of colored light flew directly into his head and integrated into it. Pause. Everyone looked at Tony, who was so dazed that his eyes didn't move. Old guy, you still have to educate me when you die. Can't you just have a good chat with me? After recovering, Tony's eyes softened a lot. Before, he was already preparing for the funeral, and it smelled like a broken jar. But now, his whole person is alive, as if he was reborn. Tony. Phil Coulson asked, are you okay? Very good. Best ever. Tony answered with certainty. Then he also said, even the rewards for the second place are so rich, the first place is even more exciting. I am looking forward to. There are not many things that can attract Anyi now. But he felt that the system would surprise him. Participant Anyi, please choose one of the following awards. 1. Super Koi. 2. Perfect Super Soldier Serum. 3. 30 years life asterisk. Chapter 017 Super Koi. That's great, isn't it? Tony, who has always wanted something, couldn't help but feel envious. It would be great if the third one was given to me. Sloane regretted it. It can even be said that he regretted it to the point of bleeding. If he had known that the rewards would be so rich, he would definitely participate regardless of everything before, and it doesn't matter how painful it is. Anyi. Choose the second one. Phil Coulson said excitedly, as long as you can give us the perfect super soldier serum, you can ask for anything. The perfect super soldier serum, whoever masters this thing masters the world. I don't want to be a muscle man. Besides, the system said that it is bound to me directly after the exchange, and it can only be used by me. Even if others pick it up, it is useless, because the medicine you see is only pure water. Anyi directly moved out the additional annotations of the system and rejected Phil Coulson's request. I don't want to get involved with you too much. The current S.H.I.E.L.D is literally the Hydra branch. I think it's too comfortable to do business with you. Besides, I already have Captain America's physique. At the same time, Anyi added a few prejudiced words from the bottom of his heart. He has always been at a distance from S.H.I.E.L.D, and naturally has little interest in Phil Coulson's olive branch. For him, the hectic life of agents like Black Widow and Phil Coulson was torture. The leisurely days are the real life. As for the 30-year lifespan, Anyi doesn't care. Then. Anyi demanded, I'm still young, and life doesn't mean much to me, so I'll choose one. This made a lot of people suspicious. Especially for audiences all over the world. If it were me, I would definitely choose the perfect super soldier serum so I can become the second Captain America. I don't even want the chance to be a superhero, isn't this guy stupid? That super koi is just better luck, at most it is promotion and making a fortune, more than being a superhero LOW. Even if you don't want to be a superhero, you can live longer. Who in this world thinks you have a long life? No matter how the outside world is talking, how criticizing Anyi's choice. The facts are already doomed. Just like what happened to Tony before, a group of colorful brilliance plunged directly into Anyi's body. The difference is that what Anyi gets is not a memory, but a summoning opportunity. As long as he wants, he can summon Super Koi anytime, anywhere. Definitely. The system is not that generous, and this Super Koi has very distinct limitations. Super Koi summons the Super Koi, and the luck attribute is greatly improved for 1 minute. Remarks, can only be summoned once. For others, it can only summon one to eat, and the duration is only 1 minute, which is purely tasteless. But for Anyi, a traveler who can draw a lottery every week, it's just another hang on the basis of gold finger. This quiz is over, all contestants will be sent back to their original positions within 1 minute. 5-9. The countdown begins. Phil Coulson invited, Mr. N, do you have time? Do not. Anyi still has that attitude. But before the two sides communicated further, Phil Coulson's body turned into a streamer and teleported away. Today was fun. And you're more interesting, Mr. Anyi. Tony said, I'm sure I'll find you soon. Anyi replied, if you can find me, I will treat you to pure oriental food. For Tony, Anyi is not very resistant. Tony's amazing feat of rushing into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb and self-sacrifice snapping his fingers with a mortal body made Anyi very admire. At least Anyi can't be so selfless. Then get your ingredients ready. Tony is very confident. At the same time, Tony and Sloane were also teleported away. It's just the look in Sloane's eyes when he left, a little sad. Then Anyi also turned into a streamer and returned to his original position in an instant. Dad. As soon as Anyi appeared, Little Sky flew into his arms. Instead of asking Little Sky such silly questions as how to get back, Anyi asked, what meat do you like? I'll bake it for you. Dad, I'm not in the mood to eat barbecue now. Little Sky asked excitedly, what does it feel like to be teleported into the light curtain? Also, why not choose the perfect super soldier serum? It doesn't feel anything, it's almost like being in the park. That is, the onlookers moved a little bit. After Anyi finished speaking, he took a sip of beer. A cold feeling in the throat. One word. Cool. Then Anyi continued to answer, as for being Captain America, that's not my interest. Having said this, he deliberately paused and asked, do you like muscular guys? Daddy with muscles. Xiao Sky looked at Anyi who was a little more elegant, and Anyi who was imagining muscles. He shuddered and shook his head again and again, no, no, this kind of old man is pleasing to the eye. Ha ha. Both John and Helen laughed. Anyi is also very happy to stroke the little Sky's hair. John reminded, but then again, you're in a bit of trouble this time. That's if they can get past the lowest level. Anyi answered casually. Cloth Lois, the actor of Hurricane Rescue. As soon as this top agent retired, he was invited by the community's owners committee to be the safety supervisor. After retiring, Lois, whose life was a little down and out, gladly accepted this job that was several times of the same level. Even. In order to show his ability, Bulletin Lois also personally formed a team composed of top elites. And this team is the first layer of protection for Anyi. At this time, Anyi's phone rang. Answer. Tony's voice from inside, asterisk. Chapter 018 Fortunately, I still have radishes. Anyi, I found you. Tony's smug voice came from the phone. Efficient enough. Anyi asked, is J.A.R.V.I.S helping? You even know JARVIS. It seems that I still underestimate you. Tony's voice suddenly became a little surprised. Many people in this world know that he has artificial intelligence at home, but they do not know the name of artificial intelligence and how intelligent it is. But he didn't want the anonymous Anyi to know him so well. I've always been underestimated. Anyi is welcome. In the Western system, modesty is not polite and is likely to be considered incompetent and cowardly. I find you more and more interesting. Please give me some time. Tony said, when I research new elements, I'll try your Oriental food. Then you have to hurry up. Otherwise, when I go out to travel someday, you can't find anyone if you want to eat. And Yi's attitude is still so casual. Doubt my ability. Wait. Tony hung up the call decisively, obviously going to work overtime. Install. John's thoughts returned to normal, and he asked, how long do you think it will take for this video to continue? Ghost knows. It may only be a day off to give everyone a break, but it stops for a year, and we can't help it. And Yi directly spreads his hands. Relatively speaking, and Yi didn't want to reveal his true strength too early. Dad. Little Sky asked curiously, didn't you get a super koi? What does it look like? I also want to see it, but once it is summoned, it can only last for 1 minute. Such a good thing can't be wasted. Although Anyi loves Little Sky, he is not blind. He just finished the lottery draw yesterday, and the next lottery draw is still a few days away. He doesn't want to waste such an opportunity. Exactly. It's best to use it when you draw a lottery. Little Sky was gearing up, as if looking forward to a gift after winning the lottery. Such a Philistine attitude made John and Helen happy. A time. It's fun. But the 3 killers who were commented on were in a very bad situation. Like Smith. At the moment he was hiding by the dark and damp abandoned warehouse, his left hand drooping and blood dripping down his arm. The blood was mixed up with the standing water on the ground, and the red gradually spread, and under the weak light, it had the same poignant and beautiful feeling. Where did these guys come from? Why are they all so terrifying? Smith looked at the wound on his left arm and ignored it when he found that no bones were injured. It's also impossible for his situation to give him time to deal with his wounds. I killed 6. And we fired at least 100 shots, but the police haven't come yet. Smith laughed. It seems that the official power of the enemy is stronger than I thought. When he thought of those elite killers who drove police cars and wore full special combat equipment, his brows thickened, but in my memory, it seems that no organization dares to act so blatantly. Know that it is daytime. And his location is a beautiful country, and even the most prosperous city of freedom in the world. They fought so fiercely that in normal times, the news media would have exploded. How can it be so peaceful now? Footsteps came. The terrifying guys chased after them again. Damn it! Smith finally felt the pressure. But he's not out of the loop either. I saw him take out an encrypted mobile phone from his arms and dial a number that he hadn't contacted for many years. Smith. A familiar voice came from the phone. Smith asked straight to the point, Old man, I have encountered a little trouble, and it may be a while to trouble you. Who is it? The old man's voice was full of concern. I do not know either. But the opponent's strength is probably stronger than any known killer organization. Smith answered in a very fast low voice. The other party is tracking our network. I'll give you a line, you only have 10 seconds to remember. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately ended the call, and then a roadmap was sent to the encrypted mobile phone. Smith memorized the entire route in just 5 seconds, then pressed the secret button and the encrypted phone was automatically destroyed. I want to break through by myself. Smith took out the carrots he had always treasured, and said with a wicked smile, Fortunately, I still have carrots. Finished talking. He took a bite. Soon. In this dark and damp underground warehouse, there was one after another gunshots and roars filled with tension and anger. No whining. Because once Smith strikes, there will only be death, no wounds. Tropical sandy beach. There are many bars here, but one bar is very special, with only a few people coming and going. Normally there are only 2 people. Black Caesar, and the bar owner. At the moment, soft classical music lingered in his ears. The bar owner slowly wiped the wine glass, while Black Caesar kept shaking the wine glass in his hand. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was recalling something good. This scene is very harmonious. Bill. Black Caesar suddenly stopped shaking the glass and asked, "How long have we known each other?" "About 14 years. When you came here to buy a house, we knew each other at that time." Bill, the pub owner, replied, "But you used to come at most once a year, which is when you retire." "Yes. 14 years in the blink of an eye." Black Caesar is very sorry. The next moment, his eyes narrowed and he asked, "What did they pay you for poisoning you in wine?" This was one of the hiding places destroyed by Damocles. Under normal circumstances, the enemy will not reinvestigate the places that have been eliminated and destroyed. Black Caesar is to use this black theory under the light, and vacation here after retirement. Although it was exposed by the video inventory. But he still felt that he was concealed enough, and at least he still had a few days to prepare. Unexpectedly, only 2 hours after the video inventory, he was found. "Duncan, listen to my explanation. They threatened me with my family, and so did I." Bill, sweating profusely, explained quickly. "But Black Caesar has stood up." "Bill, you shouldn't use poison. I won't make the same mistake twice." Black Caesar looked at Bill calmly. "Give me a chance." Bill knew he couldn't beat Black Caesar, so he could only beg for mercy. Some things, wrong is wrong. With regret, Black Caesar pushed the wine glass over and said, "You drink it yourself, you won't die, it's your luck." Finished talking. Black Caesar turned and walked towards the door. Bill struggled to look at the wine glass in front of him, and then to the Black Caesar who had his back turned to him, and suddenly he had a bad idea. Soon, Black Caesar walked out the door. There was no life in the bar. Black Caesar slowly took out his mobile phone and said, "Camille, pack up, we have to move." "Okay." Since Black Caesar avenged himself, Camille's heart has been hanging on Black Caesar. Wherever Black Caesar goes, she is there. Her current status: woman in Black Caesar. A quiet little wife. Asterisk. Chapter 019. Dad, are you a devil? The video inventory is broken. It was broken for 3 days, which is unexpected for many people. At the same time, it has also whetted the appetite of the world. And it can be said that it is one of the very few people who do not expect much of it. At the moment, he was severely reprimanding Little Sky in the training room. "Little Sky, how many times have I told you, we don't ask for the total amount, but for precise control. We need to learn and practice more. But look at what you've done recently. Except for playing games, it's nonsense. I'm afraid that the amount of practice is not even half of what it used to be." And Yi said at the end, he pointed to a thick trunk in front of him, and gave a death order, "I have sealed your computer. When can you smash the inside of the thick trunk, and the bark is intact, you can play the computer again." These days, Little Sky's ability skyrocketed, and it was a little bit out of control. So Anyi could only be hard-hearted and let her practice hard. "Dad, are you a devil?" Little Sky looked at the tree trunk in front of him and immediately screamed. Although the tree trunk in front of him was only 1/5 the file size of Anyi's when he practiced 7 wounds fist, the diameter of the tree trunk was still an insurmountable obstacle for Little Sky. You must know that Sky's previous best record was just shattering an apple. And it was still completely shattered, not the complete internal shattering that Anyi demanded. The difficulty of the two is not the same level at all. Just treat me like a demon. For the days to come, Anyi can only harden his heart. No way. Sky's super ability is vibe. Through the shock effect, the target can explode and shatter. The future SHIELD director, The top super ability person just around the corner, has the potential to rival Magneto. Then, Sky, who was living on the street, became attached to Anyi because he witnessed an assassination. Then little Sky followed Anyi as an adopted daughter. All the time. Anyi is very delicate to little Sky. It's just that because of the Purple Thunder 7 strikes drawn recently, coupled with the interference of the video inventory, I was a little negligent about Xiao Sky, and I didn't want to cause the situation just now. No, Dad. Little Sky begged, I won't be so crazy anymore. I can play for 2 hours a day, okay? 2 hours, I can't even finish downloading the data. And Yi didn't respond. Little Sky cut his requirements again, an hour. Give me an hour. It's not enough to play a few games. And Yi still didn't respond. Little Sky still wanted to talk about the conditions, but Yi finally spoke, don't be delusional, I won't give you a minute. Hurry up and practice. Dad. The computer won't start if you leave it for too long. Little Sky had a brainstorm and thought of other excuses. Then buy a new one. And Yi was too lazy to say half a word. Changed. The old dad wouldn't. Little Sky pretended to be wronged and thought about it, but when she looked up, she was sluggish on the spot. And Yi is also looking at the world outside the skylight. Familiar colorful streamer, familiar light curtain. 3 days later. Video inventory is back. And Yi came outside immediately. John and Helen were already on the lawn, looking up at the sky. 7th in the world's top 10 killers. Assassin Royal Family. The light curtain not only had subtitles, but also slowly appeared 2 male figures with similar expressions. Middle-aged. Scribbled hairstyle. Face full of stubble. But there are endless crazy eyes hidden in those calm eyes, all telling the horror of this person. Young people. Lazy, decadent, and full of frustration with life. He doesn't look like a killer by any means. So people all over the world instinctively ignore young people and focus all their attention on that mysterious middle-aged man. And the light curtain works well. The image of young people slowly disappeared, leaving only middle-aged people. Cross, the well-deserved #1 killer of the Assassin League. For more than 10 years, the powerful Assassin Alliance has been tracking his whereabouts, and as a result, he cannot even touch his tail. His assassination is an art, beyond common sense, beyond the pinnacle of human beings. At this moment, whether they know each other or not, they are all staring at the middle-aged man full of magical charm, and they all forget that this review is about 2 people. And the light curtain did not give people the time to make up their minds, and began to describe the life of Cross. Opening. Metropolitan Building. Mr. X, in a formal suit, came out of the elevator. When someone doesn't need annotations to feel extraordinary, it shows how outstanding the person's temperament is. Mr. X looks very ordinary, but he is the brightest boy in the crowd. But when everyone saw him, they couldn't help but bow down and pay attention. As if even the sun had to turn around him. It is the League of Assassins, which is one of the 2 greatest killers of the Mutual Aid Society. No one knows his real name, only his code name. X. Open the door. Enter. The female arms dealer with the red hemorrhoid on her eyebrows looked at the uninvited man in front of her in astonishment. The female arms dealer tried to ask, "Sir, you don't seem to have an appointment." Relax. Mr. X came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the sunset outside the window, and the top-floor construction site under construction, and said, "If your name appeared, you would be a corpse now." He was referring to the name on the loom of fate. We've had some unexpected missteps in our organization recently. So we want to know. Mr. X slowly put a unique bullet in front of the female arms dealer and asked, "Where does this bullet come from?" The female arms dealer suppressed the fear in her heart and began to carry out professional weapons tracing. But, disappointed, she said, It's clean. What's the meaning? Mr. X sensed something was wrong and roared, "Get down." Boo. The female arms dealer was shot dead in front of him. Headshot on the spot. At the same time, the dense bullets poured out like no money. Opposite the building. The killers are all across the building. They disguised themselves as builders and decorators. They seem to have long known that Mr. X will track down here and ambush Mr. X in advance and at a fixed point. Asterisk. Chapter 020 Inhuman Killer, Mr. X. It was a premeditated, organized ambush. The appearance of Mr. X was completely calculated by others. The sound of sniper bullets. It was a short distance away from passing Mr. X. Clatter. There are even heavy weapons on the opposite side, and the ruthless bullets are chasing Mr. X's figure frantically, shooting frantically. But all in vain. The battle-hardened Mr. X rushed out of the room like a leopard and headed straight for the elevator at the end of the passage. This is the top killer in the legend. He runs very fast. Just as he was about to investigate, the clues exploded in front of him. Is this provoking the Assassin Alliance? What's the matter? This guy's roar sucks so hard, it's like a scene where his heart is beating violently. The opposite building is at least 30 meters away from the Metropolitan Building. The absolute distance suppresses it. Mr. X will have no chance to fight back. Amidst countless taunts and suspicions, Mr. X seemed to sense that the distance was not enough and pressed the elevator. The elevator door opens automatically. Mr. X walked in calmly, but instead of leaving, he took the posture of sprinting for 100 meters. Mediation roar suck. Adrenaline burst. Boom. The terrifying outbreak actually caused the stainless steel panel of the elevator to collapse. Huge amounts of initial explosive power brought terrifying speed, as well as wind-like impact. Roar. The strong wind roared past, the paper flew all over the house, and people could not stand still. What is he going to do? Is he crazy? That's at least 30 meters away. These few thoughts are the common thoughts in the minds of people all over the world at the moment. Everyone thought Mr. X was crazy. Clang. The tempered glass that fell to the ground was knocked out of a human shape. Mr. X is really crazy. He really jumped out of the high-rise of the metropolis with a distance of tens of meters and rushed to the opposite rooftop with a distance of at least 30 meters. Time seems to be slowing down at this moment. Because the moment Mr. X hit the tempered glass, he pulled out the pistol with his left hand and instantly killed the sneak-attacking sniper. The killer wearing a yellow construction hat was also shot at the same time. Immediately after, Mr. X, who was still in the air, pulled out a specially made weapon with his right hand and threw it out with an incredible movement. Throw a gun? The bullet that came out of the chamber turned into a weird arc in the air, hitting the killer hiding behind the load-bearing column with precision. Still headshot. Boom. Mr. X landed. Although he failed to jump to the opposite rooftop, he also fell to the top floor. The killer at the last level came to his senses. Mr. X had already appeared at the entrance of the rooftop, shot in the back, and shot his head for the fourth time. Damn. Am I dazzled? It's 30 meters away. My God. This is definitely not something that humans can do. The world long jump champion can't do it. 3 headshots in the volley, and the bullets will turn. Is TMD a magic gunner? The whole world is crazy. Only then did they realize why Mr. X could be so high profile and why he did so many seemingly unbelievable actions. It turned out that everything was his fighting instinct. This guy is definitely not a normal human. The unique roar suction just now is probably the state where his ability exploded. Piers, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had a look in his eyes. He was moved. Because of Mr. X's extreme explosion, it was infinitely close to the strength data of the Winter Soldier. We used to laugh at the folly of mutual aid societies. It seems that there are still many opportunities for cooperation between us. Pierce asked into the air, you mean that, dear Dr. Zola? Yes. Perhaps the Mutual Aid Society exists for us. The computer, mobile phone, and even the TV at Pierce's side had Dr. Zola's image at the same time. No, you're still careless. A killer organization that can survive for centuries is naturally not as simple as it seems. This extraordinary power is the best explanation. Pierce couldn't help shaking his head, but he was getting more and more excited. After all, once the ability of Mr. X and other adrenaline bursts is cracked, it will be even more powerful for Hydra. At that time, I am afraid that no country or organization in the world can stop them. Okay. I'll send someone to work with them. Dr. Zola registered the order. Do not. Such a valuable ally, I have to come to the door in person. Recently, many actions of Hydra have failed one after another. This disappointed him. In order to be safe, and to deal with the old fox Sloane, Pierce felt that he had to go out in person to be respectful enough. I'll arrange everything. Dr. Zola immediately adjusted the nature of the task. This time, they can't go wrong anymore, they're bound to win. At the same time, Pioneer Technology Headquarters. Aldrich Killian said in a tone of appreciation, this X has unlocked the code of part of the human body. Cold-blooded mockery, no matter how strong he is, he can't compare to the research of the doctor. Don't be proud, Severn. Aldrich Killian said, the current integration success rate is too low. We still need more research and more experimental subjects. Cold-blooded Eric Seven knew it in seconds. These killers have excellent physical fitness and are excellent experimental subjects. Especially this X, I think he has the highest chance of success. The cold-blooded appreciation for Mr. X was so distorted. Aldrich Killian said, I know, but there must be a lot of people tracking his whereabouts now. We have too many competitors and it is easy to expose. Give it to me. I'll do it quietly. He spoke with cold blood and disdain, completely ignoring Mr. X. Aldrich Killian asked, what if he refuses? If he refuses, I will make him disappear from this world. Not even a bit of scum will be left. Cold-blooded was originally an extremely confident person. After successfully integrating Extremis, his confidence became distorted. Don't be careless. Aldrich Killian reminded, our team is still in the primitive stage, not as strong as S.H.I.E.L.D, and has to be as low-key as possible. I know how to do it. Cold-blooded is listening, but whether it will follow suit is another matter. Asterisk. Chapter 021 The Bullet Turns. Nothing amazing. Dad, this guy is also a monster. Little Sky looked at Mr. X with glowing eyes, as if he had discovered a new treasure. It's really not human. John sighed, at least I can't do that. Breathing only made John's physical fitness greatly improved, not turned him into a monster. Take the long jump, for example. After Mr. X fully erupts, he can cross the interval of 30 meters of high-rise buildings. And John is at most the level of an Olympic champion, and it is impossible to exceed 10 meters when he is fully calculated, even if it is converted to the high-altitude advantage of Mr. X's free fall. At most John can only cross 20 meters. What about the bullet-turning spear technique? Little Sky looked at John expectantly. John shook his head helplessly. This really won't. Sky, don't be hard on yourself. Bullet turning is not a unique skill. We can still learn it with a little thought. After speaking, Enyi opened his hand and clasped it, and a small pebble flew to his thumb automatically. Bomb. Fingers crossed. The pebble actually followed a perfect arc and directly penetrated a large tree dozens of meters away, and finally blasted a pit of at least 5 centimeters on the lamppost behind the tree. Huang Yaoshi's finger-snapping supernatural powers can knock away the will of the golden wheel, which is 100 paces away. And Yi's move can be said to be unremarkable. Oh. Little Sky saw that his mouth was open in an O shape, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, it's still so shocking. John couldn't help but applaud. Dad. I want to learn. I want to learn this. Little Sky was agitated. And Yi said without temper, I don't have a good control of my ability, so I want to learn more advanced things. When you can control your ability perfectly, tell me about it again. Okay. Little Sky pouted, not feeling high. Sudden. Startling everyone. To be precise, it scared everyone in the world. Just now, Mr. X, who was so beautiful and mighty, was actually headshot. The bullet shot from the back of Mr. X's head and drilled out from between the eyebrows. The bullet burst out with blood and some white objects. This extreme death process is vividly depicted in slow motion. FK, are you kidding me? Then the monster just died. I was talking about who could kill him just now, but I didn't expect him to die in the next moment. That's a monster that can jump over 30 meters and bend bullets, and died in such a funny way. No one believed it. This kind of gap from heaven to hell strongly stimulates the emotions of people around the world. At this time, the video inventory starts playback. Bullets began to fly backwards. Finally back to the face of the man where the video wrapping begins. Klaus. The king of assassins recognized by the system. It turned out that the 4 ambush killers were just bait. The king of assassins, Cross, had long expected this ending, so he was waiting for Mr. X to appear at a commanding height more than 2,000 meters away. More than 2,000 meters. This is no longer a simple long distance. It involves wind direction, wind speed, light refraction, high altitude turbulence, and so on. To know that the top sniper in the world can hit the target at a distance of 1,000 meters, and can already be called a sharpshooter. Cross's distance doubled directly, completely surpassing any human record. Even tank shells assisted by electronic instruments may not be so accurate. In short, with the fall of Mr. X, one of the 2 giants of the Assassin League, King of Assassins, at this moment worthy of the name. So X died like this. Sloane looked at the light curtain in the void, his eyes clenched. Mr. X is really dead. Just yesterday. For a long time, Mr. X has been the biggest reliance of the Assassin League to hunt down Cross. Not long ago, Mr. X also sent a message, saying that he had found a clue, and he would soon be able to solve Cross and return to headquarters to reunite with everyone. Did not expect. Yesterday he was back, but only his body. Cross's assassination technique is more terrifying than before. This guy's ability is really perverted. Mr. X has been killed, what are we going to do with the traitor Cross? Even if he was as proud as a gunsmith and as cruel as a butcher, he would be disheartened at this moment. As for the tasks on the loom of fate, they were too lazy to deal with them. Don't worry. I have a backup plan. Sloane slowly pulled out a photo. Young professional man. It looks so decadent and useless. Who is he? The gunsmith looked at Sloane suspiciously. This idiot doesn't look like I can punch me enough. The maintenance worker said cruelly. His name is Wesley. A person with great ability, but more useful value. Sloane faced everyone's doubts and said, the most important thing is that he is the son of Klaus. The audience stopped, looking at Sloane in surprise. Cross had the heart of betrayal a long time ago, but it has never been revealed. But he hid his only son secretly ahead of time. When Sloane said this, he couldn't help laughing and said, it's a pity that he made a very stupid mistake. The smart fox asked, Cross is the strongest killer, but not his son. Right. Sloane looked at Fox admiringly. Fox was not only brought out by him, but also his appointed successor. And Fox's performance did not let him down. The gunsmith asked, Then let's catch him and catch Cross. The maintenance worker sneered, "This is my forte." "No, no, no," Sloane said, "even if we kidnap Wesley, we may not be able to kill Cross." Fox knew Sloane the most, and quickly understood what Sloane meant, reminding, "Wesley is the only person Cross who dare not shoot." The butcher was stunned, the gunsmith understood, and the repairman laughed. Only the insecticide, his eyes twinkled with intriguing light. Sloane looked at Fox and asked, "I'll leave the matter to you, are you confident?" "No problem." Fox put on his leather jacket and turned away. Asterisk. Chapter 022 Assassin Royal Family, Born King Bloodline. Compared to the League of Assassins, even more embarrassing are Pierce and Dr. Zola. They admired it very much before, so they had to cooperate with the partner, and they were headshot in a blink of an eye. Even if they slap their face, they are not as fast as they are. Pierce reluctantly said, "Put on hold for the time being the alliance with the Assassin Alliance." "Yes." Dr. Zola changed the order again. "But what we need is their body secrets. The Assassin League has two giants, a Mr. X who died, and this Cross." Pierce said, "Temporarily stop the pursuit of others, limited tracking of Klaus." Unexpectedly, Dr. Zola suggested, "Pierce, Mr. X's corpse also has a certain use value." "Oh." Pierce came interested. "We can reversely deduce the bursting principle of that ability by studying his body structure. Even if it fails, it can provide an idea for the winter plan. Dr. Zola is not an orthodox life form after all. He is now an alternative artificial intelligence, and he only cares about cold interests. Human morals and emotions mean nothing to him. It works. But if we look again, there may be new discoveries." After multiple face slaps, Pierce became more and more patient and stopped making rash decisions. "And so is it? The light curtain in the sky has changed significantly again. The image of Klaus disappeared, replaced by the decadent young man who had been almost forgotten before. Wesley, son of Cross, heir to the bloodline of the King of Assassins. He used to be a waste, but after the big change, he grew into a terrifying killer in a very short period of time. His growth rate is so unbelievable, his potential is so terrifying. In the near future, he will be the King of Assassins stronger than Cross." Then came the life of Wesley. Worst stage of life. Before the big change, Wesley had nothing but negativity. He is a tool for the chubby female boss to make fun of. It's trash in the mouth of the girlfriend. At the same time, it is also an ATM in the eyes of friends, and a dispensable waste in the mouth of colleagues. Even if his girlfriend gave him a cuckold, and he vaguely caught a trace, he pretended not to know. Is he really a killer? The trash I've seen is 100 times stronger than him. The most unbearable thing for a man, he actually endured it? Such a man will either be destroyed or the Jedi will rebound. Tisk tisk, I may have foreseen his future. Wesley's decadence made countless people stunned, but more of it was verbal criticism. This Wesley is a man's disgrace, a male scum. It is a sin for him to live an extra second. However, just when most of the world thought that Wesley would live negatively and eventually become a social scum, the sexy and beautiful Fox appeared. Hot body, provocative eyes. All makes the blood boil. Her appearance brought a piece of news that Wesley could not have dreamed of. "Your dad is dead." Wesley, who looked confused, clearly remembered that his father passed away when he was born. So Wesley naturally saw Fox as a liar. But the ensuing shootout, especially the magical drag racing technique, all washed his cognition. Then, Wesley was taken to the safe house by Fox. Too late to leave, Sloane appeared. A pass of cheating. In the end, Sloane also handed Wesley a gun and asked Wesley to break the fly's wings on the trash can. Meanwhile, the gunsmith pointed a gun at the back of Wesley's head, coercing him to shoot the flies. Under threat of death. A familiar rhythm emerges. With a strong heartbeat, time has slowed down countless times. Slow. So slow that the fly's wings are barely visible. With the intensification of the heartbeat, the wings of the fly became clearer and clearer. 3. Boom. With the third to last, Wesley fired. He didn't know how to fire 2 shots, but 6 shots in one go. After shooting the bullet, he was emotionally broken and ran to the side, ready to take out a sedative for himself. However, Sloane took all the flies that were hit. All 6 shots hit. The 6 wings of the 3 flies were all broken. Fear. Incredible. A cold air rushed to the sky from the solace of the feet. Whether it's John, Sloane, or Fury in the aerospace carrier, Kim in Hell's Kitchen, or Tony in the Seaview Mansion, everyone was stimulated by this scene. How bad Wesley was before, how shocking it is now. At the moment, everyone remembers the theme this time. Assassin family. The king of assassins recognized by the system. Then, Wesley rejected that crushing life and began special training with the Assassin League. Abuse called special training against beatings. A tease called fighting. Incredible gun training. Crazy courageous training. Even hell is not so crazy. Is this special training that humans can withstand? I suspect that this is not special training, but torture people in the name of special training. Am I the only one who found that the medicated bath in the recovery room has commercial value? This is an epoch-making medical achievement. The whole world was in an uproar, talking about the scene now. Wesley's bipolar reversal brought huge amounts of popularity. But now everyone sees him being tortured, and they all feel injustice. Definitely. Most felt that Wesley shouldn't have stuck with it, or couldn't stick with it. However, the trash like Wesley actually resisted abruptly. And in just 10 days, he managed to make the abuser, maintenance worker hurt his hand, and the fighting teacher, the butcher, to be injured. Fox, Sloane, and others were amazed. Asterisk. Chapter 023 Extreme things turn against each other, waste becomes a genius. This Wesley is awesome, he can survive it. Things turn their backs on extremes, wastes become geniuses, and novels don't dare to be written like this. I'm looking forward more and more to Wesley's growth, King of Assassins, maybe just his starting point. The strong conflict of the gap, especially the experience of growing up in pain, has made many people quickly become Wesley's fans and have greater expectations for him. Immediately after, Wesley learned bullet-turning skills, learned to control the burst of adrenaline, and began to perform the assassination mission of the Assassin League. Assassinate characters on the loom of fate. Wesley's first target was a young and energetic president who was only in his 30s. His smile is so contagious, and his helplessness is so interesting. Faced with such a person, especially someone he knew nothing about, Wesley couldn't do anything. So ever. His first move failed. At the same time he was lost. He could not understand the act of deciding someone's fate with a loom. Don't say it's him, I don't understand either. This kind of behavior is what Dad said. How did that idiom come from? Little Sky was so emotional today that he was stimulated by the light curtain, and now he is even more at a loss for words. But Little Sky has a good memory, and quickly recalled the corresponding words, cuss-icle life. That's right, it's this word. It's ridiculous to use a loom to decide an assassination mission. Fortunately, I didn't serve the Assassin League at the time. John has his own killing principles. For any task he accepts, he will do a detailed investigation in advance, and even verify it through his own channels, and will not blindly trust the intelligence information provided by the mainland hotel. A game mode like League of Assassins, like a fanatic, is completely unacceptable to him. A killer who doesn't dare to kill is not qualified to be the king of assassins. Look. The reversal is coming soon. Perhaps in order to confirm Anyi's words, Fox appeared in the light curtain again. This woman, who has been guiding Wesley like a mentor, used her own living story to describe the profitability of the loom of fate. Maybe because of love, maybe because of seeing the mark on Fox's neck. Wesley accepted the truth. He hit the target's heart at an unimaginable angle with the rounded bullet. The contagious smile of the target will always be frozen on the face. Immediately after, the second assassination mission is here again. This time, it is an arrogant super-rich businessman. I don't know how many bad things the super tycoon has done. It's just that he is highly armed. Even the car glass has been transformed into bulletproof grade. Wesley drove the express car and fired 2 shots at close range, but he couldn't break it. However, he saw the ventilation sunroof on the bulletproof luxury car. It was a thoughtful setting designed to disperse the smell of alcohol and tobacco in the back seat, but in Wesley's eyes, it was a fatal flaw. But that's a skylight. Car top. Could it be that Wesley's car can fly? Indeed it can. It's just flying. Wesley and Fox have a weird rapport. They were in their car, and they settled on a plan just by making eye contact. Fox flew to the big front, and Wesley deliberately opened the distance. Then, an unforgettable classic scene appeared. The Fox in the big front braked suddenly, and the front center of the supercar with a very low chassis suddenly fell down, forming a temporary upward slope. While Fox was braking, Wesley, who was behind the rear, was accelerating at the limit. Acceleration will raise the center of gravity of the front of the car. This rise and fall actually formed a perfect bridge effect. Wesley used the upward pedal of the supercar, and the body rolled and flew out, like a car accident. The most incredible thing is that while rolling in the air, it just happened to fly over the roof of the bulletproof luxury car. One shot. It was the moment when the car flipped over and saw the sunroof of the bulletproof luxury car. Wesley shot the super-rich businessman's heart. World uproar. This incredible assassination. This genius technology. All make fellow killers around the world go crazy. Even ordinary people gasped and applauded for this terrifying assassination method. If he can join our Continental Hotel, the killer world must respect us. That's what Winston, general manager of the Continental Hotel, gave Wesley. If such a monster can't be friends, it's best not to offend him. His thinking in assassination is already state-of-the-art. The underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, Jin Bing, was amazed regardless of the mood of Bullseye, the first confidant around him. If I am the #1 genius in the scientific research world, then he is the #1 evildoer in the killer world. Proud, like Tony, also gave Wesley high marks. Such a person should not be an assassin. If I had mastered his information earlier, where would I have to worry about manpower? He can top 10 top agents alone. Fury looked at Wesley admiringly, his eyes flickering, not knowing what the hell was going on. This Sloan is really talented. He used his son to kill his father. In terms of viciousness, this guy can be ranked in the top 3 in my life. Fortunately, I didn't cooperate with him. Pierce digs from a different angle, and is actually afraid of Sloan. However, Wesley's show isn't over yet. The light curtain quickly skipped the grievances in the middle, and quickly pulled it to Wesley to force the Assassin Alliance headquarters to avenge his father in the final battle. The specially reinforced garbage truck forcibly broke through the heavy riot-proof iron door. Boom! The iron gate collapsed. Wesley has accomplished feats no one else has been able to do for hundreds of years. Attack the fortress headquarters of the Assassin League. But it's just the door. Wesley was greeted by the relentless bullets of the League of Assassins. Dozens of weapons, dense raindrops of bullets. Relentlessly covers all corners of the garbage truck. However, the garbage truck was still slowly lifted and dumped. Mouse. A dense swarm of live mice was dumped. Asterisk. Chapter 024 Deadly Assault. The assassins of the League of Assassins were confused. It was the first time they had seen such a ridiculous act of revenge. And the vast majority of women in the world, seeing so many mice, are either frightened and screaming, or just walk away. Even men get goosebumps in the face of so many mice. These mice, stimulated by the sound of gunfire and the screams of the same kind, were frightened and fled in all directions. The ancient to decaying fortress is undoubtedly their best choice. They got into the kitchen, ran into the butcher's slaughterhouse, streamed into the training ground, the library, and even the room of the Fate Loom. The fortress headquarters of the Assassin Alliance was filled with traces of rats in a short time. The killers were disgusted. Crazy, hunt these ubiquitous mice. Ignore those mice. Kill him. Under Sloane's heavy drinking, the besieging killers slowly approached the garbage truck. Boom. With the explosion of the first rat, the other mice blew themselves up. Yes. Is self-destruction. Because Wesley fed these mice a large amount of high-sugar food containing explosives. It can be said that every mouse here is a living bomb that moves. There are now at least hundreds of rats throughout the fort. That's the equivalent of hundreds of bombs. What a horrible attack this is. A time. The explosions came one after another, denser than thunderstorms, and more tragic than the battlefield. All the Alliance assassins who are famous in the killer world, and the top killers who are frightening, died in this disgusting and creative attack inexplicably. However, next up is Wesley's solo showtime. One after another explosion was Wesley's signal. When the first and most intensive explosions were in full swing, Wesley rushed out, and then under cover of the explosion, he quickly slammed into the production workshop of the textile factory. He used to train his hand speed here and make friends here. But at the moment, he's bloodbathing here. Flying, volley shooting. Like Mr. X's opening performance, he dashed and shot in the air. Longer than Mr. X's short flying time, he fired 2 rounds and 4 shots, resulting in 2 unlucky killers who hadn't reacted. At the moment of landing, Wesley had already scanned the surrounding environment. The 2 guns started at the moment they landed, crossed each other, and fired at the corresponding angle in the process of crossing. Instant results of several killers. At this time, the other surviving killers also stood up and returned fire with their guns drawn. But Wesley moved faster. His speed is not only the speed of charging, but also the speed of shooting. In the state of extreme adrenaline burst, everything in the world has become so slow, and every killer's movements have become as slow as a snail. Headshots were shot, and no one was spared. When the bullets run out, he kills the enemy, grabs the enemy's weapon, and continues to kill. Even the weapon in the hands of the enemy will also become the weapon he uses to slaughter others. Various actions beyond comprehension. All kinds of shooting beyond human physical ability, always wash the 3 views of human beings. A thought popped into the minds of countless people. Can guns play like this? Gunfight? Dad, he can also fight with guns. Little Sky looked very excited, as if he felt the same way. How about it? And you looked at John. John replied unceremoniously, a little immature, but that unique ability makes up for many deficiencies. For a top killer, Wesley's actions were impulsive, even reckless. But this kind of recklessness combined with the ability of adrenaline to burst, has evolved into an all-around killing method. Be someone else instead. Even killers at the level of Ghost and Black Caesar may be shot to death by the assassins of the League of Assassins due to physical limitations such as insufficient impact speed and insufficient dodge action. This is God's reward for eating. Hey, it's time for the butcher. And you noticed that the scene had turned into a slaughterhouse and immediately reminded everyone to watch it? Because this is also a classic scene. When dang dang, the butcher who rushed over quickly was like a bulldozer, rampant and irresistible. The most incredible thing is that this bloated and bloody butcher actually predicted Wesley's bullet trajectory, blocked all the bullets with 2 pig-killing knives, and successfully killed Wesley, forcing Wesley to get close. Shopping. It's a pity that the butcher met the male protagonist. A new king of assassins with extraordinary abilities, younger and more creative than him. So the butcher lost. But he proved one thing to everyone in the world with extraordinary skill. The assassins of the Assassin League are the best in the world. The Assassin League is really scary. A mere knife instructor can stop bullets with a knife. If it weren't for the internal division of the Assassin League, they would probably have become a super organization. Before I thought this fat man was pretty hateful, but now I think it's a pity that he died. This is the end of Wesley's story. The light curtain shows no further information. Because this is the future segment. Asterisk. Chapter 025 The Sixth Navy. Seeing this futuristic Assassin League headquarters, there was wanton laughter. Among them, Sloane and others are the most enjoyable. Ha ha. Cross, Wesley, you thought you were the winners, now we are. Sloane couldn't stop laughing. The gunsmith said with a deep face, that kid is indeed a genius, but now that his methods are known to us, what else did he use to attack our fortress? I'm going to set up various obstacles in the surrounding area, especially the gate, and we have to take isolation measures. We have precautions, even if their father and son join forces, we will still win. They are just 2 people. No matter how strong they are, can they withstand so many guns from us? Top killers such as maintenance workers and pesticides have all swept away the haze in their hearts. Just waiting for Fox to bring that Wesley back. The butcher rubbed his pig-killing knife and said hideously, this time I want to see if his gun is faster than mine. Sloane shook his head. This video inventory will expose the father-son relationship between Cross and Wesley, especially their future achievements. As long as Cross is not stupid, he will prepare in advance. As long as Wesley wasn't a fool, he'd know how to choose. So Fox's move is likely to fail. Sure enough. Fox is calling. Sloane answered. Wesley is gone. His girlfriend said he went missing 3 days ago and has called the police. No one else found Wesley, neither Wesley's company nor his friend's house. Fox completed the entire report in a more restrained tone. She had seen Wesley's potential. There is no need to say more about the fear in my heart. Thanks a lot. Come back quickly to avoid being killed by Cross one by one. Although Fox's rush was expected by Sloane, it still disappointed Sloane. Yes. Fox quickly ended the call. Your father and son are really troublesome. Sloane put down his phone and shook his head. But Wesley hasn't received training yet, we still have time. Wait, Cross, and you, Wesley. Maybe you will receive a lot of surprises when you come next time. Sloane seems to have a new plan. The other side. Opposite Wesley's house. Fox killed Wesley's house, and the scene of the hunt was completely presented in front of Wesley. Cross looked at Wesley with a pale face and asked, my evidence, the pursuit of the Mutual Aid Society, and the proof of the great existence in the sky, what else do you doubt? I'm not doubting your identity, it's just that I can't accept it for a while. Wesley looked awkwardly at the terrifying killer in front of him. At the moment Wesley is still in a state of scrap. Assassin ability is not yet awakening. You must know that the mutual aid meeting in the original plot took a lot of effort, plus the police wanted to let Wesley awakening ability. Although the light curtain is not depicted, I think you should also guess. They found you who didn't know the truth, and then tempted you with money, beauty, friendship, and extraordinary power. Then you believed their lies and trained them to kill me. Later you know the truth and start taking revenge. Klaus concluded, but this is just the trajectory of our original destiny. Now our destiny has changed, and you have to make changes quickly. Okay. I'll go with you. Since he can become so powerful, so unrestrained, it is simply a dream hero image. How could Wesley refuse? Not to mention, the cross in front of him is really his own father. At this time, the light curtain in the sky changed dramatically again, and the familiar and attractive reward link opened. In the impression of people around the world, the rewards of quiz games seem to be more generous than this review. But this time, when the reward appeared, everyone changed this view. Rewards begin. Please choose one of the following for Klaus and Wesley in 7th place. 1.15 kg vibranium. 2. 5 years life expectancy per person. 3. Perfect extremis. 4. Each of the 6 naval styles. Cross and Wesley glanced at each other. I'm not old yet. I am still young. The father and son, who had completely opposite tempers, reached a consensus at this moment and took the lead in eliminating the 2 option. I don't know what vibranium is, but it must be precious, Klaus said. Wesley, who has a good memory, said, I remember that in the quiz game, Tony was rewarded with this. I remembered, it was only 10 kilograms at the time. Cross also recalled. I don't feel like I need that much metal, Wesley said. Cross replied arrogantly, Tony doesn't want it, and I won't either. So ever. One option is also eliminated. Then Klaus looked at the third option and murmured, viruses or something, it's not very healthy when you hear it. Even if it's perfect, there are side effects, right? Wesley opened it and saw that there were no side effects, and he was immediately embarrassed. Cross squinted at the silly son and reminded, this is a prize given by the system, and there is a sign of perfection, how could it have side effects? Would you like to exchange it for you? Asterisk. Chapter 026 6 Types of Naval Forces, Even Gods Can Fight? The prizes given by the system this time are very generous, but not so generous in terms of numbers. Because the 2 of them are superimposed evaluations, there is only one choice. But because of this, Wesley intends to use this opportunity to honor his old father as a gift. Put it on hold for now. Chris has the same mind. But he felt that Wesley already had an extraordinary ability, and there was no need to add icing on the cake, so he was not in a hurry to exchange it. So they looked at option 4. The 6 naval styles, the naval gymnastics in the world of One Piece. There are a total of 6 moves: shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, languid foot, and finger spear, all of which are physical techniques that exceed the limits of human physical ability. They are extremely powerful, each of which is equivalent to an extraordinary ability. If they learn all of them, even a god will have the power to fight. No way. Cross and Wesley, father and son, you look at me, I look at you, and they all see the shock in each other's eyes. If this Navy 6th form is so amazing, why have we never heard of it? Wrong or wrong, the system indicates that 6th naval style comes from the world of One Piece. Does this mean that there are parallel worlds outside of us? Forget it. Assuming the system isn't deceiving, then we can't miss this opportunity. Who did the system deceive? The father and son determined the goal in the dialogue. Although these 6 naval styles are highly compatible with our ability, we can't choose them at will. Father, we each choose one and teach each other. You're not as stupid as I thought. This compliment. I don't really want to accept it. So ever. The father and son, with very different styles, chose a set of Navy 6 that perfectly matched them. What's next? Wesley was excited. Even a little jumpy. Cross replied, it's no longer safe here, we have to find a place where we can train and sleep with peace of mind. Wesley then remembered that now their father and son are known to the world. Coupled with the fact that they have won enough prizes to make people commit crimes, I am afraid that countless people are watching them. Where else is safe now? Wesley was habitually decadent again. I heard that a legendary killer in the Continental Hotel retired, but no one dared to trouble him. I think the place where he lives now should be very safe. Cross had long wanted to visit that place. But I heard that the defenses there are strict, and those who go in to make trouble are basically in and out, so I have always restrained my curiosity. In the current environment, they don't seem to have a better choice. The world knows. For the killer, it is simply a fatal flaw. You decide. I just want to get stronger now. Wesley also wanted to get out of this hellish place. Congratulations to the royal family of assassins, who rank 7th on the killer list, for choosing 2 of the 6 naval styles. Cross and Wesley, father and son, have made a decision, and the efficiency is naturally very high. But their choices made countless people go berserk. Damn it! Why didn't they choose the perfect extremis? Aldrich Killian is going crazy. His eyes were red with anger, and the breath from his nostrils had sparks. Even his skin was slightly reddish. PhD. Maya Hansen looked nervously at Aldrich Killian. I'm fine. Aldrich Killian has restrained his emotions and said hypocritically, they are killers. If they choose the perfect extremis, we can shelter them and cooperate with them to develop extremis. Yes. With their perfect body, our experiment will definitely be 10 times smoother. Maya still doesn't know about Aldrich Killian's ambitions, only thinking of him as a like-minded developer. Pity. Aldrich Killian ended today's experiment with deep regret. As for cold blood, he didn't intend to bring the cold blood back. He knows that cold-blooded is very bold, and can even be said to be high-profile, and it is easy to cause trouble. But he doesn't mind that he has such a strong personality in his hands. Because of this little brother, it is easier to control. Whether the arrest was successful or not is secondary. Cheng is happy. It doesn't hurt to lose. Extremis. Is anyone still working on that thing? After seeing 4 prizes, Fury directly locked the last one. The prizes listed by the system are all purposeful. Then can I assume that there are still people working on Extremis today? The position where Fury was sitting determined that his mode of thinking had to escape and not stick to one field. That's interesting. If it weren't for Fury's distraction, it would have been followed. After all, those who have studied Extremis in history have come and gone. Following these clues, there may be unexpected surprises. But who's going to send this thing? Fury started having headaches again. S.H.I.E.L.D., who was originally full of talents, because of a prize question, Fury became suspicious, and everyone looked like a traitor. As a result, he doesn't have many available people on hand now. Really sad. Looks like it's time to give those newcomers a chance. There may be unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Fury started looking for newcomers who had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in the last 2 years. And his goals are clearly those with distinct personalities and more detached behaviors. Because if it is a traitor, it will never be so publicized. It is the accumulation of an old fox's life. It just so happened that at the moment, the 6th place on the killer list appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 027, the 6th killer in the world, Night Demon. 6th in the world's top 10 killers. Night Demon. A very simple title. Compared to Black Caesar and King of Assassins, it's really not enough to watch. Immediately, many people wondered why the pattern is a bit low-end on the dignified killer list. It's just that they don't know. John only needs a name, enough to make the enemy shudder. I knew he was going to be on the list. Come, toast to our legend. Winston, general manager of the Continental Hotel, raised a glass to John. He really ranks higher than me. Hey. Black Caesar looked at the sky with both admiration and regret. As a living legend in the killer world, he naturally knew about the existence of the Continental Hotel, and more or less heard the legend of John. It can be said. Although Black Caesar and John have never met, they have been friends for a long time. Why does this guy look familiar? I remembered, isn't he Anne's neighbor? Even the neighbors are such terrifying beings. Anne, who are you? Tony stood by the hilltop mansion, looking at the sea, his heart pounding. And his heart, the original arc reactor, has turned into a triangle. He did show up. This person suddenly had many unexpected branches of time 7 years ago. We would have intervened long ago if it hadn't generally been evolving on the original trajectory. Now I want to see how many chips you have to change your destiny. Ancient One and other magicians on Camartage have been waiting for the video inventory to appear. Now, it's time for them to filter objects. The ceiling of the killer world. He doesn't have gorgeous tricks or extraordinary abilities, but his physical ability is at the pinnacle of orthodox human beings, combined with thousands of tempered killing skills. No one in the world can stop him. When he loses his love and his last sustenance, then the night demon will reappear in the world. Boom. John stood up angrily when he saw the last sentence. Losing a loved one, doesn't that mean Helen will die? Without the last sustenance, it is equivalent to despair. What kind of desperate situation is that? He couldn't even imagine it. And Anyi, who should have come out to comfort John, was also a little confused. Impossible. I obviously did so much preventive work for John and Helen, and basically everything was prevented from burning. Why is it still in vain? Anyi clearly remembers that John and Helen lived in peace for less than 3 years, but Helen died of cancer. In the current situation, doesn't it mean that Helen's death was not an accident? Is it possible that some people deliberately created the illusion of cancer in order to make John come back? Definitely. It may also be a general medical examination that cannot detect the hidden condition in Helen's body. In short, Anyi's mind is a little confused now. John, don't get excited. It was the party Helen who came out to suppress the scene. She knew John's story. But also because John, who stood at the top of an industry, gave up these honors for her, and was willing to be plain, so she cherished it even more. Their relationship between husband and wife is even deeper than the original one. I'm fine. John suggested, Helen, after this wave of reviews is over, we will go to the best hospital in the world for the most comprehensive examination. Okay. Helen sat next to John and watched the future with him. Result. John, who came out, was very disappointed. Helen is dead. In order to make John feel warm, Helen adopted a very well-behaved pet dog some time before her death. And this pet dog became his spiritual support after Helen's death. But today, a self-righteous idiot Black second generation took a fancy to John's car, followed and attacked him, and killed the pet dog in front of him. Unlike the original rough attack. This time, that idiot with a strong background shot straight at John, pretending to be robbery and murder. Row is so. It was still a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. I think this killer is a bit weak. He was actually killed by a group of thugs. Although I know of the killers listed in the video, none of them are simple. But starting like him is really worth a bit of money. Sad, decadent life. How is this plot familiar? Wesley's previous start, isn't it similar? It is in the midst of such contradictions and criticisms that John Blacken came. He examined his body. It was found that the bullet did not hit the fatal place, not even the blood vessels and meridians. Unfortunately, the bullet didn't penetrate the body and got stuck in the bone. He didn't need any anesthesia, but just used the disinfectant water at home, and poured it on his wound like water. Most people have experienced the taste of disinfectant sprayed on wounds. That feeling, not many people like it. What's more, John's such a large area and such a large amount of medicine. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would faint in an instant. But John sterilized the small fruit knife like nothing, and then slammed the bullet out of his muscle. Then, he completed the suture treatment of the wound without changing his face. This is a cruel man. Those who demeaned him and looked down on him before have basically changed their evaluation of him. But it's more of a curiosity about how he's going to get revenge. After all, he was the son-in-law of a large underworld gang. The truth is simple. Blacken's John didn't hesitate at all, he just passed by. And the gangster Vigo, after the phone negotiation with John failed, directly dispatched a large number of elite killers to besiege John overnight. However, this group of so-called elite gangsters, for John, is simply a death sentence. There is no such cumbersome design as Ghost, and it does not require as much preparation as Black Caesar. John only relied on his keen sensory judgment, like the death god in The Dark Knight, crazily harvesting the life of the elite gangsters. Asterisk. Chapter 028. No wonder he ranks higher than me. Kill. John of Blacken, turned into a mad-killing demon. The light curtain that followed turned completely into John's personal killing collection. Sight deviation, death. Take more than half a step due to inertia, and die. Step on the plank a little harder, and you will die. Did not notice the mirror reflection, fatal. The figure is too burly, the bunker can't cover the whole body, and it's dead. In the face of John, as long as there is a slight flaw, even a trivial flaw, it will become a fatal factor. Every enemy uses only one bullet, and every enemy is a headshot. Not one more, nor half less. The entire killing process was both oppressive and smooth, without the slightest excess of movement. Clean and concise. No waste of physical energy. Carrot Killer Smith looked at the light curtain and murmured, his killing skills have reached an impeccable level. It seems impulsive at first, but in reality everything is under his control. Absolute ability, giving him absolute confidence. Ghost Arthur sighed, no wonder he ranks higher than me. When the enemy entered his house, their fate was sealed. Night Demon is worthy of being Night Demon. The Black Emperor praised, if I can be 20 years younger, maybe I still have a chance to challenge you. Unfortunately, the system only gives me a healthy body, and my age is still 50 years old. Even the three masters are like this. Others are more conceivable. But they don't know that this John is the strengthening version of John who has successfully practiced the tuna method, and whose physical fitness and five senses have reached the limit of human beings. If it was the original Night Demon John, his strength would not be much better than them. Probably between the equals. At the moment, John has been chased to the hotel owned by the gangster. There are too many enemies here. Underworld thugs, mercenaries, killers. There were so many enemies that John could headshot with every shot, even if he ran out of bullets. John couldn't find the target either. That's fine. John is a fighting master who is proficient in more than a dozen fighting techniques such as boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, collapsing boxing, anti-joint techniques and so on. Now there is the blessing of roar breathing, and every physical ability has reached the limit of human beings. Any part of his body, any object around him, can all be turned into the deadliest weapon. Fist is the heaviest hammer. Broken glass is the sharpest dagger. Even a towel is a deadly rope. No one could last 3 seconds under his hands. Even if it is a giant man who is more than 2 meters tall, even if it is a female killer who is stronger than a monkey, or a top mercenary who kills like numbness. Without exception. No one is his trio. Scenes of bloody killings madly impacted the thinking of people all over the world. Is this still human? His sprint speed just now was probably 10 meters per second, right? And the barehanded high jump, which directly crossed the 2-meter-high obstacle, is this reasonable? Dr. Pym sighed, pressing his forehead. He looked back at his daughter Hope, who was also shocked, and asked, Hope, do you think this is something that humans can do? I guess those Olympic champions can. But this John, combined with the physicality of so many Olympic champions, is a freak. Hope, the future wasp woman, thought about it, and it was impossible to describe how terrible John was. Dr. Pym actually said, this John's physical fitness, as well as combat skills, only need to pass a simple training, you can put on our battle suit. Hope's face changed slightly. Wearing an Ant-Man battle suit has always been Hope's dream. But Dr. Pym didn't know why, no matter how hard Hope tried, he vehemently denied it. Dr. Pym didn't find Hope's abnormality, but he continued his topic, and he can retire for his wife and is willing to be ordinary. There are not many killers with such a dedicated heart. I don't think he will accept your invitation. Hope couldn't help but snorted. Why? Dr. Pym is smart, but in this respect, he is a bit lacking. But Hope didn't answer. She just stared at the void, at the light curtain. Dr. Pym also seemed to realize something, did not ask further, and continued to watch the video inventory. Asgard. That is, the mythical realm of Aesir. The patron saint, Heimdall, has the ability to perceive all things and observe the 9-star regions. At the moment, he is also watching Blue Star's video inventory. Are all people on Earth so powerful now? He is obviously a pure human being, but with such an excellent physical quality, he is already comparable to our warriors in Asgard. Heimdall was very puzzled. Because of Ancient One's relationship, he didn't dare to peep at Blue Star at will. But he didn't want to watch Blue Star for a while, and as a result, Blue Star started to spawn so many terrifying killers one after another. Even he did not dare to underestimate the fighting power of these killers. Heimdall, you're out of your mind. The king of God Odin suddenly appeared beside Heimdall. My king. Heimdall bowed respectfully, and then briefly explained his findings. Blue Star is a very magical planet. Odin patted Heimdall on the shoulder and asked back, since it can produce a sorcerer supreme like Ancient One, why can't it grow into an Asgard warrior level human master? Reminds me of the terrifying power of the Ancient One. Heimdall felt relieved when he remembered the secrets that Blue Star was hiding. Some things cannot be compared. Once deliberately up, it seems very small. But we can't be careless. Recently, Blue Star's extraordinary power has begun to spread, and we should pay more attention. Especially those lawful forces who believe in justice. Odin seemed to have foreseen something and began to draft Heimdall. I understand. Heimdall readily accepted the order and continued to carry out his duties. And Blue Star's video inventory is still going on. Asterisk. Chapter 029 Retire for Love, Give Up for Love and Become Stronger. The show that belongs to Daredevil John continues. If it was a gun show at the beginning and a fighting show in the middle, now it's a stunt show. Classic cars. Sports car. Heavy truck. Locomotive. John almost played it all over. How many people in this world can do one-handed drag racing and at the same time shoot the enemy in the head? How many people in this world can drift with one hand and at the same time shoot at the enemy's wheel, causing the enemy's vehicle to fly out of control? How many people in this world control motorcycles with their feet to shuttle in the traffic, and then kill the enemies who are chasing and kill them on the spot with both hands? There are very few people who can do it in a single field. Not to mention driving so many cars. It also includes the most error-prone locomotives. That's unreasonable. How can one person do so many things at the same time? Even if it's me, it's not bad to be able to protect myself in such a brutal killing environment. Black Widow looked at the man in the light curtain in surprise. She always felt that if she was still a killer and didn't become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, then she would definitely be on the list, and she would still be very high. But at this moment, the pride she maintained in her heart was trampled down by John. How did he do that? This is not just a simple listening and debating position, but it is necessary to have the ultimate skills and absolute confidence. Crossbones stared viciously at the incredibly handsome John. Originally, he had a lot of dissatisfaction with John. Originally, he felt that as long as he could become the Winter Soldier, no one in this world would be his opponent. But from this moment, he deeply doubted his own strength. The system said that he was the best in the field, and he really didn't lie. But the question is, how can this guy practice so many skills to the extreme? Even if I were given another 100 years, I wouldn't be able to do this. The first elite of the Royal Marines, the future supervillain abomination Emil Brinsky, looked at the light curtain with an uncomfortable tone. From his jealous tone, it was obvious that he could not accept the facts in front of him. He originally thought that he was proficient in 7 fighting techniques, and his physical fitness was the number 1 in the Royal Marines. There were not many people in the world who could compete with him. But the appearance of the video inventory gave him several slaps one after another. Brinsky, a model of self-confidence inflated to arrogance. Also quite the little guy. Compared with him, the views of most people in the world are quite consistent. This guy, how do you say it? It looks ordinary, but it's very unusual when you move your hands. I just calculated that he killed nearly 200 people from night to dawn. There are too many people who died in the hands of Night Demon, and I haven't woken up yet. And this is the case when he was shot, if he is not shot. The action effect of this Night Demon is far less shocking than Wesley's, but it can give me a pleasing feeling. Obviously he has mastered more than a dozen killing techniques, but his movements are exceptionally clean, without the slightest pretense. This is more real. From any point of view, John's ranking is well deserved. Night Demon, the ultimate representative of orthodox human beings. At the same time, he is also a textbook in the killer world, and each of his assassination moves is enough for newbies who have just entered the industry as a standard. So let him retire forever, don't provoke him. The summary of the system is always so innovative. And he didn't leave too much nonsense time for others this time, and quickly entered the reward link. Rewards begin. Please why John, the 6th ranked killer on the list of killers, chooses one of the following. 1. 20 kilograms vibranium. 2. 10-year lifespan. 3. Navy 6th Form 2. 4. Universal antidote. The rewards for the second wave of reviews are really much richer than the first wave. At least it attracted the attention of countless people at once. If it was me, I would definitely choose 10 years of life. The longer you live, the more opportunities you have. It must be vibranium. Now the price of vibranium on the black market has exceeded 100 million beautiful coins per kilogram. It would be great if the prize could be passed on to someone else. If you want money, it's definitely a universal antidote. This thing can save a lot of people, and its business potential is top. Among the discussions, John made a choice. The first and second two were completely out of John's plan. Only the third one made John hesitate a bit. Are you sure? Enyi asked, if you exchanged for the Navy Type 6, your strength will explode. No matter how strong the strength is, without Helen, what's the point? John's words made Enyi unable to continue. Congratulations to John Wick, the number 6 Night Demon on the killer list, for choosing the universal antidote. This announcement immediately caused a chain reaction. I knew he would choose this. A top killer who can quit the killer world for love can naturally sacrifice the opportunity to become stronger for love. Pierce smiled evilly. This Night Demon is far easier to deal with than the previous Cross and Wesley. Go, all the quests to hunt down the killer will be terminated immediately, and all the Night Demon will be locked. Indeed. Compared to other people, this Night Demon is still an orthodox human being and has no extraordinary ability. The most important thing is that his character and intentions are easy to control, and he is the most convenient object of our control. Dr. Zola also displayed the results of the analysis. Don't show me so much boring data. I only look at the results. Pierce seemed displeased with the successive failures. Yes. This time I have calculated the various variables, and the success rate is over 93%. Dr. Zola then added, if you allow me to mobilize the pieces hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D, the success rate can be increased by 5%. Ken. I need that omnipotent antidote, Anya Mo. Don't let me hear any more failures. Pierce closed his eyes when he finished. Seems to be recovering a tired spirit. After all, he is old. Asterisk. Chapter 030. A toothpick kills people from 100 meters away. Hydra is tempted. The same goes for other organizations. Even Little Pepper, the president of Stark Industries, felt that he couldn't miss this potion. Its commercial value may allow Stark Industry to keep pace with the military and energy fields in the field of medicine. Natasha Romanoff. Pepper looked at the light curtain and asked, do you think we should contact this John? You mean that universal antidote, right? As the chief secretary of the president, Black Widow can naturally quickly capture the intention of Little Pepper. Little Pepper asked back, don't you think that thing has extremely terrifying commercial potential? I know. But because of this, cooperating with a killer and spreading it out will affect the credibility of the group. Black Widow is just a reminder, not even a suggestion. Because she doesn't have this authority. There is no pharmaceutical group in the world that can resist such a temptation. And Tony seems to know them. In terms of relationships, we have a first mover advantage over other pharmaceutical groups. This is our chance. When Little Pepper said this, he already had a draft in his heart. Seeing this, Black Widow didn't say much. But she then transmits Pepper's decision to Fury in the form of a password. As for what S.H.I.E.L.D will do in response, it is unknown. At the same time, Pioneer Technology, PIM Group, Osborne Group, etc., which have great ambitions in the field of medicine, all have practical actions. As long as you are not a fool, you will know the strategic significance of the universal antidote in the pharmaceutical industry. However, the system won't let them go. A tall, muscular man appeared in the void. The 5th place in the world's top 10 killers. Bullseye. Compared to Night Demon, this name is more common. But this time no one dared to laugh. Because the man in the light curtain has a pair of crazy and violent eyes. Anyone who sees these eyes will shudder. Bullseye, extraordinary human. Assassination methods you can imagine, he can do, you can't imagine, he can do it too. He is the bodyguard of the Underground Emperor, the #1 killer in the dark world, the nemesis of justice, and the lament of heroes. This time there is finally a villain. Except for Ghost, the first few have the taste of good people. It's a superhuman being directly. I don't know what super ability he has. I hope it's not too scary. The nemesis of justice? How many heroes has this guy assassinated? Fear, as well as curiosity, have made countless people eagerly await the story of Bullseye. His archery. The style of the video inventory has been slightly changed this time. This is no longer the full story. Just a pure display of strength. The first show is Bullseye's archery. At least 300 meters away. Bullseye shot through the air and hit a pigeon 300 meters away. The most terrifying thing was that the arrow hit the dove's eye perfectly, and stabbed out of the other eye, nailing the dove to the tree trunk. Such a distance, and such a yardstick, is simply incredible. His spear skill. Long-range sniping, the target is a policeman who opposes Kim and incriminates. Wrong. To be precise, it was a USB flash drive in the hands of the police. A full kilometer distance. This is the ultimate distance for all the top sharpshooters in the world. Not to mention that the target is just something the size of a thumb. When the policeman was holding the USB stick tightly and was about to set off to end the King and Sin dynasty, Bullseye didn't make any preparations and shot directly. Choke. The USB stick shattered. And the policeman's palm was blown to pieces, out of shape. This sniper technique is indeed terrifying, but unfortunately we have seen even more terrifying ones. With Cross's ultra-long-distance sniper, Bullseye is not so shocking. Cross has extraordinary ability, and Bullseye is directly an extraordinary human. I hope he will have surprises next. With Cross's jewels in front, the performance of the global people is still calm. His extraordinary ability. Bullseye reappeared in the light curtain. But this time the context is different. Scene 1. Casino. Bullseye with playing cards in his hand frowned. Can't get out. Don't admit defeat if you don't. The opponent who has the chance to win is constantly clamoring. Tell me to go away. Bullseye flicked the poker card in his hand. With a piercing wind, the playing card swept past the shouter's throat, and finally returned to Bullseye's hands. But the card that flew out had blood on the edge. The clamorer seemed to feel something, and immediately pressed his throat, but the blood seeped out like a block spray, dyeing the gaming table red in a short time. Who else wants me to leave? Bullseye swept around, and the audience was silent. Before the viewer can react, the video enters a new context. Scenario 2. Bullseye with a toothpick in his mouth stood high up, looking at the heavily defended villa in the distance. Although the distance between the two sides is only about 100 meters, it looks like a natural moat. This traitor has mastered many secrets of the organization and must not be kept. He must die, preferably by accident. Bullseye thought for a while, then smiled. He picked up the flyer that had been blown over at some point and folded it into a paper airplane. Under the doubtful eyes of countless people around the world, the paper plane was thrown out. The paper plane swayed in the wind. Finally, it landed precisely on the window of the room where the traitor was, just to block a small part of the sun. The curious traitor went to the window, picked it up and watched. Whoosh! Bullseye actually used the toothpick in his mouth as a weapon and threw it hard. The toothpick exploded like a bullet. With a choke sound, the traitor's heart was pierced. At the same time, people all over the world felt cold all over the world, some involuntarily touched their hearts, and some instinctively looked at the toothpicks around them. None of the expressions are natural. Thanks to the brother who rewarded 1000 VIP points, your reward has made Maine, who always thought I was in a standalone, feel motivated. However, numbers can't appear in writing, and you can't type out your brother's account. You can only express your thanks in this way. Asterisk. Chapter 031 Edmund Alloy Skeleton. This will work too. Is his super ability a sure shot? John was taken aback. No, that's throwing super ability, not necessarily hitting ability. His super ability is to let the task object in his hand fly to the target with super high accuracy. Enyi explained, this ability can be resisted, even prevented. As long as we are careful, he can't hurt us. But for a killer, this ability is god-level power. His ranking is higher than mine, which makes sense. John also had to admit the horror of Bullseye. Don't deify him. This guy's physical fitness and fighting skills are not as good as yours. Enyi said, and his character also has huge amounts of flaws. It's not a hassle to deal with him. It seems that you have been in contact with him. John smiled. But Enyi didn't laugh because the third scene appeared. Scenario 3. Bullseye was ambushed. He escorted a batch of extremely valuable supplies for Jin, but the route was exposed, and he was ambushed halfway. Boom! The violent explosion destroyed the vehicle, and even knocked him out more than 10 meters away, and finally stopped after hitting the wall. The powerful impact made him spurt a mouthful of blood, and one of his teeth was knocked off by the impact on his face. The enemy clearly knew the horror of Bullseye, and immediately came over. Bullseye doesn't know whether the enemy is underworld, police, or internal purges. At the moment, there was only one word in his mind. Kill. Bullseye struggled. He spit at the gunman who just appeared. The tooth that had just been knocked out flew out like a bullet. Bah! The teeth pierced through the head of the enemy. But more and more enemies. All are heading towards the siege. At this time, his bloody right hand touched a baseball. His truckload of goods was all disguised as baseball suits. With the explosion, the cargo was scattered all over the place. Without any hesitation, Bullseye quickly grabbed the baseball and assumed the throwing posture of a professional baseball player. Throw it hard. The baseball was shot at a terrifying speed of nearly 200 kilometers. To know the speed of the sports car, it is nothing more than that. The baseball is smaller and has a stronger impact, and being hit by such an object is almost the same as being hit by a small caliber shell that does not explode. Coupled with Bullseye's extraordinary ability. Must vote. Die in the middle. In this way, Bullseye simply and neatly eliminated all the enemies. Scenario 4. Bullseye turns into a demon in the dark night. His body can easily cross all kinds of obstacles. His figure can move freely between the buildings. He can easily perform super difficult actions that many stuntmen can't complete. Jiu-jitsu, yoga, etc. Bullseye has cultivated to the master realm. Even people who know Bullseye don't know that he hides such a terrifying special ability. Only. Not many people care about this now. Most of the audience was still intoxicated by the shocking scene of spitting out teeth and piercing skulls before the bullseye, and the baseball almost blasted with a sonic boom. And the system also quickly entered the reward link. Bullseye, the 5th ranked killer on the list, please choose one of the following. 1. 25 kilograms vibranium. 2. 15 years lifespan. 3. Seeing and hearing color domineering. 4. Edmund alloy skeleton. Bullseye smiled. Jin also smiled. However, Bullseye is very self-conscious as a younger brother, and asked, "Boss, do you need vibranium? If you exchange it, I will buy it at 1.5 times the market price. I'm not greedy for your prize. Gold is also atmospheric. Underground Emperor, this is not something that can be blown out by bragging. Without a certain pattern and spirit, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the status of today. But boss, I think the Edmund alloy bones are more valuable. It can give me an indestructible body structure, make my ability to resist beatings reach extraordinary levels, and even self-healing will reach the limit of human beings." Bullseye asked imploringly, "The value of this thing is completely beyond the super soldier serum and that extremis. What about the domineering look?" Kim didn't know what Bullseye meant, but deliberately diverted the subject. Life. How could a precarious killer like Bullseye care? As mentioned in the system introduction, it can make my 5 senses extremely sharp, and I can also sense the breath of surrounding creatures, and I can even sense emotional changes. If you practice to the extreme, you can even foresee the future and avoid danger. Bullseye moved the system description out. Very powerful, extraordinary ability. Jin Bing asked, "Don't you want to foresee the future? The practice of seeing and hearing domineering is too complicated. And if you want to foresee the future and avoid danger, you need enough ability." Bullseye said frankly, "I prefer the simple and rough power mode relatively speaking." "Okay. I support your choice of Edmund's alloy bones." Jin also felt Bullseye's strong emotions, and knew that he couldn't stop it, he could only fulfill it. After all, it's people's prize. Congratulations to Bullseye, who ranked 5th on the killer list, for choosing the Edmund alloy bone. Hey! Fate's correction ability is really scary. Hearing the announcement from the system, Enyi sighed inwardly. Bullseye returned to the original path. In the original trajectory, the Bullseye would have been smashed to pieces. For revenge, Bullseye volunteered to be the experimental body of the X-Weapon project and forcibly integrated Edmund Alloy. In the end, he succeeded and failed. The success is that his bones have indeed turned into Edmund Alloys, his ability to resist being beaten has skyrocketed, and his physical fitness and self-healing power have also skyrocketed. But he didn't have the near-miraculous self-healing ability of Wolverine, so he had to be paired with drugs to reduce the side effects in the body. Rao is so. His brain became more and more sensitive to everything around him because of the dual stimulation of Edmund Alloys and drugs, and finally became a psychopath. However, this time it's the system. The result is naturally a perfect integrate without any side effects. Therefore, the bullseye in front of him is stronger and more terrifying than the original one. Asterisk. Chapter 032 Black Angel Erica. What's wrong? John was curious when he heard Enyi's sigh. Enyi shook his head. He gave John a special look. Originally John had a chance to surpass Bullseye. It's a pity that he exchanged the emergency items that could not enhance his strength for the uneasy future. It's good now. The gap between Bullseye and his strength gradually widened. Dad. The clever little Sky broke the slightly depressing atmosphere of the scene and asked, I have already commented on 3 killers in succession. According to habit, should the video inventory be paused again and start the quiz game? Not always. The video inventory does not stipulate that only 3 people will comment on each issue. Enyi spreads his hands. I want to keep watching. Number 5 is already so scary, and the ones in front don't know how perverted it is. Little Sky is always curious about new things. Who's next? I can't guess. Enyi said decisively, but there must be that man's name in the remaining few places. That man. Which man? Little Sky said aggrieved, Dad, don't play dumb with me. I don't want John to ignore Little Sky and take the initiative to pick up the topic. With that guy's strength, it's unreasonable that he didn't make the big list. Dad. Little Sky began to use the strongest offensive, trying to make Enyi reveal the secret. Have to say, Little Sky's coquettish power is really strong. Enyi quickly gave in and said, we're talking about your elusive Uncle Frank. The Punisher, Frank Custer. Little Sky questioned, that strange uncle who looks fierce but speaks well. When Sky was young, Frank came here several times. So she was still a little impressed. Well, it's him. Enyi also did not correct Little Sky's impression. After all, since Frank Blacken, the image is really brutal. He can scare a child crying just by standing, without any movement. Little Sky, who was not afraid of the sky and earth, was so frightened that he hid behind Enyi and did not dare to come out. Enyi also coaxed her for a long time before she reluctantly accepted Frank. It turns out that Uncle Frank is so powerful. Little Sky suddenly felt that Frank wasn't so scary anymore. Right at the moment. The light curtain has been updated again. The 4th place in the world's top 10 killers. Black Angel. A black sky covers the void. But in the darkness, the Black Angel slowly came out. Erica, with a perfect body and impeccable appearance, stood looming in the black sky. A gauze-like haze shrouded her whole body, but no matter what, it couldn't hide the exposed left eye. What kind of eyes are these? Indifference, mystery, and compassion. The most terrifying thing is that this pity is not for her, but for the person in front of her. Black Angel Erica, and some people call Roar a phantom killer, because her existence is as unreal as a phantom. She can decide a person's life and death between light and darkness. Whether this person is an ordinary person or an extraordinary person. The last sentence depicts Erica's strength and bloody depiction. Others kill ordinary people, at most top human beings. But she is good, the superhuman is also on her kill list. Finally there is a female killer. It's still very eye-catching to see the situation. This guy is ruthless enough to even kill the extraordinary. My view of the world has begun to collapse since knowing that there is an extraordinary world hidden around us, and now it feels like it's coming back. The appearance of the first woman in the top 10 killers has aroused widespread curiosity. However, many people who know Erica don't find it strange at all. Before surpassing ability, the light curtains of the system are becoming more and more compact. Just by looking at the subtitles, you know what's going to happen next. Without any super ability, Erica showed the strength of Ghost and Black Caesar. With her ninja-like skills, she can quietly sneak into the target's side, so that he doesn't even know how to die. Like Ghost, she skillfully designed a series of traps and created a series of accidents, causing the target to die in shock. When she was being chased and killed, she didn't even need any firearms, relying on the ninja props on her body, as well as all kinds of incredible killing skills. She could kill all the enemies with no less than double digits in 1 minute. No one surprised roar, and no one even responded. Because everyone is looking at Erica in the light curtain seriously, watching this Black Angel's performance clip. 2 legs. Erica's long legs used the enemy's corpse to kick in the air. Crackling sound of fractures. Announced to the world that Erica's long legs are not only beautiful, but also deadly. The most incredible thing is that Erica, who was still in the air just after finishing one person, swung the air with the help of the anti-shock force, and the other long leg was swept out. The second gangster's neck bone was swept off on the spot and flew out with his tongue out. Erica, who fell to the ground, took advantage of the situation to cut across, and the hand knife crossed the neck of the bandit who had just transferred the gun head. Hands are like knives. Blood gushed. Erica uses this attack to turn around. The most exaggerated thing is that the moment she turned around, she grabbed all 5 fingers and grasped the dagger stabbed from behind. Flip. The crisp fracture sound came back. Then the dagger became Erica's weapon and returned to the depths of the original owner's heart. In just 10 seconds. A set of smooth fights, it is hardy to watch people, and the big roar is enjoyable. Ninjutsu, Jiu-Jitsu, sword drawing, 10 legs, zing ai. Where is this woman coming from? Fighting skills are completely beyond me. John Wick looked at Erica in surprise, in disbelief. The reason why he can master so many fighting skills is because after practicing the breathing technique, his body control is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he can easily master all kinds of difficult killing skills. And John is in his 30s. But how old is Erica? Asterisk. Chapter 033 Danger Prediction plus Mind Tracking. Black Angel Erica is too young. It is very unreasonable to be proficient in so many schools of martial arts and exquisite weapons at such a young age. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth. The system did not give an explanation, and started the second background. After having super ability. Before she surpassed ability, Erica was already the top killer in the world. And after she realized the terrifying conspiracy, encountered the vicious frame, and tasted the pain of betrayal, she realized many incredible skills in the limit and on the verge of death, and some extraordinary fields also began to awakening. Although these awakenings are a bit ridiculous for true superhumans. But these abilities, coupled with her top human physical ability and nightmare-level killing skills, made her strength a metamorphosis-level leap. Scene 1. She. Sitting at home, meditating. Her roar inhalation can actually form subtle airflow fluctuations. Her rhythm has a subtle tacit understanding with the blowing of the breeze. Her meditation level is very high, even if it is a Buddhist monk, it may not be able to achieve her realm. Sudden. A flash of light appeared in the tall building 100 meters away. Then a mournful tearing air sound sniped. Is a sniper. The enemy took advantage of her deep meditation to carry out a shameless assassination. However, Erica, whose eyes were closed, moved slightly, her head turned to one side, and the bullet perfectly brushed her face with her skin. Dangerous prediction. This is her initial awakening super ability. The lowest level of spiritual ability. But this kind of ability has allowed her to pass the death god repeatedly. This ability. It's simply the magic of our line. Klaus, who was on his way, could not help but stop and was amazed. Wesley asked, "Father, can our abilities generate a similar hunch?" "Cannot. But our ability has exploded to the extreme, and it has similar effects." Cross said seriously, "Imagine that everything around you has become extremely slow, so that we can avoid it calmly. Isn't this equal to danger prediction?" Although Klaus, this explanation is a bit far-fetched. But in order not to attack Wesley, who was naturally negative, and to maintain Wesley's desire to wake up with difficulty, Cross could only use a little white lie. "I will work hard." Wesley's desire grew stronger. Also at the moment, Erica's super ability scene is shown again. Scenario 2. In dark slum streets. Click. Erica fell from a height. Her brows were furrowed, her expression unhappy. Because she lost the enemy. This is an important enemy that must not be lost. Finding people in densely populated and complex slums is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Erica's face gradually softened, she closed her eyes, and began to sense the surrounding aura. Then she caught a trace of familiarity in the dirty and complicated atmosphere, opened her eyes, and turned to another street. In the end, he found his target in an extremely chaotic party of 100. And the target still thinks that he has successfully escaped, and is proud of it. Danger prediction, mind tracking. No matter which ability is our dream. Carrot Killer Smith said enviously. Finally, he looked at the carrot in his hand, and suddenly felt a little dull. The extraordinary world is really powerful. If I have any ability, who can stop me? In Ghost Arthur's slightly gloomy expression, there was a hint of envy that he didn't know. The strength is very strong. But if there is no super ability, that's it? Black Caesar looked at the sleepy little girlfriend beside him, and couldn't help but say, "Maybe I should also think of a way to master some extraordinary power." Scenario 3. The protagonist is not Erica. It's a power struggle within the gang. The scene is just like what was written in a third-rate script. The boss suppresses the second child is dissatisfied with the suppression, and turns his face in public, leading to a gunfight within the gang. When everything is calm, the eldest is dead, and the second is left with only one breath. The other gang leaders also fell in a pool of blood. No one in the audience was standing. Erica appeared in front of the second child like a ghost, looking down at the second child condescendingly, and the corners of her mouth gradually curled into a disdainful smile. "Wake up. Your mission is complete." After speaking, Erica snapped her fingers at the target, then slowly backed away, and finally disappeared into the darkness. The second child's originally cloudy eyes gradually regained clarity. "I killed the boss. My God, what the hell have I done?" The more he talked, the weaker he became, the more tired he became, and finally fell into an eternal slumber and never woke up. This strange scene made countless people see cold sweat on their foreheads. That includes Little Sky. Hypnotic ability. Little Sky said in horror, "It's definitely hypnotic ability. Hypnotic ability on TV is in this state." John was also afraid and said, "This Erica's ability is too strong, right? It can turn a person's hypnotic ability to the point of cannibalism. It shouldn't be as powerful as you think." And Yi shook his head. "How to say?" "Yes, Dad, the scene just now is exactly the same as in the movie." Both John and Little Sky were extremely curious. First of all, if Erica's mind ability is really that powerful, then in scene 2 just now, she doesn't need to track, just get the hypnotic ability. Secondly, Erica was originally a ninjutsu master who was proficient in hypnotic ability. Mind ability can perfectly strengthen her hypnotic ability effect to achieve the effect in TV movies. Besides that, the hypnotic ability effect displayed in the light curtain should be a spiritual suggestion. It takes a certain amount of time to ferment if it wants to work. And Yi explained it very clearly. If the world is looking for someone who knows Erica the most, Yi is definitely one of them. Besides, Yi and Erica had an accidental conflict. Contradiction. It is also a kind of familiarity. Physical fitness comparable to an Olympic champion, a genius martial artist, and a ninjutsu master. Plus mind ability. No wonder she ranks so high. John spread his hands, reluctantly accepting the result. Don't underestimate yourself. Erica's mind ability, at best, interferes with you. Yi said sincerely, if you fight alone, you are basically 55. But the system's evaluation is comprehensive ability, so her ranking is higher than yours. John smiled. He knew there was moisture in the words, but he was comfortable listening. Asterisk. 034 Heart-shaped grass. The other side. It turns out that the whereabouts of that batch of goods were exposed by her. It turns out that the demise of the Black Bear Gang was directed by her. Jinbian tightly squeezed the gold artwork in his hand, and actually pinched the artwork into shape-shifting. At some stage, the organization Erica works for has worked closely with Kim. And Erica quickly conquered Jinbing's suspicion with terrifying efficiency. That period of time, Erica almost took Bullseye's place in Kim Bing's heart. When you left, I still felt a little distressed. But since you chose to betray, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jinping looked at Bullseye and asked, you should be sure to kill Erica now, right? Yes, boss. I feel stronger now than I have ever been. Bullseye answered confidently. Bring her back. Jinping said coldly, if she resists, then kill her. Yes. Bullseye smiled. In the past, he regarded Erica as the most powerful competitor, the enemy of his life. Now that Erica betrayed Jinping and went to a dead end, he was happy to push the last one and make Erica doomed. Hell's Kitchen, in some unlit apartment. Erica, so you're still alive. And you've become so powerful. Daredevil looked up at the sky, his mind in self-imposed exile. Although he is blind. But the system still allowed him to see everything in the spiritual realm, as if he had witnessed it. Why didn't you come to me? Daredevil whispered, as if complaining. But after this review, you will become stronger, right? Daredevil said, and laughed first. I don't know if I'm laughing at my naivete, or at my own self-talk. But it was all so peaceful. And the upcoming system reward session pulled everyone's thoughts back. Black Angel Erica, a female killer whose ability is so powerful that even Bullseye can't help but destroy her. Her existence proves to the world that women can also reach the top of the dangerous field. As long as she wants, she alone can subvert a medium-sized country. Rewards begin. Please choose one of the following: Black Angel Erica, the fourth Black Angel on the killer list. 1. 30 kilograms vibranium. 2 20-year lifespan. 3 perfect super soldier serum. 4. Heart-shaped grass. Erica struggled between the last two after quickly ignoring the first two options. But when she thinks of Captain America's muscles, when she read the explanation of the heart-shaped grass, she chose heart-shaped grass without hesitation. Light group display. With Erica's pointing and touching, the light group evolved and turned into a heart-shaped strange grass. With this, I won't lose to you again, will I? Humph. Erica said fiercely, I will get back the shame of that time. She was talking about Yi. Back then, she had a conflict with Yi and was teased by Yi. This scene was cited as a lifelong shame by her, which she remembers to this day. Congratulations to the Black Angel Erica, who ranked 4th on the killer list, for choosing the heart-shaped grass. When the result came out, many people were happy. Vibranium and Lifespan, as expected, came out as a foil. The Super Soldier Serum is also a foil, and it has appeared twice. Although I don't know what the heart-shaped grass is, but Black Angel would rather give up the Super Soldier Serum and choose it. I'm afraid it is also a magical species in the supernatural realm. I bet with the 20-year single of the upper bunk brother that after eating this heart-shaped grass, he can have super ability. The world is happy. But the atmosphere in Wakanda was not so good. Heart-shaped grass is their holy relic. A must-have for every Black Panther generation. But now, outside of Wakanda, there are people who got heart-shaped grass. This is not irony, what is? My king. The female General Oki asked respectfully, do you need us to get the heart-shaped grass back? Can't do that, Okoye. Let's not say whether this Black Angel will take it immediately, but we may not be able to track her trace. T'Challa said calmly, you have to know that if a person like her is willing to hide her whereabouts, it will be difficult for us who are isolated from the world to find her. But the heart-shaped grass is our Wakanda's sacred relic, how can we let a female killer possess it? Okoye is still unwilling. The heart-shaped grass in Black Angel's hand is the prize of the video inventory. It is the blessing of that extraordinary existence, not the blessing of the god Black Panther. The two are only the same in form, but the essence is different. So it's not going to have a big impact on our belief order. At this point, T'Challa looked into the distance. It is clear. He did not want to continue to struggle with this issue. Okoye. The atmosphere of Blue Star is not right recently, and the frequency of Vibranium's appearance is even more worrying to me. T'Challa instructed, what we protect is related to the safety of Blue Star, and we can't be distracted by the luck of others. Yes. Okoye bowed respectfully. Vibranium. Will it become more and more worthless? T'Challa stood with his hands behind his back, unable to calm down. The light curtain has evolved again. But this time, instead of continuing the inventory, it is a familiar question and answer. This video inventory has come to an end for the time being, and the next is the time for question and answer with prizes. Start selecting contestants. 1. Fury. 2. John Wick. 3. Stephen Strange. 4. Ancient One. 5. Wanda Django Maximoff. 6. Justin Hammer. The number of people has changed, and it seems that the question and answer model will also change. Anye's guess was accurate. The system then gives a new question and answer rule. Due to the increase in the number of participants, this round of Q&A has been changed to answer mode. 1 point is awarded for correct answer, 0 point for no answer, and 1 point deducted for wrong answer. After all 6 questions are over, the 3 contestants with the highest total points will be rewarded accordingly. Note 1, if the answer is wrong and the points are 0 at the same time, the system will deduct 1 year of life to compensate. Note 2, at the same time, those with a life expectancy of less than 1 year will have a random reduction in a certain function of the body. Asterisk. Chapter 035. It's time for Q&A again. Similar ingredients, similar taste. It's just a little tweaking because of the number of people. But such a game mode seems to be more suitable for competition with a larger number of people. Only. Many of the people who appeared in the light curtain this time were unfamiliar. The one-eyed dragon looks like a ruthless man, isn't it a gangster? John, this is double the lucky one who got the inventory and participated in the quiz. A woman with a bald head? But she looks like a man. There is no aura. Could it be that the temple has welcomed the guests? Haha, the super rich of Hammer Industries also showed up. Last time it was Tony Stark, this time it was his competitor who came to participate. Is this on purpose? Stephen? This guy seems to be the world's top neurosurgeon. I tried to interview him, but I was scared off by his vicious tongue. Yo, there is actually a cute and beautiful girl, she is really lucky. But her odds are infinitely close to zero, she is purely here as a foil. The world is commenting on the 6 people who took part in the quiz. That is, and ye, with a little special attention. They're all acquaintances. Fury and Ancient One are definitely the 2 with the best odds. Especially Ancient One, this world is afraid that there are not many secrets that can escape her time to peep. John's wave is basically fighting for 2 and 3. And ye pouted. At the same time he is also happy. Although Ancient One thinks about retirement all day, with her presence, the magic side will always be stable. Now that she has an opportunity to ask questions from the system, she should not be killed so easily. At last. And Yi's eyes fell on the Scarlet Witch, who was still an underage girl. The current Wanda is not the Scarlet Witch, but one of the many experimental subjects of Hydra. That's not good. If Wanda is rewarded, it is mostly cheaper Hydra. This is not the picture Yi wants to see. In the void light curtain. Big killer. Fury was the first to target John. He thought was the most threatening. Is something wrong? John was wary of Fury. Because in Yi's daily chat, Yi once made a bad comment on a one-eyed black marinated egg. Black marinated eggs? Still one-eyed? Not who Fury is. Tired of houses and black. It made John not too fond of Fury. It used to be okay, but it's okay now. Fury couldn't understand the unwarranted exclusion. Originally, he wanted to make an appointment with John to exchange information with each other and cooperate to win points. But John's attitude. And Fury wasn't the kind of stalker. So ever. Fury directly strangled the thought of cooperation. The other side. Ancient One ignored Stephen and took the initiative to come to Wanda. Wanda instinctively backed away, wary. Child. Ancient One murmured, I feel an incredible potential in you. Wanda didn't respond. That look, as if looking at a magic stick who eats and drinks and cheats money. Take it easy. Since fate arranged for us to meet, there must be a reason. Ancient One's hands, which had no traces of time, gently reached out to Wanda and stroked them gently. Wanda resisted at first. But the places where these strange hands touched were the dark wounds she suffered from various experiments, and after these dark wounds were touched, there was a warm and comfortable feeling. This is a pair of hands very similar to my mother. A time. Wanda is a little nostalgic. Tony got a clue for a new element. This time it's my turn. Hammer was very excited. If he could get the arc reactor, or even the blueprints for the entire Mark battle suit, he would laugh in his dreams. But he knows his knowledge is limited, and he also knows his strengths. So ever. He shouted wildly, everyone, if you can provide me with an accurate answer later, I will personally repay 100 million beautiful coins for each question, and I will transfer it immediately after I go back. You think we do arithmetic just like you? Still think the price of the prize is not worth the hundreds of millions? The future doctor marvels habitually vicious tongue. Hanmer's face turned blue and red due to choking. Exactly at the moment. The system began to enter the prelude to the game, and promptly cut off this boring war of words. The quiz competition is about to begin. All contestants are prohibited from interfering and making trouble. Violators will have their lifespan deducted directly. In view of the fact that there are still minors on the scene, the competition will introduce a request for help function, and all contestants have an opportunity to seek help from relatives and friends. Seeing this auxiliary mode, Fury smiled, John also showed a smug smile, and even Hammer couldn't restrain his secret joy. But Wanda still looked bitter. Because she really didn't know who to turn to for help. Her only remaining relative, Quicksilver, probably doesn't know more than she does. First question. Among all the contestants on the scene, who has the strongest power? A. Fury, B. John Wick, C. Ancient One, D. Justin Hammer. The first question is the question of punishment. I was just ignored, it's good. Stephen spread his hands, not knowing whether it was sarcasm or sarcasm. But his gesture of preparing to watch the play was completely revealed on his face. Is that the killer? Wanda instinctively looked at John. At the moment, she was still very simple in her thinking and chose B directly. My combat power is definitely not as good as Night Demon, but this question still has hidden attributes. The power at my disposal should be the power I can manipulate. In this case, it is none other than me. Fury happily chose A. Haha. The answer to this question must be me. The power you have is not more powerful than someone else, but more money and more influence than someone else. Hammer was extremely high profile and chose himself directly. At the same time, he also urged others, you won't choose me, right? The strength of Hammer Industries is very powerful. And we have a close relationship with the military. In terms of influence, who can compare to the presence of I? Asterisk. Chapter 036. The system is majestic, no provocation. Facing Hammer's high profile, Ancient One ignored it and happily clicked on his choice in front of the light curtain. Stephen was very disdainful of Hammer's instigation, but he didn't have the heart to refute, and silently wrote down what he thought was the correct answer. At the scene, John didn't have a certain answer. Originally he wanted to choose his own. But after hearing Hammer's words, he fell into deep thought. The power mentioned in the title should include financial resources and influence other than one's own. If it is measured in this way, those who are backed by large organizations and consortia have the most advantage. Ian's character hates a person, but doesn't want to have contact with him, which shows that this person's energy is very strong, and he is strong enough to cause trouble for An. This Fury is obviously Ankau's one-eyed black marinated egg, and he should be chosen. John analyzed this and changed his original intention. The streamer waterfall came immediately. Everyone's answer appears in the streamer waterfall. Fury, A. John, A. Stephen, A. Ancient One, C. Wanda, B. Hammer, D. Fury was a little surprised to see so many people choosing him. And Hammer sneered, I gave you the correct answer, but you don't appreciate it, idiot. There was only Ancient One at the scene, and they kept a peaceful smile from beginning to end. It's just that the mood of the audience outside the venue is not so peaceful. The first question is obviously a bonus question. It must be B, the 6th place on the killer list. Didn't Hammer say it? It's about the power of control. Basically it depends on who has more money and more younger brothers. The answer must be the one-eyed, or Hammer. It's definitely not that monk anyway. Billions of viewers watched the scene, even in Hydra's most unscrupulous human laboratory. Quicksilver is one of them. The system even blind people and animals can watch live. The environment of Quicksilver is naturally not a problem. Correct answer, C. Ancient One gets 1 point, others deduct 1 year of life. Impossible. Unable to accept this fact, Hammer yelled. 1 year life is just a small thing. Face is the key. System. Hammer yelled, did you make a mistake? Not knowing the seriousness of the matter, Hammer continued to question, she is just a fake monk who can't even beat the gangsters on the street. How can she be qualified to master the power beyond us? How could it be her? This question also appeared in Fury and others' minds for the first time. It's just that compared to Hammer's stupidity, they all chose to watch the play and let Hammer continue to charge. Ancient One, 783 years old, recognized as the Sorcerer Supreme of the 9 Realms, the founder of the magical Holy Land Camartage, the strongest Asgardian on the magical side of Blue Star. This response is regarded as a provocation by the contestant Hammer, and a penalty of 3 years of life expectancy will be imposed. If you provoke the system next time and permanently erase the existence of Hammer, all the imprints about Hammer will be permanently erased. Asphyxia. The audience, and even the whole world, was suffocated to death. This is the first time the system's majesty has been publicly revealed. Only then did everyone realize that the system that transcended Blue Star and transcended planes also had a temper. Deserved. How does such a stupid person manage Hammer Industries? Hammer Industries didn't go out of business, what a blessing. Including Fury, there were subtle changes in the eyes of Hammer. They used to be a little bit jealous of Hammer, more or less, even awe, now all turned into disgust. After calm down. The world was in an uproar. This time the whole world is really boiling. 783 years old. The bald head in front of me has lived for 783 years. That is to say, Ancient One has lived from the Renaissance to the present. The awakened Fury stared at Ancient One with uncontrollable horror. He had a hunch that the things he did and the secrets he hid were all hidden from these soft, calm eyes. Don't underestimate those bald heads. Especially those bald heads who have cultivated to the point that they have no emotions and seem harmless to humans and animals. Avoid them if you can. In John's mind, Enyi's previous admonitions appeared involuntarily. Shaved. No emotion? Seems harmless. Isn't that what I mean by Ancient One? John regrets it, and if he'd remembered this warning, he wouldn't have chosen Fury. So she's so amazing. Then can she teach me magic? If I knew magic, then I could avenge my father and mother. Wanda looked at Ancient One, amazed and adored. And learning magic to become stronger, the seeds of revenge for parents, this is the way. Dr. Marvel and Hammer didn't speak at all. Dr. Marvel is doubting life. Hammer, on the other hand, lost his life expectancy by 4 years in succession. His body was exhausted, his spirit was also in panic and doubt, and he had no time to think too much. As for Ancient One, it was still calm. Definitely. She has a new understanding of the ability of the system. Before, he was brought over without resistance. And the secret of his age, which no one knows, was also revealed by the system. This exists. Completely beyond her comprehension. But at the same time Ancient One has more to look forward to. The entire light curtain. Into a strange silence. Compared with the dead silence in the light curtain, the emotions outside are much more lively. Sorcerer Supreme. The magic side. Mom, there really is magic in this world. I'm going to learn magic, I'm going to Camartage. No one can stop me. The old monster who lived from the Renaissance to the present is still a powerful magician. I'm afraid that he can kill those top 10 killers in seconds with just a few fingers. At the age of 783, even if she only learns a little knowledge a year, she is an omnipotent all-rounder by now. But she has learned magic for nearly 800 years, and it is estimated that she can cast the legendary forbidden spell. Who knows the exact address of Camartage? I offer a reward of 1 million beautiful coins. If you can take me there, I will give 100 million beautiful coins. The worldwide boiling, and the fear of the unknown, began to show an irresistible trend. From this moment, an inexplicable wave of magic learning began to sweep across the world. Asterisk. Chapter 037 Who is the vanguard against humanity? Just when the wave of magic learning spread like a plague, the second question of the quiz competition began. Second question. According to the original fate trajectory, among the following, who will Blacken become an anti-human killer in the near future? A. Captain America, B. Iron Man, C. Daredevil, D. Hawkeye. What? Captain America is still alive. Isn't he the superhero 70 years ago? I'm afraid he's too old to walk by now. Could this be the new Captain America? The old Captain America is dead. That's not the point, is it? It's Blacken, Captain America of Blacken, that's a collapse of faith. Captain America is the superhero I respect and admire the most. If he is Blacken, what hero is there to trust? As soon as the question came out, the fishing reel exploded instantly. Not to mention Captain America, who disappeared for more than 70 years, the three words anti-human have a very strong impact on the soul. Captain America has just woken up and few people know it. That's it, the whole world knows about his return, including those seniors of SHIELD. Fury sighed inwardly. But he soon returned to his mind. Anyone can Blacken, but Captain America can't. Tony has an extremely powerful Stark industry. Even if there is unexpected bad news, he can use money and influence to get revenge, and there is no need for anti-humanity at all. So the real answer lies with Daredevil and Hawkeye. The limitations of Daredevil are extremely obvious. Even Blacken cannot achieve the level of anti-humanity. Fury's analysis is here, and he already has the answer in his heart. But seconds before Fury made her decision, Ancient One had already entered the answer she knew. Compared with Fury's reason and evidence, Ancient One's victory is in hand, and the performance of others is a bit unbearable. Unfortunately, I don't have a deep understanding of these superhero, so I can only give up. Dr. Marvel reluctantly gave up on this question. What should I do? Forget it, choose randomly, it doesn't matter if it's wrong anyway. In order to get revenge, Wanda willingly became Hydra's experimental body, and she naturally wouldn't care about the mere 1-year lifespan. System, I want to invite foreign aid. Hammer had to use up the only opportunity to call for help off the court. You can just recite the other person's name silently. Not long after the system answered, a colorful streamer flew directly to Hammer's side. This is a gray-haired, learned old scholar. But Fury knew the guy. He is a retired military intelligence chief for many years. And he's the kind of expert who specializes in superheroes, special phenomena. When Hammer found this person, it was definitely a perfect fit. Then, Hammer and the old scholar discussed in public for half a minute under the shield of the system. Then they shook hands, apparently reaching an agreement. John followed suit, and began to ask, System, I also want to ask for foreign aid. The voice just fell. The rainbow-like colorful streamer brought Anyi to the light curtain. FK, why is it him again? Isn't he the player who appeared last time? He's actually the partner of the sixth killer. I'll just say it. How could an ordinary person win the first place in the rush answer competition? I remember that he exchanged super koi last time, and I don't know if he used it. People around the world have a strong heart for gossip towards Anyi. But Anyi was not in such a good mood. You are really my good brother. Anyi has always wanted to keep a low profile. But after 2 consecutive appearances in the quiz competition, who would ignore him? Never mind. There's not much time, I'll settle the account with you later. Anyi didn't waste time, and copied what he had just said. The original question in the title is very interesting. Anti-humanity and soon after, at first glance, are restrictions, but they are actually reminders. There is a time limit for answering questions. The system cannot make people procrastinate indefinitely. Basically, each question has 5 minutes to answer. Add in the 1 minute for foreign aid, and at most 6 minutes. Captain America's character, Iron Man's wealth, make it impossible for them to be anti-human. Daredevil's influence is basically in Hell's Kitchen. At this point, John naturally knew that the remaining final choice was the correct answer. Thank you. John laughed, I'll invite you back to barbecue. Wait a moment. Anyi suddenly remembered something, pointed at Wanda, and said, the help function is a stunt for scoring points, and she is the easiest partner to work with on the scene. I see what you mean. John was stunned for a while, then nodded, understanding what Anyi meant. See you. I'll take my chances. The two said their goodbyes, and John also made a choice. Time up. Everyone's answers are displayed in the streamer waterfall. Fury, D. John, D. Stephen, abstain. Ancient One, D. Wanda, C. Hammer, D. The answers are relatively uniform, and 2 of them have invited foreign aid. So no surprises. Correct answer, D. Fury, John, Ancient One, and Hammer all get 1 point, Wanda deducts 1 year of life, and Stephen 0 point. Currently Ancient One has the highest total score, which is 2 points. Ancient One was not happy. She looked at Wanda and said sincerely, "Children, hatred is not the driving force, but a lot of times it's the fog that drives your eyes." But I have no choice. Wanda looked at Ancient One aggrieved. Do not. Before the game, you really didn't have a choice, but now you have. Ancient One gently combed Wanda's messy hair and said, "Treasure your lifespan well. In the future, every day of yours will be beautiful." Wanda nodded in understanding. Asterisk. Chapter 038 Tony's Wrath. The third question. According to the original trajectory of fate, among the following, who will cooperate with the killer who assassinated Iron Man? A. Fury, B. Hammer, C. Alexander Pierce, D. General Thunderbolt. Fury's face darkened instantly. Although his face was originally black, now, it can be said to be ugly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has previously analyzed the system's quiz game. One of the underlying principles is obvious. People from the same organization and team will not appear in the same question option at the same time. But Pierce is the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the old brother who single-handedly promoted Fury. This is my own. Still benefactor. Why is he in the options with me? Could it be that by default in the system, he and I are not members of the same organization? Thinking of this, Fury broke down in cold sweat. The former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the current director are not from the same organization, and the information they represent is simply unbelievable. System, I want to invite foreign aid. At the moment, Fury doesn't even care about quizzes. Pierce is sent to Fury by the colorful streamer. The scene was very embarrassing. An old fox meets an even older fox. The two got into a fight. The other side. John was confused again. The third question is harder to guess than the second. The idea of the second question, he guessed right, knew that to cooperate with the killer who assassinated Tony was to stand on the opposite side of Tony and a large group of people. There are not many people with this energy. There are 4 choices, and each one seems likely. Hammer, Tony's nemesis. Fury, obviously a big shot with huge energy and a lot of means. Pierce, I don't know who it is, but from Fury's expression just now and his subsequent actions, there is a clue. General Thunderbolt, the hawkish representative of the military, has power and power. Hey, knowing the last question, I won't be in a hurry to invite an ye. John, who was a little regretful, was ready to give up after struggling. Available at this time. He saw Hammer's slightly distorted expression, and suddenly caught something. No, with ability, there is one condition: is it necessary to turn against Iron Man? This Fury is an old fox and can't do such a stupid thing. Stark Industries is a good partner of the military, and General Thunderbolt can't disgust his own people. Only this Hammer has ability, ambition, and high enough contradictions. Thinking of this, John gritted his teeth and chose Hammer. At this time, Pierce, who was invited, was also teleported out. All contestants make their choices. Everyone's answers are displayed in the streamer waterfall again. Fury, B. John, B. Stephen, abstain. Ancient One, B. Wanda, abstain. Hammer, B. This time the answer is more uniform than the last, with only 2 choices in all. Either be or abstain. Judging from Stephen's attitude, he basically gave up struggling. And Wanda also began to be cautious after the enlightenment of Ancient One, and stopped wasting life at will. Correct answer, B. Fury, John, Ancient One and Hammer all score 1, Wanda and Stephen 0. Currently Ancient One has the highest total score, which is 3 points. Fury, John, and Hammer are all 2 points, Wanda and Stephen are all 0 points. Fury's mind was a little distracted, not the least bit happy. Hammer was very excited, as if he saw a prize. But what he didn't know was what a huge impact this answer has. Especially Tony. Justin Hammer. I thought our conflict was a business conflict, but I didn't expect you to do it so thoroughly. Tony still gritted his teeth at first, but as he talked, he seemed to see through. Since you don't even want the bottom line, then I'm welcome. Assassinate me. Ha ha. Tony knew he couldn't guard against those elusive killers. But there is a way to prevent it. Business competition. He no longer gives Hammer Industries any chance. Hammer Industries is not going bankrupt, he will not stop. It's not just Tony's anger, but Pepper and the entire Stark industry. What a terrifying force when the huge Stark industry moves. Ha ha. I always thought that Hammer was a coward, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister. The president of the Pym Group, Darren Krause, a student of Dr. Pym, mocked Hammer wantonly. There is a reason for his schadenfreude attitude. This future WASP warrior has great ambitions, otherwise he would not have kicked out his mentor and occupied the group created by Dr. Pym himself. At the same time, he will not repeatedly compete viciously with Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and Osborne Group in order to dominate the military industry. The original intention of his research on Pym particles was to weaponize and seize the military market. You fight. It's best to fight both, so that our group has a chance. Claus said with a yin smile, my research has reached the final stage, and the results will be released soon. By then, you may have no strength, and it happens to be the time when our group harvests you. For Klaus. He's all set now except for that damn formula in Dr. Pym's hand. Just complete this step. The military field will be dominated by him. Asterisk. Chapter 039 Artifacts come out, gods appear. The giants in the military industry are fighting each other, but the 6 contestants in the quiz competition are quite calm. At least on the surface. Question 4. According to the original fate trajectory, which of the following artifacts will appear on Blue Star first? A. Mjolnir, B. Destruction Armor, C. Ice Treasure Box, D. Mind Scepter. Seeing this question, Ancient One laughed again. With Time Gem, she can peer into the future. But her energy is limited, and she cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. At most, she can see some key nodes and variables in the future. Like some trivial things, or too far in the future, that is outside the scope of ability. This is like an ordinary person, who may care about when the construction of a large building on the street will start, but he will not care about what food the ants under his feet will collect and return to the nest. Artifacts come to Earth. Doesn't that mean that there are really gods in this world? Fury was shocked again. The appearance of this question has turned his speculation for years into a certainty at this moment. At the same time, his previous worries became a reality. There are other people who have also been refreshed. If it wasn't for the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who had lived for hundreds of years, they would have been immunized in advance, otherwise they would be even more shocked now. Only the fishing reels of the world, which had just calmed down, were boiling again. Mom, there is really a God in this world. In the past, my elders told me to pay attention to worshipping God, but I was very perfunctory. I wonder if I would be settled by the Queen. Guess with scientific thinking, will those so-called gods be powerful aliens? I think it's time to find a religion with a stronger belief. The appearance of artifacts represents the real existence of gods. This accident directly made the major religions of Blue Star boil. They, who were already shaky under the impact of science, were resurrected on the spot, and some ambitious ones even planned to snatch the secular authority that belonged to them. But none of this concerns the contestants. Apart from Ancient One, no one could guess at the scene. However, for some unknown purpose, Ancient One actually told Wanda, who was at a loss, the correct answer in a way similar to sound transmission into secret. If you believe me, choose A. Wanda, who was at a loss and was about to give up, suddenly heard the news, and instinctively looked at Ancient One in surprise. What he got was Ancient One's warm smile. Wanda didn't doubt it and chose A directly. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. After all, if it wasn't for Ancient One, she would still choose randomly, and her lifespan would be deducted even more. No solution. After thinking about it, John had no idea and could only abstain. Instead, it was Fury and Hammer, who made choices like gamblers. One is that Pierce's position is a bit confusing, and he just wants to end all this early and go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out. One is like a gambler who is willing to give up, and has already ignored it. Everyone made a choice, and the answer was displayed in the streamer waterfall. Fury, D. John, abstain. Stephen, abstain. Ancient One, A. Wanda, A. Hammer, B. Wanda did not abstain and chose the same answer as Ancient One. This change made Fury and others feel slightly uneasy. They didn't see the scene of Ancient One and Wanda communicating, so they were just skeptical. But the system did not give them time to think about it, and the answer began to be announced. Correct answer, A. Ancient One and Wanda get 1 point, Fury and Hammer get 1 point, John and Stephen get 0 point. Currently Ancient One has the highest total score, which is 4 points. John is still 2 points, Fury, Hammer and Wanda are all 1 point, Stephen is still 0 points. Yo, things are getting more interesting. Wanda suddenly answered correctly, it should be Ancient One, right? And Yi, who was watching the play, quickly saw the mystery. But why not the future Doctor Strange, but the Scarlet Witch? And Yi noticed just now that Ancient One deliberately ignored Stephen. I understand. In order to maintain Stephen's inherent destiny, Ancient One deliberately ignored him. There is no reward, the whole process of the competition is transparent, and he will still be the top neurosurgeon when he goes back. And Yi finally realized the good intentions of Ancient One. As for Wanda, probably a surprise for Ancient One. It could also be that Ancient One is preparing another Sorcerer Supreme for Blue Star, with an extra layer of preventive protection. Same time. Found this clue. Not only An Yi, but also the traitor from Ancient One. Caecilius, who had fallen into darkness, was also watching the quiz. When he saw that as powerful as Ancient One was also forcibly pulled into the light curtain, his heart was full of fear and anxiety about the unknown existence of system. And now, he found a second disturbing thought. Why her? Teacher, you never do boring things, which shows that this little girl named Wanda has the qualities that attract you. Caecilius thought for a moment, then smiled, is she possessing great magical potential? Or will she be some pivotal pivot in the future? But none of that matters. When I find the secret scroll, get a stronger dark power, and summon my Lord Dormammu. At that time, no matter how strong you were and how many magic seeds you cultivated, everything would be in vain. Caecilius has been completely corrupted by darkness. His adoration of darkness, of Dormammu, is nothing but madness. There is no reason, no worship of humanity. Asterisk. Chapter 040 and this operation. 4 questions are over. The Ancient One is now invincible. Even if she didn't answer the next few questions correctly, she just abstained, and others would at most be tied for first place with her. But with her ability, this may basically not exist. So the next game is just a battle for the second and third place. So far, all have a chance. After all, if John guessed one wrong question, he would fall. And Fury, Hammer and Wanda had a chance to fight for second place if they guessed one question correctly. Even Steven, as long as he answers all the last two questions correctly, has a chance to compete for the second place. In short, the tragic involution of the 5 trailing contestants will be the climax of the competition. I didn't expect the game to enter such a situation. Hey, I was distracted by what happened to Pierce. Fury regrets it? The question just now should not be analyzed arbitrarily. Otherwise, I don't need to be deducted 1 point, and now I can have a lot of initiative. Speaking of which, that choice is a bit strange. In the mythological system, generally only when evil comes to the world, the gods will appear. And Thor is the god of justice. Why is it the first to appear on Blue Star? Is there an unspeakable secret? Fury is habitually diffused thinking again. Similar to him is Hammer. I still have a chance. The previous question and answer completely turned me on Iron Man and Stark Industries. If I can't bring back the transformative power this time, Hammer Industries will be targeted. Although Hammer is stupid and arrogant, he also knows that the current Hammer Industries cannot compete with Stark Industries. He was cut off by the system, and now he can only bet everything. At this time, here comes the 5th question. According to the original fate trajectory, among the following 4, who is most wanted? A. Wesley, B. Bullseye, C. Black Angel Erica, D. Captain America. Seeing this question, Ancient One was slightly stunned. Because in the original trajectory of fate, the timeline involved in this question seems to be after the focus of her life. That was beyond her comprehension. At this time, Ancient One felt a look of anticipation. It's Wanda. Wanda saw hope for victory in the Ancient One. However, Ancient One was powerless to this question at first, so he could only shake his head with Wanda, and hinted that she would abstain, leaving hope for the last question. But Wanda is not reconciled. If she abstains and Fury or Hammer answers right, she has no chance. If Steven answered correctly, then she would be at the bottom, and her hope would be even slimmer. Hope in despair. Emotions will be 10 times higher than usual. And Wanda is clearly in this particular state. It can't be Captain America. Captain America sacrificed himself for world peace. How can such a superhero who saves the world be wanted? Hammer first ruled out Captain America. I remember that Wesley, he seemed to destroy mutual aid with a rat bomb. Although it is to protect the world, if a terrorist attack of this scale is used in the City of Freedom, you will definitely be wanted. It was he who was right. Hammer quickly settled on option A. At the same time, Fury also has his own understanding. Exclude Captain America first, he's the least likely option. The other 3 are all top killers just listed, and they all have extraordinary abilities. Wesley is a traitor to the Mutual Aid Society, and it is a given that he is wanted by the police in Liberty City. Bullseye is the #1 killer of the underground Emperor Jin Bing, and he is also a frequent visitor to the wanted list. Black Angel Erica is a contradictory body, but she is generally biased towards the justice camp. Even if she is wanted, it is only a small-scale pursuit. Thinking of this, Fury already has a draft. Both Wesley and Alice are wanted, both of which are not high-level wanted. On the contrary, it was Bullseye. There were too many killings and a lot of sin, and the number of wanted people should be the most. So ever. Fury chose B. Betting. If you win, you have a chance, and if you lose, it's only 1 year of life. Steven is interested in this question. At least he has seen the video inventory, plus he has a super memory, and he remembers the character information in the options very clearly. After weighing it, he made the same choice as Fury. At this time, John made an amazing move. The answer is basically the first three. But the first three are possible, it's a headache. John rubbed his aching temples, and out of the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of Wanda, who was afraid. He thought about what Anyi said before he left. Sudden. He got it? So he looked at Wanda and shouted, "Wanda, if you want to win, why not invite my partner?" Anyi's previous words meant that he borrowed Wanda's hand to invite Anyi, and then the two sides cooperated to score points. What? Wanda's mind didn't turn around for a while. After a few seconds of wrong, Wanda asked, "Will that gentleman tell me the correct answer?" Meeting. As long as we cooperate. John answered with absolute certainty. It is good. Unwilling and eager to win, Wanda recites Anyi's name in his heart. Next moment, Anyi stepped on the colorful streamer and entered the light curtain again. Ancient One smiled wryly, Fury stunned, and Hammer and Steve froze. They all have the same thought in their minds. And this operation. But they had no choice but to watch John and Wanda combine to score points. The question has been read, and the answer has been analyzed. Anyi didn't waste time, went directly to Wanda, and told Wanda and John the answer using a real voice transmission. One after another appeared in the quiz game. And the accuracy is extremely high. As long as you're not a fool, you know that Anyi is not an ordinary person. So now he is too lazy to explain. Anyway, he has long passed the fearful novice stage. With the purple thunder 7 strikes. Most of the Transcendents couldn't bear his 3 knives. At last. Before leaving, Anyi praised Wanda without hesitation, "You are very smart and decisive. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Asterisk. Chapter 041 Forget it, I'm lying flat. It appears again, how many times is this? There's definitely something wrong with this guy. No problem, I'm shampooing upside down. Nonsense, I dare to stand up to this kind of winning flag. I even dare to eat shit. This guy won't be the boss of an intelligence organization, will he? Otherwise, how would he know so much? Many people are speculating about Anyi. Unfortunately, Anyi is not a contestant after all. Playing twice is already the limit. With the end of time, Anyi was also teleported back. Time up. Everyone's answers are collectively displayed in the streamer waterfall. Fury, B. John, D. Stephen, B. Ancient One, Waver. Wanda, D. Hammer, A. As soon as John and Wanda's answers appeared, the scene boiled over. How can it be the captain? This is the most impossible answer. It turns out that guy is not omniscient. Hammer and Stephen both breathed a sigh of relief. Ancient One frowned, as if he had thought of something, and the fear of Anyi in his heart immediately rose to a new level. Only Fury's body stiffened. Because he finally recalled a certain fragment from before. No, why did the captain appear in the options? The last time this type of question appeared, it happened to be the most unlikely person who became the correct answer. It is the least likely to become a reality. Is this a warning to me, or even to the world? At the moment, Fury thought of a classic quote. Accidents are unexpected because they are unexpected. Correct answer, D. John and Wanda each get 1 point, Fury, Hammer and Stephen each deduct 1 point, Ancient One gets 0 point. Since Stephen's points are 0, 1 year of lifespan is deducted as a penalty. Never mind. I'm lying flat. Stephen gave up the struggle. This quiz competition, for him, was simply torture. Given the choice, he would rather not participate. Why, Captain? Doesn't make sense. Hammer murmured. He didn't dare to question the system, he could only wonder by himself. And not only him, but John and Wanda, the two answerers, were all confused. In view of the fact that all contestants do not know the truth of the answer, all contestants have common needs, and now open the answer decryption function. Contestants in need can spend 1 point, or 1 year of life, to apply for answer decryption. Note, this function is a private function, so it is only spread inside the competition, and the outside cannot be peeped. Fury glared at the boss. He asked almost without hesitation, "System, I exchange 1 year of life for the truth of the answer." Application passed. Captain America's voice appeared in the light curtain in front of them. Captain America is still so young and so strong. Exactly the same as in the video record. Scene 1. This is the scene where Captain America is ambushed in the elevator. The picture is fast. It feels a bit fast forward. But that doesn't stop it from being thrilling. In particular, the scene where Captain America is imprisoned with one hand and can beat back the enemy is very enjoyable. Then, with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D's uninjured jump from the building, and the single-player Quinjet of the Super Era, these two scenes made everyone's blood boil. It turns out that the captain is so sturdy. If I face him head-to-head, I'm afraid I will lose more and win less. John looked at this human hero with admiration in his heart. It turns out that this shield is so amazing that it can ignore physical rules. This is Steven's surprise. That fighter jet is burning. If our group gets this kind of technology, it will be able to solve the urgent need. That strange shackle of adsorbent on the elevator wall seems to have been seen somewhere. Hammer's focus is different. Scenario 2. While the world is hunting down the Winter Soldier, Captain America chooses to help his parents and not help them. In the subsequent pursuit, especially thrilling high-rise fights, tunnel pursuits, Black Panther's powerful combat power and Captain America's short guard, all presented in front of everyone. Then, War Machine, congratulations, Captain, you're already a criminal. This sentence made everyone feel very sudden. But the subsequent hand-pulling of the helicopter set everyone on fire again. Who's that guy in the black battlesuit? The fighter's machine gun can't even hit it? That battlesuit is an integrated body of Iron Man and Captain America. Except that it can't fly, everything else is amazing. What's wrong with the captain? His state is obviously sober. But it is against the world. This kind of story without cause and effect, only fragments, is the most tormenting. The last sentence is Steven's complaint. Opinions, however, were mixed, with some supporting Captain America and others scoffing. This is wanted twice. Wanda whispered. But her words were heard by everyone, and a new topic was raised. The background just now is very unusual, it may be a world-class meeting place. 2 world-class wanted, all those so-called killers. No wonder the answer would be him. Just at the moment, the third scene came. Scenario 3. This scene is more fragmented. Just showing the story of Captain America refusing to sign the Sokovia Agreement and running away with Bucky. Immediately after all the evidence was erased, Captain America had no choice but to storm the underwater prison and rescue the last fragment of his companions. This time, everyone was speechless. Especially after Captain America attacked the underwater prison and completely opposed the world's major regimes, everyone was too lazy to even mention it. But what they don't know is, Fury became the biggest beneficiary of this decryption of the answer. First I was assassinated and had to feign death, then Pierce was out of line with me. Now that the captain is wanted again, especially for the first time, it's clearly inside the SHIELD. Is it understandable that S.H.I.E.L.D. has undergone drastic changes, and even Captain America has been implicated? And assuming Pierce is the enemy, then inside S.H.I.E.L.D., who else can believe it? No, I have to contact Captain America right now, and now only he can salvage the disadvantage. Fury seemed to be enlightened. At the moment, he doesn't care about the game at all, he just wants to end it early. Asterisk. Chapter 042 Black Widow, You Exposed. Question 6. After the answer is decrypted, the system quickly enters the final question and answer session. According to the original trajectory of fate, which special killer union became the superhero known to the world? A. Black Caesar, B. Night Demon, C. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, D. Whipso Ivan. Ivan Whip, isn't it the killer who killed Tony? How can such a person become a superhero? When Hammer saw the options for the question, he instinctively rejected Whipso Ivan. But he remembered the lessons from the previous 2 times and wondered whether it would be the most unlikely answer. Black Caesar has the potential to be extraordinary. If it is paired with S.H.I.E.L.D's weapon resources, he really has the potential to become a superhero. But relatively speaking, Night Demon's conditions are better. Natasha Romanoff is her own, and I definitely support her to become a superhero. After all, with the resources she has now, it's only one chance away. After Fury finished talking about the 3, he laughed first. He just wants to end it now and go back early. Why should you care about these issues? So, Fury didn't want to gamble even with a 1-year lifespan, so he simply abstained. However, it was not only him and Stephen who chose to abstain, but also John, who took the 2nd place, and Wanda, who took the 3rd place. Developed to the present. In the audience, only Ancient One and Hammer, who was not afraid of death, came out to answer questions. Time up. All answers are displayed. Fury, abstain. John, abstain. Stephen, abstain. Ancient One, C. Wanda, abstain. Hammer, D. Maybe it's because there are too few answers. The system didn't bother to delay too long, and directly announced the result. Correct answer, C. Ancient One gets 1 point, Hammer deducts 1 year of life, and everyone else gets 0 point. The answer is out. In reality, a chain reaction occurs. Natasha Romanoff. It's the legendary Black Widow. Tony froze for a moment, then turned to look at Black Widow Natasha Romanoff next to Pepper. Same time. Thoughtful J.A.R.V.I.S has delivered a new generation of battlesuits. Looks like I've been fired. Natasha Romanoff greeted Tony's scrutinizing eyes with a smile, and Happy's wary movements. Actually, there was an unspeakable bitterness in her heart. She had done so much preparation and played the role so successfully, but she was completely cracked by a question and answer question in the system. However, he was unable to refute it. No solution. Powerless. This feels super uncomfortable. Tony, don't be angry. Natasha Romanoff is very serious about her work and even took the trouble out of me. Although Chili Pepper couldn't accept it for a while, he still tried his best to maintain Natasha Romanoff. Tony asked, "Are you a killer? Or a spy?" "It used to be a killer. It's the agent now," Natasha Romanoff said. "At the same time, it is also a special commissioner to assess and protect you. No wonder it is defined as a special killer by the system." Tony sneered, "But, do I need your protection? And what qualifications do you, or the organization behind you, have to judge me? Now of course you don't need it. But when you were poisoned with palladium, you needed it. As for the organization behind me, it's really qualified to recruit you, because it has close ties with the Stark family." Natasha Romanoff wouldn't budge. "Poisoned? Tony, when did you get poisoned? Why didn't you tell me?" The Chili Peppers exploded instantly. Same time. Their walls also blew up. Ivan, the whip wrapped around the electric current, appeared in front of the collapsed wall and was looking at the 4 people in front of him with a playful smile. He knew Tony's security level was extremely high right now. But no matter how high it is, there is still a flaw. That's when video raps and quizzes come in. At this time, people all over the world are paying attention to the inventory and the game, and no one is going to work seriously. Even the most dedicated ones can be distracted to some degree. He was right. Smoothly killed in front of Tony. He also bet wrong. Because the Tony at the moment is not the original Tony. The most important thing is that because of the accident just now, the battle suit happened to be by his side. Whip so Ewan, it's just the unlucky bug that came to the door for Tony to vent. Nobody knew about the mutation on Tony's side. Everyone's focus is on the quiz competition, and they are all looking forward to what kind of rewards the system will give this time. This round of quiz competition ends here. Ancient One has the highest total score, which is 5 points, ranking first. John's total score is 3 points, ranking second. Wanda's total score is 2 points, ranking third. As soon as the results come out, the contestants who did not get the reward can leave. Fury didn't even talk nonsense at all and left. Little girl. You are lucky. Stephen didn't seem to want to continue to be a foil, so he also left. On the contrary, Hammer, who was the most shamed and punished the most, had the cheek to stay. Wanda, the third place in the quiz, choose one of the following rewards. 1.10 years lifespan. 2 Devil Fruit *1. 3 Pokemon *1. 4. Awakening Pharmacy. Wanda was waiting for this opportunity. Naturally, the first one will not be considered, so she starts directly from the second one. After reading it, she was so excited. This so-called devil fruit is simply a super ability fruit. It's just a little more side effect. She instinctively chose this. Please wait. Hammer leaned over hypocritically and asked, if you're interested in selling the prize, I can offer a high price. 1 billion pretty coins, how about that? Wanda didn't respond. How can money be more important than the safety and revenge of loved ones? Not enough. Then 2 billion. Asterisk. Chapter 043 Save People? It's just the difficulty of knocking a door. Seeing that Wanda ignored him, Hammer decided to increase the price. But Wanda still ignored him. This time, Hammer was in a hurry, and quickly increased the price. If you have any additional needs, I can provide them. You want people to give them, and weapons to give weapons. Big Tycoon, don't think of prizes. John reminded, have you forgotten that the system's prizes are basically bound? Binding can also be transferred. As long as the price is enough. Hammer said firmly, I don't believe the system doesn't have this setting. John paused. The system does have a potential setting. For prizes bound by the system, the owner can unlock the binding if they are willing. Seeing John's expression and Wanda's hesitation, Hammer knew there was a play. For this last chance, he burst out with unprecedented wisdom, do you have any difficulties? I see your clothes, your living environment should be a bit special, right? Wanda nodded instinctively. Leave it to me. I can issue 1 billion beautiful coins and form the world's top mercenary army to work for you. Then I will give you an additional 2 billion beautiful coins to ensure your carefree life for the rest of your life. The price has risen again, and an extremely attractive bargaining chip has also been added. Such a rich bargaining chip, not many people in the world can refuse. Wanda, a girl who has been tortured and impoverished for a long time, finally has a little loosening. Enough is enough. Ancient One stood up. She is the first and has the right to see the details of the prize. In the time just now, she has carefully understood the details of all the rewards. Especially the function of Awakening Pharmacy. Awakening Potion, Magic System, can perfectly stimulate the ability in the user's body without any side effects. Incredibly simple medicine. But it is the gospel of the potential. Because of this understanding, she was reluctant to waste Wanda's potential. Ancient One walked up to Wanda and asked seriously, "Wanda, do you remember what I said about you before?" Wanda nodded. She hasn't heard any compliments since her parents left. Ancient One is the first. Then I will ask you now. Ancient One asked, "Then do you still believe me now?" Wanda nodded without hesitation. You have unparalleled potential. Such potential should not be confused by external factors. Ancient One said sincerely, "So I suggest you choose Awakening Potion to activate the ability that belongs to you." It is good. Wanda is more willing to believe in Ancient One than Hammer. Congratulations to Wanda, the third place in the competition, for choosing the Awakening Potion. Awakening Potion, the name is Awakening Super Ability. Even if you don't have Awakening Super Ability, you can make your body stronger. Isn't Captain America the best example? It's really enviable to have extraordinary ability all of a sudden. But the Sorcerer Supreme has always emphasized the potential of young girls. What big secrets are there? No wonder that Hanmer would be so shameless and coax such a cute girl. At this moment, Wanda has become the most envied object in the world. If Wanda has a chance to be a star, then she is definitely the most dazzling one today. Even the smashing superstars don't have such popularity today. However, the most proud is Hydra. Baron Strucker, to be exact. It is this regional boss of Hydra who used Loki's spiritual scepter in the original book to conduct brutal human experiments on Wanda and Quicksilver, and luckily succeeded in inspiring the super ability of both of them. Because of this is the plot of Avengers 2. Now, Wanda gets the Awakening Elixir. When she returns, doesn't it mean that he and Hydra get the Awakening Potion? Can Baron Strucker not laugh crazy? Unfortunately, he was too happy. With the Ancient One present, everything he imagined would be turned into a dream. Hey! Hammer was disappointed. He dared not be angry with the Sorcerer Supreme who lived 783 years. The ghost knows what magic he will use to make himself die inexplicably. The lost Hammer walked away dejectedly. He knew he had no chance to stay. John wasn't a fool, and Ancient One couldn't. All he could do now was to go back and deal with the storms of Stark Industries as soon as possible. There are only 3 winners left in the scene. Just take it. Ancient One saw Wanda's hesitation and offered to take it. But Wanda was still hesitant. She was afraid that she and Quicksilver, who did not bring the prize, would be tortured by Hydra when she went back. Don't worry, I have everything. Ancient One reassured, I'll pick you up soon when you go back later. And my brother? Overjoyed, Wanda hurriedly added. She couldn't have escaped alone, leaving Quicksilver to suffer at the base. Ancient One nodded with a very gentle smile. Perhaps for him, taking 2 poor children from the Hydra base was no different than hanging out. Then just as Wanda was about to take the Awakening Potion, the system's voice remembered. Please choose the second prize of the quiz competition, John Wick, and choose one of the following awards. 1. 20 years lifespan. 2. Devil Fruit *1. 3. Pokemon *1. 4. Naruto *1. 5. Navy 6th Form 2. The prizes are generally similar to Wanda, but there are more prizes to choose from. John is very suspicious. If he has the magical ability like Wanda, it is very likely that there will be a corresponding prize such as Awakening Potion in the selection. It's hard to choose. Since redeeming the universal antidote, the obstacles in John's heart have been cleared away. Now that there is no obsession, his difficulty in choosing has begun to attack. Asterisk. Chapter 044 The Navy's 6th form has been awarded the 4th. The side effects of devil fruits are not very obvious, but the problem is that the ability of many fruits is a bit tasteless. Once you get those tasteless ones, it will be in vain. The flaws of Pokemon are similar, and losing the bet is a huge loss. Naruto is a completely unknown field, this can only be used as an alternative in the alternative. 2 of the 6 naval styles should be able to quickly improve my actual combat ability, which is a relatively conservative choice. John has another headache. If Anyi is there, he can definitely give him advice. Never mind. Improve the strength first, and then exchange martial arts with Anyi with the Navy 6th form. John thought about it, and finally made the most conservative choice. Congratulations to the second place in the competition, John Wick, who chose the 2nd Navy 6th form. His conservative choice made Anyi heave a sigh of relief. Fine. On the surface, it is a very conservative choice, but in fact it can maximize the benefits. After all, devil fruits can't be given to others, the chances of Pokemon being tasteless are too high, and the fit between Naruto and us is too low. Only the 6th form of the Navy can become stronger and can be traded. It makes the prize that was originally only one person become a bargaining chip for 2 people, or even the whole team becomes stronger. Anyi is still very satisfied with John's choice. Right at the moment, the hero of Hurricane Rescue, Bolois, is on the phone. Mr. N, a vehicle with a suspicious license plate is rapidly approaching the community. Please ask if we need to take preventive measures. Cloth Lois' security ability has always been very reassuring. Do you know who it is? Anyi's brows furrowed. This time is a little unusual. Temporary. Sam just got their face data. Ah. They're Cross and Wesley. This time even Bullet and Lois became nervous. After all, they are the royal family of assassins. Rank 6th on the systematically assessed killer list. Such a dangerous person is simply a severe test of the security system of Bullet and Lois. It's them. Instead, Anyi was relieved and said, "It's okay, let them in." Anyi vaguely guessed the intention of the father and son. Actually a good guess. After all, they had just left the clutches of the Assassin League and had nowhere to go. At the same time, Wesley also needs to practice ability safely. Looking at the entire free city, only Anyi can be called guaranteed. Yes. Although Bullet and Lois didn't quite understand it, he respectfully obeyed. At the same time, the quiz round also comes with Ancient One, the well-deserved first-place choice reward. Please Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, choose the following 2 rewards. 1. 20 years lifespan. 2 Devil Fruit *1. 3 Pokemon *1. 4. Naruto *1. 5. Awakening Pharmacy *1. 6. Artifact *1. There is one more option, but the number of choices has been increased to 2. No distractions. An Ancient One is an extremely assertive person. She chose the artifact without thinking. As for what happened randomly, no one knew. Later, when many people speculated that her second choice would be Awakening Potion, she chose Pokemon. Then, Ancient One brought 2 treasures and returned to the original position under the transmission of the colorful streamer. At the same time, the light curtain completely disappeared. All those who are accustomed to watching video inventory and quiz competitions have an empty heart all of a sudden. After all, I don't know how long to wait for the next video inventory. The light curtain disappears. Is everything back on track? Do not. And ye also welcome 2 popular guests. Cross and Wesley's. Interestingly, John seems to know Cross. You are getting stronger. Cross looked at Cross, whose appearance had hardly changed. You are much older. John was also looking at each other. Cross replied, "We haven't seen each other for many years. So you brought so much trouble to visit me." John was not polite at all, and asked directly, "Did you forget that I'm retired?" Fortunately, I brought a gift this time. Klaus rejoices in himself. Gift. You're empty-handed, where's the gift? Bullets. Or the smell of your sweat. John doesn't like people disturbing his retirement. After all, in order to exit the Continental Hotel, he completed 3 impossible tasks. If it wasn't for Agni's help, grass would have grown over his grave. Don't be so stingy. I brought the recipe for medicated bath this time, as well as 2 of the 6 naval styles. Close said proudly, how is it? Is my sincerity enough? The medicated bath in the Assassin League can stimulate white blood cells and speed up recovery. Soaked in it, bruises or cuts, or even broken bones, heal in a matter of hours. This kind of medicinal bath is magical. Agni has long been interested in copying this thing. But because he was rarely injured, he gradually forgot about the past. Install. John looked at Agni. Agni asked, what's your Navy 6th form? Shaved and moon step. Cross answered without hesitation. Ken. Agni nodded lightly. Because the 2 styles John chose were different from them. In this way, the 2 sides can complement each other. And what John will do basically means that Agni will do too. The Navy's 6th form has won the 4th. We just wanted to take some time off. Cross first assured, when I finish training Wesley, I will leave and will not bring the danger of mutual aid to you. The Mutual Aid Society. In my eyes, they don't even count as trouble. From start to finish, Agni didn't take the League of Assassins seriously. He didn't explain either. Not even interested in talking. Then he took the little sky away. The next thing, of course, let John handle it himself. If he really thinks that Cross and Wesley's are too troublesome and unwelcome, Agni will respect John's choice. But is John that dishonest? Definitely not. So Cross and Wesley's became their temporary neighbors. Asterisk. Chapter 045 Agni equals monster? The next day. By the window of John's house. Helen is pruning her favorite flowers. And the newspapers next to it, and even the TV are rolling the news of Iron Man's assassination. News Express, great scientist Tony Stark was assassinated yesterday. Latest headline, the first shareholder and CEO of Stark Industries was really assassinated yesterday. Stark Industries announced that yesterday's killer was killed on the spot, and the mysterious department has taken over the follow-up tracing work. Shock. Yesterday's killer came from the Ola country. The question and answer prediction of the system has come true. Boom. The sudden explosion shocked Helen, who was pruning the flowers. Looking at the cut flowers, Helen was not happy and could not help sticking her head out. The sound came from the grass in the distance. John, Cross, and others all got together and exchanged their gains. Boom. The ground Agni was standing on suddenly collapsed, and grass clippings were scattered everywhere, and Agni had appeared on the other end of the grass 30 meters away. Wesley was dumbfounded. Cross was also horrified. But John, Bullet and Lois, and others are used to it. Wesley turned his head with difficulty, looked at his father, and asked, "Father, is that guy a monster? He only saw me using shave a few times. The things rewarded by the system are all cashed out immediately." Wesley had chosen to shave. He just touched the light ball with his fingertips, and the light ball turned into a colorful streamer, and the complete technique of shaving was imprinted in his memory, integrated into his muscles, and became a part of his body. Simply put, it was Wesley who learned to shave in an instant. So now he can use shave fluently, and based on shave, practice Cross's moon step. Don't make a fuss. You stay here for a long time, and you will be as peaceful as us. John persuaded blankly. Wesley rolled his eyes in response. Cross patted Wesley on the shoulder and said, "Maybe he has mastered the relevant skills before, so he learned so quickly." "Okay." Wesley pointed to Agni, who had been shooting in the sky, and asked, How do you explain this? Cross shut up. In the process of teaching just now, he specially practiced a few moon steps. Could it have been learned like this? He originally had similar techniques, but more comprehensive and subtle. The eruption of shaving and the stagnation of EPUB are all involved. John didn't want to overdo the enthusiasm of the two, and took the initiative to explain, shaving and EPUB, for him, are just extreme interpretations on the original basis. Don't wait for them to answer. John smashed a blockbuster. If you have seen him with his hands on his back, in 10 seconds, he ran directly from the outer wall of a 100-meter-high building to the top floor. It would not be surprising. Run to a 100-meter-high building from outside in 10 seconds. Still holding hands. What the hell? Both Cross and Wesley were stunned, completely unable to imagine the shocking scene. A sharp white blade fell through the air, cutting off the century-old tree in front of everyone. And the perpetrator of all this was slowly landing from a height of tens of meters. Shaving and moon steps are mastered, but there are still some flaws. Lanjiao is not very skilled, so I need to practice for 2 more days. And Yi was still a little dissatisfied with the result, shaking his head, sighing and walking towards everyone. Cross and Wesley, looking at John together. That look seemed to say, "This languid. How do you explain it?" John was also panicking. You must know that he only redeemed Lanjiao yesterday, and he didn't practice many times. The ghost knows that Yi can perform perfectly after listening to his explanation. The more contact with Yi, the more useless they appear. Based on the 7 illusions of immortality, it is easy to practice shaving and moon steps. Lanjiao also has the principles that can be combined with infuriating drumming and sword chi to interpret it. On the contrary, the iron block is a bit difficult to deal with. And Yi, who was summing up his experience, didn't pay attention to everyone's shock, and walked towards everyone slowly. The 6 types of navy that John chose were iron block and Lanjiao. Why are these 2 formulas? Because the iron block allows him to better protect the people around him. Not just Helen, but Little Sky. Choosing Lanjiao instead of others is all because of other fields, and Yi is involved. For example, Yi's light work weakens the allure of shaving and moon steps. Another example is Yi's palm fingering, which makes finger spear dispensable. As for paper painting, the functionality overlaps with the iron block. So there is only one option left. What happened to you guys? Yi came to everyone, only to realize that something was different. No. The weather is so nice today. Cross and Wesley fumbled awkwardly. I'm going to practice shaving. John was even more blunt and walked away. Yesterday. After Cross and Wesley stayed, John and their father and son exchanged each other's Navy 6. At first glance it looks like a fair deal. But in reality, John was the big winner. Because of the 6 naval styles he exchanged, he can exchange martial arts with Yi. For example, he now has 2 unique skills, Vajrapam and Budding Ji Niu Deo. Then, in order to quickly gain a foothold in the Marvel world, Yi is not only bound to the Tanafa. The 3 unique skills that have been drawn one after another, such as Divine Movement Variety, Vigorous Vajrapam, and Pao Ding Ji Niu Deo, are the initial reliance for him to become a top killer based on the mainland hotel. Years passed. Divine movement is ever-changing, covered by the 7 illusions of immortality. The Budding Ji Niu Deo method was covered by the 7 strikes of Zi Lei. But the Vajrapam still failed to cover it successfully. Run so fast. Yi looked at everyone who had dispersed, and curled his lips. I would like to share with you about the practice of iron nuggets. It seems that I can only. Yi, who was a little unhappy at first, has come back to his interest. Because Iron Man is here. Asterisk. Chapter 046 just got assassinated, feeling in the mood. Watching Iron Man slowly fall and burn the lawn. Yi pouted and asked, Didn't you just get assassinated yesterday? Why are you in the mood to go out today? Hey, you're even more handsome than in the photo. Almost as good as me. Tony opened the mask and looked at Anyi in amazement. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen shameless people like you. Anyi was dumbfounded, but still asked, tell me, are you here to discuss cooperation? Cooperate? Tony was confused instead. Your family contacted John yesterday to collaborate on the development of a universal antidote. Anyi questioned, you are the first shareholder of Stark Industries, didn't she report to you? Tony spread his hands shamelessly and replied, sorry, I only care about spending money and scientific research now, and I don't care about everything else. A very insincere apology. Anyi is also welcome. I won't talk to you. Tony said straight to the point, I'm here to let you know, we're neighbors now. What? Anyi paused. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, you're not buying a property nearby, are you? Anyi is the outskirts of Liberty City. The so-called community is actually a piece of independent country villas. And the real residents are Anyi and John. You guessed it right. But there is no reward. Tony changed his words, shamelessly pointed to the century-old tree that was kicked off by Anyi with Ian's feet, and reminded with a smile, oh yes, if I guessed correctly, you just kicked off my house. Tree. Anyi was speechless again. Hello. Don't worry, I won't ask you to compensate. Tony said shamelessly, it's just that my house was demolished, and I can't live in it for the time being, I don't have much real estate, so I can only live here for a few days. The devil believes that Tony only has one house. But Anyi was too lazy to reveal it. Tony finally used his trump card, also, what about the Oriental food you said? You won't forget it, will you? Come on. It's not bad for you anyway. The new neighbors one after another made Anyi lie flat. Then, Tony, who had removed his battle suit, took the initiative to sit in front of Anyi. Just say something. Anyi knew that Tony must have something to go to the Three Treasures Hall. I know I can't hide it from you. Since Anyi was so direct, Tony didn't bother to beat around the bush. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, are those gods, or demons, strong? Sorcerer Supreme, who has lived for almost 800 years, and the appearance of artifacts, reversely proves the existence of gods, demons, etc. But in Tony's eyes, these so-called gods and demons may be aliens. Or just an extraordinary human with a longer lifespan. Some strong. It's so strong that you doubt life. Anyi didn't hide it, and gave a positive answer directly. Tony asked, like, Sorcerer Supreme? Anyi nodded. I'm feeling a little anxious. Tony made a deep roar inhale. I don't know if he is really anxious or fake. But Anyi was too lazy to pay attention to it, and then told more comprehensive information, gods are also divided into strong and weak, but the strong will always be in the minority. For example, some weak Protoss, the combat power is probably similar to our top mercenaries and killers. Fine. That way you can still fight. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. But there was more than one question in his heart, and he continued to ask, if that's the case, do aliens also exist? Yes. And there are more than you can imagine. Anyi said solemnly, some of these races have a very disrespectful attitude towards life. This is a shot for Tony. My anxiety may be getting worse. It seems that some necessary precautions have to be taken. Don't mean what Tony said. Anyi was suddenly startled, and quickly reminded, as long as you don't play any artificial intelligence, the rest is up to you. Artificial intelligence. I'm already tired of playing. Tony looked at Anyi strangely. I hope it's really boring. Anyi waved his hand. Right at the moment. Helen was driving and stopped right in front of Anyi and Tony. I'll pick up little Sky later, and then go to the hospital for a checkup. We might be back later, don't worry. Helen was still so considerate. Seeing that Anyi had important guests to receive, she took the initiative to help pick up the children. Because of the video inventory and the double exposure blessing of the quiz competition, John's identity is a bit sensitive and it is inconvenient to move around. Therefore, Helen's scheduled routine inspection can only be set off alone. Picking up little Sky from school was purely a drop-in. Just enough to be a companion. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Anyi didn't care. After all, I have checked so many times before, and the results are all right. But things often happen unexpectedly. That night, little Sky, who was sent home by Helen, sneaked up to Anyi's side. What's wrong? Anyi noticed that little Sky's expression was not right. It was a kind of hesitation, and unease. After struggling for a few seconds, little Sky asked weakly, Dad, a doctor, why do you secretly change the patient's medicine? Whose medicine is the doctor changing? Anyi suddenly woke up and asked, could it be your Aunt Helen? Little Sky nodded. Oops. Anyi never imagined that Helen's story would be inspired in such a way. Helen is sick. John naturally had to use the universal antidote. At that time, Helen's attending doctor will naturally have the opportunity to contact the universal antidote. And the other party didn't care about Helen's life or John's pain at all. Dad, don't worry. I accidentally saw Aunt Helen's attending doctor. After secretly changing the pills, I told Aunt Helen the matter, but after Aunt Helen hid the medicine, she asked me to keep it a secret. Little Sky said at the end, and asked cautiously, Dad, is this a betrayal of me? It doesn't count. You are saving people, you are a hero. Inspirational, and ye gave little Sky a thumbs up. That's good. Little Sky finally unraveled the knot and was satisfied. Rest early. Okay. Little Sky obeyed Anyi's advice and obediently went to rest. But Anyi's life has just begun. He calmly picked up the phone and entered a command. There is work. Asterisk. Chapter 047 Pity the enemy. Non-existent. Revenge. Anyi and their revenge did not have to stay overnight. Just that night. Home of Helen's attending physician. John looked at the terrified attending doctor indifferently, without the slightest pity. Go ahead. John asked coldly, who asked you to do it? However, the attending doctor didn't know what to think, the panic in his eyes turned into despair. Then, as if he had made a decision, his teeth snapped shut. Before John could react, the doctor's body twitched violently, followed by foaming at the mouth. Damn. John just wanted to go over and break open the attending doctor's teeth. Unfortunately, John was still a little slower. The resentful eyes of the attending doctor had gradually dimmed. John realized something, took out his phone, and dialed Anyi's number. Anyi answered quickly. How about it? Then came Anyi's expectations. Suicide. John glanced at the attending doctor and said, the poison sac is hidden in the teeth, and suicide is very simple. Then come back. Anyi's tone was extremely calm, as if only an ant had died. John said unwillingly, no, I don't even know who the real murderer is, I can't go back so quickly. Anyi actually replied, no need to investigate, I already know who did it. A mere doctor, but committed suicide so simply that no other organization can cultivate it except Hydra. I'll be back. Hope rekindled in John's eyes. Call ended. Looking at the bright starry sky outside, Anyi whispered. Hydra, I didn't bother you, but you want to disgust us. It seems that your little days are so comfortable that you have forgotten what it was like to be in those days of anxiety. Look forward. That day will be back soon. 2 days later. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Inside the Inside Project's secret factory. Bang! An angry Pierce smashed the screen in front of him. How dare he do this? He doesn't know, without me, he can't be the director at all. Pierce's anger had accumulated to such an extent that it almost exploded his entire body. Because in the past 2 short days, the pieces he ambushed in S.H.I.E.L.D have disappeared one after another. Missing yesterday was Heatwell, his favorite assistant. Today it's the turn of Grant Ward, the level 7 agent within SHIELD. By tomorrow, I don't know which turn it will be. Now, inside Hydra, people are panicking. Zola? Pierce asked, the stuff has been given to you, but when will the Inside project be completed? Dr. Zola's ugly face appeared on the display panels of all the surrounding electronic instruments. The body of Whiplash has been sent to the Strategic Research Department. I believe that as long as they give them a little more time, they can reverse the production process of arc reactor. A new generation of aerospace carriers powered by a large arc reactor can completely crush the knockout product Fury has on hand. Hydra, who has always wanted to steal the secrets of the steel battlesuit. After Whiplash's failed assassination attempt, Hydra seized the opportunity and secretly took Whiplash's body away, along with parts from an old arc reactor. Time. What we lack the most right now is time. Pierce is really in a bit of a mess right now. Although Fury doesn't have accurate information yet, he is already operating in the dark. From the behavior that he has been staying on the aerospace carrier, it can be seen that he has doubted Pierce and others. If the disappearance of Heatwell and Grant Ward can be determined to be Fury's masterpiece, it means that the two sides have completely turned their faces and can go to war directly. At this time, the familiar colorful light screen occupies the entire sky. Video inventory. Here we go again. This is already the 3rd round of inventory, so everyone is already familiar with it. What's more, everyone has been waiting for a long time, wanting to see how powerful the 3 strongest killers in the world can be. 3rd in the world's top 10 killers. Punisher. A burly man in a black t-shirt with a skull on his chest appeared in the void light curtain. The weapons around him, the deterrent force armed to the teeth, and the aura that is so cold and suffocating are completely displayed in front of the whole world. Even the dullest of people can realize his horror. Even the most arrogant person has to yield in front of him. He did come. Enyi and John smiled at each other. Because they had expected the Punisher to rank very high. Whether it was Enyi or John, they were the ones who really knew the Punisher. His skills. His tactical skills. His principles. All made Enyi and John admire them from the bottom of their hearts. So proud as John, he doesn't mind the Punisher's ranking higher than his. Damn it! Jinbian gnashed his teeth as he looked at this guy who was against him many times, but he couldn't help it. However, when Jin saw the bullseye of the comprehensive strengthening, Dashi, who was in his heart, relaxed a little. After all, Bullseye's current combat power completely crushes the Punisher. So he was looking forward to the Punisher reappearing before their eyes. In this way, he can completely eradicate this nightmare. Finally, it's your turn. My friend. If your temper can be restrained a little, you will have many friends by your side. Daredevil whispered, like a prayer. He advised. Also asked. But the heart of the Punisher, with the departure of his wife and children, completely died. The Punisher lives on by faith like that. However, the audience is emotional. The system continues. The Punisher Frank Custer, a pure mortal, does not have any super ability, but he has an almost miraculous fighting ability. He was the pride of the military, and he had everything beautiful. But sin, and corruption, turned him into a walking humanoid weapon, the ultimate fighting body of mankind. Asterisk. Chapter 048 only belongs to the dark superhero, Chapter 5. Scene 1. Hell's Kitchen. Burning streets, burning cars, burning people. Boom. An overburning car exploded with a bang. The impact of the distance generated by the explosion shattered the glass of the surrounding buildings, lifted the trash can more than 10 meters away, and ignited all the ignitable objects around. However, Rao is such a terrifying explosion. Rao is producing such a spectacular fire. There were no screams or calls for help at the scene. Because of this street, and the black factory at the end, there are at least hundreds of corpses lying down inside and out. Clatter. A huge amount of boots stepped on the blood pool formed by the blood, and the splashed blood looked so hideous against the firelight. Is the Punisher. With a cold face like a robot, he walked step by step towards the body that was still struggling and crawling. Click. The Punisher came before the creeper. This is the owner of the Black Factory, the boss of a certain evil gang. But this boss, who was domineering in Hell's Kitchen and feared by everyone, looked at the Punisher with a twisted expression like a mental patient at the moment. Devil. You are the devil. The boss was scolding and roaring with almost all his strength. You are guilty, you must die. The Punisher responded coldly, watching the other's eyes gradually lose their luster. And he, unscathed, he slowly walked into the darkness. Because he never felt that he belonged to the light. He's still the same. Hey, the 10th level agent in my heart. Fury's dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director invited the Punisher over and over again, but all of them were rejected. This is not only because Punisher has the highest level of human combat power, but also because Punisher has the cleanest resume, and because Punisher's leadership and team fighting ability are unparalleled. All that the Punisher has is what S.H.I.E.L.D. desperately needs. This child. Hey. General Thunderbolt looked at the Punisher with complex eyes. Then. The Punisher is his proud soldier, his proudest confidant. At the same time, he is also the successor he most wants to train. But his character was not suitable for official intrigue, so he chose to retire as a last resort, which completely changed his fate. The gang vendetta that shocked the world back then turned out to be his masterpiece. One person destroys the entire gang, and he doesn't suffer any damage. This strength and strategy is simply unbelievable. Winston, general manager of the Continental Hotel, is in a good mood as he solves an age-old puzzle in his heart. But a killer like the Punisher, he wouldn't recruit. Technology that is not the Punisher is not home. It's not that the Punisher's heart is not cruel enough. Purely because of the Punisher's principle of as long as you are guilty, you must die, it deeply stimulated Winston, who had long been blackened. Not only him. All the people in the world who are not very clean, keep away from the Punisher. Scenario 2. This time the Punisher met his opponent. And his opponent is famous. Bullseye. The #1 killer of the Underground Emperor naturally collided with the Punisher who hated evil. And this is the best part of it. Bullseye's gun was aimed at the Punisher standing in blood and flames. Boom. The Punisher leaned forward knowingly, and the bullet just happened to graze his scalp. If he hadn't leaned over, he would have been headshot by now. Rush. The Punisher charges with terrifying speed. With a burly stature, he was carrying weapons and equipment that weighed no less than 50 pounds, and he even ran out of the speed of an Olympic champion. At the moment, he is simply a humanoid tank. It will destroy everything in front of you. Bang bang bang. Bullseye fired 3 shots in a row, each shot at an extremely tricky angle, and each shot was calculated at the position where he was most likely to dodge. However, Punisher didn't plan to dodge at all. Puff puff. All 3 bullets hit his muscular body. Blood splattered instantly. But the speed of the Punisher was not cut by half. Under the life-threatening charge of the Punisher, the distance between the two sides has been shortened to a mere 20 meters. The battle-hardened Bullseye didn't talk nonsense. While pulling out his dagger, he flew out several hidden weapons. Flying darts. All are purpose-built, incredibly sharp flying darts. With piercing tearing air sounds, flying darts shoot the Punisher's eyes, neck, and heart with unparalleled precision. But the Punisher just raised his arms as shields, allowing the flying darts to slam into the flesh. Cold light flashed. The vicious Bullseye stabbed the Punisher in the heart. The flying darts just now are just a cover for the sting. This dagger is the real killing move. The incomparably sharp dagger, under the powerful strength of Bullseye, can pierce even the rough skin of an elephant, let alone a Punisher. Grasp! A scene that shocked countless people appeared. The Punisher actually grabbed the sharp dagger with his bare hands, and the Bullseye's stab was suppressed by a monstrous force like a giant bear. Bullseye looked up in amazement. But all he saw was the Punisher's iron fist that was suddenly enlarged countless times. Puff! Bullseye was bombarded with blood and flew upside down until it hit a wall 5 meters away before it stopped. He's here. Encircle him. The Punisher was about to cut the grass and roots, but there were more clamors of enemies ahead. No choice. The Punisher can only turn and flee into the darkness. Run away. Even the extraordinary killer is punched and flew. Is this still a normal human? The body has been shot 3 times, and there are several flying darts hanging on the body. It is still possible to defeat the extraordinary. This strength is really against the sky. In the wave just now, as long as the Punisher has the slightest hesitation, he will surely die. Anyway, I don't care what kind of dark hero Punisher is, from this moment on, he is my idol, my hero. Blue Star has many people whose feelings are pure. What justice, what hero, did not stifle the darkness, everything is nonsense. Heroes like the Punisher, on the contrary, are more appetizing to them and more able to meet their needs. Like the poor people in Hell's Kitchen. They wish there were hundreds more Punishers in this world. In this way, there is hope for their lives, and there is a future in Hell's Kitchen. Asterisk. Chapter 049 Death? I can't ask for it. 6th more. For a long time, I thought that only the extraordinary could defeat the extraordinary. But today was opened my eyes. Ghost Arthur originally had a lot of dissatisfaction. But the performance of the Punisher convinced him from the root. Maybe from today. The Punisher is his transcendence goal. The physical condition of this guy is similar to that of me at the peak. But he can beat even the extraordinary with one punch, and I can only bully some of the gangsters. Black Caesar habitually touched his ribs. Once. There was a piece of metal hidden there. But this kind of injury is nothing compared to the pain of the Punisher's loss of everything and the collapse of his beliefs. So people can get to where they are now. Black Caesar felt that he had recovered and should exercise. Father. Does he feel no pain, or is his heart so strong? That's 3 shots, not 3 slingshots. Wesley's worldview collapsed. He was punched and it hurt terribly. What's more, the Punisher was shot 3 times. There are also several flying darts. Looking at Punisher's blood like a fountain, but his expression did not change his face, he immediately felt that he was weak, and compared to Punisher, he was ABCH. His heart is really strong. I also met him a few years ago, but fortunately there was no conflict. Cross shook his head. I don't know if it's fear, or just sigh. At the moment. Scenario 3 comes up. A red light district. Opposite the most luxurious hotel in Hell's Kitchen. In a dark, corrupt old-fashioned apartment, the Punisher is slowly reloading his weapons. Golden Bing, Bullseye, Executioner, Vera, Saint Trio, Iron Tower Gang. This is clearly a trap. You can't go to die. Daredevil warned resentfully. The Executioner, a weirdo with a biochemical weapon arm, he has many identities, such as priest, mercenary, killer, etc., but as long as he offends him, he is a demon who does all evil. Vera, the founder of the most luxurious hotel in Hell's Kitchen, is also the biggest trafficker in Hell's Kitchen. A trio of saints, a group of 3 twisted antisocial criminals. The Iron Tower gang consists of all burly giants. Each of their members is at least 2 meters tall, and each member weighs at least 300 pounds. The entire gang is a veritable Iron Tower. Underground Emperor. The elite of 2 evil gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Plus 2 superhumans, 3 villains, and a whole bunch of giants. With such a lineup, even Captain America had to back away. There are always people in this world who do stupid things. The Punisher loaded all his weapons and stood up slowly. You will die. Daredevil was very nervous. My heart is already dead. It's just a little bit more thorough now. After the Punisher finished speaking, he walked towards the darkness that seemed to have no end. Damn it! Daredevil also uttered a rare foul language. But he did not abandon the Punisher. Because he knew that if he didn't help the Punisher, no one in this world would help him. I will cooperate with you. Don't die. Daredevil turned and jumped out of the window. Die. I can't ask for it. From the darkness, the Punisher responded like a nightmare. Dark. Suppress. Despair. This is a sentiment shared by all people in the world. In particular, the environment the Punisher is in sharp contrast with the feasting, and the visual effect is more impactful. Is this the true portrayal of a lone hero? Suddenly, I feel like this is the real hero. Iron Man is too dazzling, and Captain America is too bright, seems a little far from us. Why is the Punisher only Daredevil and the other superhero? Why does the Punisher always say that the heart is dead? What happened to him? The Punisher's tale. His experience. And his final decision. It has won the sympathy and support of most people around the world. If the Punisher came out to run now, 99% of the time he would be elected. This is not only reflected in ordinary people. Even the supernatural are affected. Extremely distorted. Decisive to brutal. Ancient One smiled and said, a talent like this can't just stay in Hell's Kitchen. He should go to face the dark dimension. Wanda added. That's why he has a lot of power. Ancient One nodded and said, the current Punisher, encountering the dark dimension, even death is a luxury. She looked at this newly admitted student and was extremely satisfied. If it wasn't for Wanda being too small, his mind was too sensitive. Otherwise, she would be more suitable to inherit her position than Stephen. Teacher. I don't recommend recruiting Punishers. The Punisher is too extreme, and there's a good chance it will become another form of Caecilius, Mordo said. I didn't say I was going to invite him over to Camartage. Also, he doesn't need our strength either. Ancient One responded calmly. Except that the secret of her use of the power of the dark dimension cannot be leaked, other secrets, even the secrets of Time Gem, can be communicated. It's not that she is selfish. But the allure of the dark dimension is too strong. Unlimited life, powerful magic. This kind of temptation is so powerful that even the determined Mordo may not be able to resist it. Okay. Mordo couldn't react for a while. Ancient One asked, did you forget that there is a reward for video inventory? Mordo immediately understood. What followed in his heart was vigilance and anticipation. Punishers are so powerful now. After getting stronger? What a dark hero. But why do I feel a little bit of an appetite? Stephen, who had just completed a minor operation, was washing his hands. The somewhat black-bellied Stephen then envied, the next step is to choose the prize. With his character, 9 times out of 10, he chooses to become extraordinary. Hey. I can become extraordinary too, that's fine. Why not come to the neurosurgeon for an inventory? That way I have a chance. Stephen has also been a little annoying recently. He is still young and his fame has not spread to the whole world. He can only be regarded as a relatively famous neurosurgeon in Liberty City. But after the last time he participated in the quiz competition, he went out of the circle. Those innumerable news media are madly tracking and reporting on him, and there are even fools who invite him into the entertainment industry. The last few days, he was terribly annoyed. Even driving, he was followed by unscrupulous reporters. Once, if he hadn't driven steadily enough, he would have been in a car accident. Asterisk. Chapter-1-50 With the body of Immortal, crush the extraordinary. With the body of Immortal, tough and extraordinary. No, where is this toughness? It's just crushing. Little Sky announced excitedly, from today, the Punisher is my idol. Am I not? John looked at Little Sky. That's one of them. Uncle John is definitely my idol too. Little Sky quickly corrected. But she was more concerned about the outcome of the Punisher, so she grabbed Anye's hand and asked, Dad, is the video inventory a story from the past? Is Uncle Frank okay now? I don't know if that's the past or the future. But I know your Uncle Frank is still alive and well. Anye squeezed Little Sky's cheek lightly. Why half down? Because the reward part of the video inventory has arrived. He, the Punisher, is not a hero of a hero. He can crush the extraordinary with the body of Immortal. He is the devil among the killers, the grief of sin. His existence is the dark side of this world. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra or the dark forces of evil, none of them can help him. And after today, he will become a nightmare of evil. The video review gave him high marks. Interestingly, no one in the world refuted it. As if it were for sure. Rewards begin. Please choose Frank the Punisher, the third-ranked killer, to choose one of the following. 1. Vibranium weapon set. 2. Perfect super soldier serum. 3. Perfect extremis. 4. Armed color domineering. 5. 3 of the 6 naval styles. Each reward session is the most attractive. The rewards of each round of video inventory show a gradual upward trend, and this time is no exception. This time, there is no life reward, and there is no pure vibranium. It is directly a vibranium weapon or a suit. And the 6th type of the Navy also directly rewarded the 3rd type. Reward upgrade, which can be seen. What a generous reward, each one looks quite appropriate. Compared to 1 and 5, the other 3 are relatively common, and they have all appeared before. That armed colored domineering has never appeared before. It was a familiar-looking domineering one before. But from the name, it seems to be more majestic. Go. Punisher. Use stronger power to destroy darkness and sin. The support of billions of people has almost formed an unknown belief. The Punisher, who is in the dark, is experiencing this unprecedented feeling. Perhaps. For him, this is a long-lost recognition. These prizes all fit well. The vibranium weapon set will make me an Iron Man type of warrior. The upper limit of the domineering of the armed color is very high, which is very suitable for hand-to-hand combat. The 6th naval form is also an extremely powerful physical technique, which can instantly give me the capital to fight Iron Man. The Punisher is a natural tactician. He grasped the opportunity, not many people in the world can compare. And this time is no exception. At last. He finalized the most suitable choice for him. The external force is always the external force, and the strength of oneself is the real strength. Congratulations to Frank the Punisher, the third-ranked killer, for choosing the perfect super soldier serum. Next moment. The familiar colorful streamer appeared in front of him. Just between his doubts, the colorful streamer gradually dissipated, and a blood serum was suspended in the air. Grasp. The Punisher grabbed the serum without hesitation and gulps it down. An indescribable comfort began to nourish his flesh. Even his soul was nourished. The dark wounds all over his body and the scars and gun marks all over his body slowly disappeared at the same time. His muscles were expanding, his strength was exploding. But his body was getting lighter, and even Roar's suction became more secretive. This power. The Punisher's almost dead heart reappeared with ripples. Roar. He punched. Roar's roaring fist blows the bullet casing 2 meters away. Laughed. The Punisher's smile, which had disappeared for many years, reappeared on his face. From now on, there will be 2 spirits in the lawful camp of this world. Captain America, you are the light, and I, still belong to the darkness. The Punisher never thought to change his principles from beginning to end. Before. He doesn't have the ability to do that, Captain America. But now. He is fearless. This guy. I don't like him, but I admire him. Tony couldn't hide his distaste for the Punisher. This is not a position. Neither interests. It's purely a personal difference in values. I don't like him either. But he is indeed a hero. Pepper has a tacit understanding with Tony in this regard. Now he's stronger. I just hope that when we meet in the future, the contradiction will not be too acute. Tony smiled, not expecting too much. He and the Punisher are people from 2 different worlds. Even if there is communication in the future, the possibility of becoming friends is very low. Then, Tony looked at Pepper, who was thinking about something, and asked, Pepper, you really don't want to live in the country with me? Pepper shook his head. Tony reminded, the universal antidote you want is in the hands of our neighbors. No. Little Pepper smiled bitterly, a person who can retire for his lover and give up the opportunity to become stronger for his lover cannot sell life-saving things for money. Since the cooperation agreement was decisively rejected by John, Chili Pepper has lost his mind. She knew that with Tony's relationship and the cooperation between the 2 sides, there were still opportunities. But she didn't want Tony to be difficult. I don't want to be too utilitarian. Fair enough. Tony smiled, then the final review of the Stark building will be handed over to you. Go. The little Pepper didn't resist either. After all, this has always been her job. It's just that they are in harmony here. Hydra is very irritable over there. Asterisk.